I done told you, man. Everything I've said has came to light. Wait, let me make sure. Are we on YouTube yet? It's giving me a little error. Just give me 1 second. Make sure everybody's good. Are we on? Mm, Wait, we're not on. What the fuck? We're not on YouTube yet. What the hell's going on? The Illuminati might have tried to came for me, people. Okay, here we go. All right, people, welcome, man. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of things have transpired in the last 48 hours. We are here to do a deep dive. Again, I want to thank all you guys who come to my stream. I've seen some rave reviews, whether you're talking to other people, while maybe you're just commenting or tweeting to yourself. And I do appreciate some of the very nice words. A lot of people have commented that, hey, listen, one of the reasons we watch Act, yeah, we think he's funny and all, but when it comes to important situations, whether it's in hip hop, really mostly in hip hop, we go to Act because he's going to give us all the fucking information. He's going to do the deep dive. He's going to do the research. He's going to go above and beyond where most people are usually lazy and most people just don't have the know-withal or wherewithal to go access information. I appreciate you guys for trusting me. For some of you guys have trusted me for over 10 years to deliver you proper and accurate information. You've trusted me to verify information, whether it was in positively or negative. You know what I mean? And I do appreciate you guys. In moments like this is exactly why, we try to debunk some of the bullshit that usually comes with, when you see a big story, there's always a bunch of lies and other things that kind of come in the mix. Anyway, we're going to have some fun today. Unfortunately, I kind of have more topics than Diddy, but I don't know. Give me 1 second. Let me see. I think, we have more topics. Yeah, we have more topics than Diddy, but to be very honest and very frank, I don't know if we're going to get to anything but Diddy. This situation is pretty much going to be the entire stream, just different parts of it. I don't even know where to start. Actually, I kind of do know where to start. So a couple of quick things happen. We're going to analyze, break down, find the ancillary people, pull all the paperwork. We have all the lawsuits ready. We have all the declarations ready. We have all the exhibits ready. We will get into exactly what's transpired in the last, I want to say, 48 to 72 hours surrounding Diddy, how the feds are looking at it, what's probably the next steps, what he's doing, what lawyers are probably doing double duty now, because I have heard from certain sources that some of the lawyers he hired for a civil situation, they have already been in contact with the feds. So they're trying to sort that out there, okay? We're going to talk about some additional videos that we saw about the raid. We actually saw a video about how much the feds really did the sweep at the Diddy mansion, okay? The freak-off estate, okay? By the way, I know a lot of y'all are wondering when the FRICO is going to be dropped. And the FRICO, we're terming as the criminal charges that might pertain to human trafficking and other charges, but we're either thinking is going to be maybe in a racketeering, indictment, right? Which would be a RICO, or it might come down individually on human trafficking on some specific incidents. We'll see what it is. This is going to be a big deal. So I'll kind of give you some updates on that. Apparently there was electronics seized. Diddy no longer owns Revolt. Very silently, but very shrewdly by him, he's gotten rid of the company. He no longer owns Revolt. And this move, his prior move of stepping down as chairman, seemed like it was a move to, we've seen that happen with Vince McMahon, but in his situation, they were about to sell the thing anyway. In Diddy's situation, I think he was prepared to weather the storm, especially if it was going to be only kept on a civil front. And I think what's happening is that he's realized this is the feds. He's not like these civil lawsuits that he's fighting. They're cool, but he could drag them out for years. The story eventually will kind of disappear from the front line of the media, just like how the Jeffrey Williams, a.k.a. Young Thug story, has disappeared, because it's going to take so long for us to get a resolution. In civil cases, he has the best lawyers in the world. They're going to drag this out. Trust me, okay? What's more apparent and what's more likely in him selling the shares of Revolt is that he's getting liquid cash available. He's freeing up assets, and he's probably not going to be continuing to invest in any of the ventures that he himself has had, because this is a time he needs to bunker down. So he needs to be cash rich. He needs to have liquid money, which means available cash that he could pull out and do whatever with, to try to navigate through this. Okay, keep in mind the feds and the government, they sometimes don't play fair, especially when they're playing with someone who deals with the tune of 9 figures, maybe $1 billion. They might try to freeze bank accounts. You never know. We've seen, even though Kanye had no criminal charges, sometimes even the banks, based on certain things they hear or certain things they see in the media, they don't even want to do work with you, right? So I think Diddy, what he's doing now, he's freeing up cash. We're also going to talk about that. We're also going to try to see if we can figure out who the hell he sold that company to. Apparently the company, all we know is that Revolt is sold. His shares in Revolt is sold. It doesn't even say he's a minority owner. But apparently he sold to someone else who is supposedly African American. So we're going to try to find out who that is. Might be a conglomerate. I wouldn't say necessarily a SPAC. But I would say it's some either conglomerate, but it's definitely black people. That's what the statement said. We're going to get into that. Young Miami. Listen, I've at this point it feels like bullying. Everything I told y'all about her was true. We had a sex worker cosplaying as a rapper. The funny thing is, Young Miami, the treesh that she is, got mad at me for calling her Diddy's side chick. Well, I wonder what she feels like when in court she's referred to as a sex worker. I was calling you a side chick. And you know what the side chick does? Yeah, the side chick, goes home with a beat up tonsils and a wet back, okay? Maybe you get a few dollars here and there, okay? But you're not wifey. You're not at the crib. You don't get no babies. Hey, listen, I think that's a better way to be described than to be described in lawsuits as a sex worker that's literally getting paid to fornicate and fuck and get peed on. I think so, but we'll see what she says, because according to her, she's been acting bad, right? We'll see. We'll get into that. A couple other people kind of came out. Torre is also speaking out against Diddy. This is House of Cards, people, and the dominoes have completely fell. All the people who were either in denial, trying to stay out the fray, because they were all saying Diddy might come back, they're all now start to play their cards. There's only two sides to this now, okay? There's no sides needs to be picked. There's two sides to this. Before there was three. So there was three sides before. So let me just start with the people who are speaking about Diddy, right? So there was three sides of people that were speaking about Diddy. You had only Akademiks, the independent, fearless journalist who didn't give a fuck, but he doesn't have that much industry association. So just him doing his job and reporting about Diddy like he would do about anybody else, I don't think it should be that fearful, but nobody else did. Keep in mind, nobody else reported but me. Cool. Then we had two other sides. Two other sides were the side that was kind of in the middle, and they wanted to say, we've seen bullshit allegations before. We want to give him a little bit of benefit of doubt. We also know him, but even more important, a lot of these people received or probably have done business with Diddy before. Diddy's a mogul in the game. He's worked with so many people extensively. There was a bunch of people who have gotten paychecks that said Sean Combs Enterprise, that said Bad Boy Entertainment, that literally Diddy has given them money. And because of they know that Diddy has probably helped them, it's one of those things you don't want to be the guy who's kicking his back, and as soon as, it looks like he's down. So those people, they might have worked for Revolt. They might have got a show on Revolt. They might have worked along with him with his liquor endorsements. These people are quiet as a mouse. You're not going to say anything about the guy, right? Because the guy's put money in your pocket. He's only done good for you. Why would you get mad at him and just flip on him at the drop of a dime? Also, keep in mind it was only civil suits at the time. So those people kept quiet. There's a bunch of people in podcasting. So those people kept quiet. There's a bunch of people in podcasting. I particularly think, and I'm not calling out my guy, but I love him. I think Joe had either one or two shows on Revolt and had a pretty good friendship with Diddy. I think he didn't speak because he did business with Diddy, and he kind of knew him a little bit, right? Joe is speaking now. Again, so this is the category. They're all going out of this category. Now you're going to either be on my side or the other side. And my side necessarily isn't anti-Diddy. It's about speaking about this freely as people would speak about any other topic. This is a very eerie topic that most people are ignoring. So the people in that middle, right? I told you it was three categories before. The people are in that middle, they're quickly coming to my side. You know why? Because the writing's on the wall, okay? The fat lady has sung. Diddy will never probably be in the same position where his power, his reach, his money can influence business and propel anybody else's career that they feel like they need to be very quiet right now because shit's gonna blow over. The people in the middle were the, hey, we've seen a lot of shit. Let's just be quiet because shit will blow over and he's still gonna be Diddy. Those people have abandoned ship. They realize he will not be Diddy still after this. They realize his status in the music industry will never be the same. His power will never be the same. Companies will never stand next to him, and that's why they're cool with abandoning that middle ground. Again, I'm speaking about a litany of people, not one or two particular people, but a lot of people who, those are the people you would probably say have had a seat at the table or been into these rooms. They knew the nigga. That's it. You know, knew the nigga giving benefit of the doubt. That's over. Now, there's a third category, and those people, they're still on that side. So really, everybody in the middle category are getting my side now. They're down to speak about this freely. They're going to watch how it plays out. Now they realize they can't coddle. They can't make up excuses. They can't be like, yo, these bitches be lying. They can't use some of the excuses you would use when you do see some things come against guys because it's just too much. It's overwhelming. And also the feds have done a sweep. Okay? Keep in mind, the people that were in the middle, they also wanted to be on the right side of history in case Diddy survived this, that they could say, this is why I kept quiet. The feds did a sweep. It's clearly you're not going to be on the right side of history. So they all came over here. They're all talking about it. Now, the third side, and this is going to be very important, and I won't even call any names, but if you're still on the third side, we know what's going on with you. Now, let me tell you about this third side. And now, remember, it's only two sides. It's my side, and then this other side, people who still refuse. Those people are guilty themselves. Maybe not of what Diddy has done. Maybe not even in cahoots or been at these parties with Diddy. But they might have some allegations that they're hoping never comes up. They might have some similar things. So they know if they speak out about somebody else that might be doing some of the things that they've done, they will get called out. And if they get called out, right now they're normally cool, they might lose a lot of shit. So they're like, we're just ignoring this. They're going to give you some fake reasons. Oh, we don't know. No. They're worried about their own mortality. Because what Diddy's withstanding or trying to withstand at this point, they couldn't withstand 100th of it. Think about it. There's only a few people who still is like, nah, let's just, again, there's only two sides to this now. The feds did a sweep. Nobody's saying that you should ever say Diddy's guilty. I think we're all waiting we're waiting to see what happens. But if you're still ignoring the topic, it means that the allegations touch so close to home, and maybe you got similar allegations, you just rather not talk about it, period. Anyway, wherever that fits, it may lay. Regardless, you guys know where we fall, okay? We fall on the side of truth. We fall on the side of openness. And even in speaking about this situation, I've spoken about a situation that even had to do with me. Because it's only right if you're covering and you're talking about somebody else that you should be very open and honest with yourself. It is what it is. Cool. All right. So we'll start there. The field has been cleared. Every single person has now picked a side. If you ain't talking, you're probably guilty of some shit too. We might just not know what you're guilty of. See, some of these niggas, they have been, dealing with lawsuits behind the scenes and paying a little hush money behind the scenes, and they're just not going to jump up and say nothing because they want to go under the radar. We'll see what happens. But these days, it's going to be blatantly clear. If you have nothing to say, that's a problem. Okay. We're going to actually start by putting up a very obvious and interesting question. By the way, I got a lot of updates to give you on the case. We're going to get to it. I got lawsuits to read and everything. Please tune in, lock in. Ooh, almost played it.
We have learned that the P. Diddy case.
Hold on, my bad. Give me a second. Okay. Uncle Luke Uncle Luke actually said some very insightful things recently, and he's asking the question that I've been asking. Let me tell you this: Academics isn't in the in crowd of the industry. Y'all know this. Without y'all, I'm nothing. If there was ever a day that they felt they got me, you wouldn't see one motherfucker speak up about me publicly. By the way, anytime they're roasting me or saying anything violent, whatever about me, you never see anybody in the industry say, yo, hold up now. Now, that's very different from most people you see in the industry. Most people in the industry, either whether it's an accusation or whether it's like, people start talking shit about them, you see a lot of other important figures come to their defense. It could even be like, oh, you heard somebody been doing shicey business, fucked over an artist. You hear other people say, yo, I've only done good business with them. Like, this person's cool. Like, what are y'all talking about? The interesting thing with Diddy has fed so many people, employed so many people, given so many people opportunities. There's not one person that's actually said, hey, I've been locked in with Diddy. I want to stand here and say that weird shit we're hearing in these allegations is not the man I know. I know his character. I've been to some of these parties, and what y'all are describing is not at all what goes down. We can't find one person with a personal testimony for Diddy. Ain't that fucking weird? Ain't that weird? Now, Uncle Luke asked a very important question, which I just asked. Let's listen to him say it.
Cleaning out the garage. Cleaning out the garage. Cleaning out the garage. Cleaning out the garage. It's a lot of y'all in here. How's everybody doing? Yeah, poor Diddy. Jesus Christ. My God. I'm sorry, sad to hear about our man Diddy. I'm wondering where all Diddy friends at.
Where are they?
All the people who made money off of Diddy.
Facts.
Where's all his friends? All the people who...
To put it in perspective, when Diddy was throwing these lavish parties, these escapades were these executives. And let me be very clear, it wasn't just like random straggler producers there. You had executives, sometimes politicians. You had artists, up-and-coming artists, managers, producers. You had everybody there. Not one person seems to have a recollection of these parties to even say, oh, I remember this, how the party. Not one.
Sat there, ate off the man. Nobody is coming to his aid. Hey, what's up? How y'all doing? You're a big fan of my music. Thank you. I'm in the garage, actually, just cleaning shit up. Y'all tell me how y'all feel about the Diddy situation. I don't like people piling on. You know, the man going through something. Everybody had their day in court. You know, he's going through some deep shit. And for people to be out there piling on the man, that's fucked up. You know, I don't wish that shit on nobody. It's obvious that he has some situations happening. And people are out there and he got to deal with it. But I'm curious to ask y'all something, right? When the last time y'all seen any federal organization raid a motherfucking house in the daytime? In the broad daylight. They normally come, when the feds come, they be like 4 o'clock in the morning.
That's a really good point he's making. I will say though, I believe that the timing of the feds going to raid Diddy's house all has to do with Diddy himself. It has to do with Diddy himself. Um, for example, I believe that once they got the search warrant, and we're eventually going to see the search warrant and everything, that search warrant literally probably said, hey, you got about 7 days to do this. They probably instantly start surveilling the house, start surveilling his movements. And I don't think they would have immediately hit the house until they seen that he was about to start to move around. So it's strategic. Like they didn't. It's not random that when they went into the house, he was about to board a plane. They were probably checking with registered manifest everywhere because that's how it goes on a private jet. There's no TSA. You just walk onto the jet, but they have to submit a FAA manifest, and they probably had a flag out for that as soon as they seen Diddy was about to be airborne. And you got to imagine, even though I'm sitting here telling you Diddy's not gonna run, he's not gonna go to another country. Like, come on, like a billionaire doesn't want to go live like Bin Laden. You get what I mean? Like this is a guy who's enjoyed luxury at the highest level, right? But just to be safe, the moment they knew he was about to go somewhere, they knew they had to detain him. And once you detain him, he knows now the feds are on him. You got to hit all the properties. So I do think it's very strategic that the time they hit it is when he's at the tarmac waiting for the jet. You get what I'm saying? Just think about it. It's pretty self-explanatory, right? Okay, the feds are watching December 3rd. Okay, cool. This nigga's about to go somewhere. You never know what he's gonna do. Okay, fuck. Let's hit the property, hold him at the airport, keep him in custody, detained while we search the shit. And they probably also, this is what I'm trying to find out. They not only, and we do have video at this point of them meeting him, right? And actually, I could go to that. Them meeting him at the plane. And we never seen cuffs on Diddy, which was kind of interesting. And I'm wondering if they're treating him a little bit different than they would treat like a normal person. They probably did put him in cuffs at some point, right? Because the normal procedure for like most law enforcement agencies when they're detaining. Okay, we got body cam. Oh my god, how the fuck did they get body cam from the feds this quick? First of all, the feds never usually give shit up. The feds don't give up information because it's part of everything, including an arrest. The body cam is going to be a part of this ongoing investigation that they could possibly use. They're never going to give up body cam footage even through a FOIA request, which is a Freedom of Information Act request. So the mere fact TMZ got this, TMZ got some real connects because the feds, like, I think I've told you guys, TMZ buys off the LA. If you do something in LA, they pay LAPD. And I'm not saying like they pay actual LAPD, but they have cops in there that will, okay, let me go find that body cam for you. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to find which cop it is, you know what I mean? Because they probably pay at least like a dozen, probably to 25 cops. In Miami, everything's easy to find. Georgia, everything is easy to find. But notoriously, their headquarters is in LA. So they need to know anytime police lock somebody up or investigate. They want to know the inside scoop, so they pay LAPD members. I don't know if you guys know this, but this is fact. They pay LAPD members for the extra scoop, right? What usually, or from from what I know, that doesn't happen though. You can't do that with the feds. The feds don't really like. For example, I'll give you an example. There is, from what I've heard, there's priceless body cam footage. Remember when YoungBoy got arrested? YoungBoy got arrested and he got pulled over in his Maybach. He fucking ran a 100-meter dash, and then they put the dogs on him, and he hopped the fence and this and third and blah, blah. That's when he got arrested for that Fed case. That's all on body cam. The feds won't release it, even though that case is done. They just won't release it. They're not that cooperative. You have to subpoena a judge for them to do it. Right? So they're not going to be like, here's the footage, right? The mere fact TMZ got this, I don't know what the fuck is going on. But one of these officers could have been, they're not all federal officers. They'll actually deputize a local officer for a day or so that they could, like, for example, I know HSI New York will deputize NYPD, which means they'll they'll operate as a federal officer even though they're a state employee, just for the business, because the feds don't have a million officers, right? But so they'll use the local government. So maybe that's how they got it. Anyway, I'm getting a little bit too much into it, but here it is. This wasn't body cam stuff. We're gonna get into the body cam stuff, but this is. It says Diddy talking with feds at the airport. Keep in mind, this is a jet he was about to board, right? Like the jet is literally right here. He's supposed to board the jet. The feds, you can tell the feds. Why feds always wear like these shades right here, and they always look mad Fed-like. God damn it. Anyway, they stop him. Or I could imagine maybe he even went on the plane, but they already told the pilot, "You're not clear for takeoff. There's no way you could take off that plane." And they probably rushed that plane, and the pilot came out, and Diddy and whoever came out, and they probably explained to him. Now, keep in mind, I do think they're giving Diddy a little bit preferential treatment a little bit, because normally they'll just take you into custody. Like, hey, listen, we served a search warrant, blah, blah, blah. Or maybe they wouldn't give him, maybe they wouldn't put him in arrest because, under arrest, because they probably don't have they probably do have a search warrant for his personal property. So they probably do have a search warrant for, like, say, his phone, which is probably on him. So I'm surprised that we're seeing him without handcuffs. Anyway, they definitely detained him, right? This is the guy right here who got arrested for having the drugs. That's another reason I believe that, the cops surrounded the plane and maybe they were inside of it. Why? Because Diddy's smart enough. He's been around, like, it's not his first rodeo. He probably has this guy, like, you're the fall guy. I'm speculating here, but if Diddy's doing cocaine, right? If Diddy's doing cocaine, I'm pretty sure Diddy doesn't have this guy with cocaine the whole time, right? But once he sees the cops, he's like, yo, everybody give this shit to him. Like, that nigga know that's his job. Take the charges, my boy, right? We didn't know you had no drugs, no guns, no nothing. Diddy isn't a fucking rookie in the game. I'll read what it says here on TMZ. Diddy was face-to-face with federal agents Monday as they intercepted his plane. TMZ now has a photo of the interaction. This is an associate that was taken into custody. By the way, it's interesting here. Is this guy's hand outreached grabbing Diddy's hand or no? Maybe not, right? I'm wondering. Usually the police, even though they know you're not gonna run, like they usually try to make sure they contain your movement at every time. By the way, here's the thing too. Let's do some cool shit. You want to do some cool shit real quick? Well, it's not that cool, but we can still do it. Okay, so this is at Opelika Executive Airport. This is where actually Rick Ross parks his jet normally. To be honest, if you don't know, Rick Ross jet. I'm pretty sure I could look it up. It's at Opelika, I believe, right here. So yeah, Rick Ross usually parks his jet there. Okay, cool. Now what we're gonna do? Let's see if we can do this. We're gonna search the tail number. If you actually again, everything I'm doing, I'm not smarter than the average bear. I'm just like y'all. So y'all can look up these things too. It's just that when you come here, we're gonna do it together. All right, 92A. I can't see that. What's that last digit right here? So if we search the tail number, so the tail number of every plane has to register a flight path before getting into the air, and going above a certain feet, like in the air. If it's not registered, you're gonna have multiple, towers of whatever airspace saying, "Hey, listen, we don't know where you're going. You should land immediately." If those are ignored, like for example, when a plane got stolen. By the way, I'm gonna tell you what I do know a little bit about planes. I kind of want to get my plane license. I watch a lot of plane videos. I kid you not. When a plane was stolen, at a certain point, they'll alert the military, who will try to force that plane to land. You get what I mean? Okay, cool. Here we go. So let me see if I can find it. So it's 97. Yeah, I'm gonna need your help a little bit. And the reason why I'm looking this up, and that's what I was telling you about flight paths, is that we could figure out where Diddy was going. By the way, again, I'm telling y'all, please don't act like the feds are some dumbass motherfuckers. They know that Diddy was on the manifest, right? They know that this plane was going somewhere. We just don't know where it was going. So we're going to try to figure it out on stream. Okay, let me get to, can I get that, Max? My bad. Maybe I need a different angle of it. Fuck, I just need a different angle of this bitch, right? What's the last digit? It looks like a 1, right? It looks like a 1 if you ask me. Shit look like a 1 to me. What is it, 1? It's a 1, right? Okay, cool. Let's do it. So 1, all right? So you just type this in, right? So I just type in the tail number, and actually you could go to like the actual federal FAA website. It's gonna show you where this plane is registered to. So it tells you instantly that this is a Cessna 140. Now we could Google what plane that is. Cessna 140. I think that's a pretty decent plane. No way. No. That's not the right plane. A Cessna 140 is this. No, it's not the right plane. No, Cessna 140 would be this. Nope, we got the wrong plane. N7. Fuck. Let's just make sure we get it right, people. We got to get it right. It's N7. Let's do it again. N729A1. Somebody said that might be a 7. I don't know if it's a 7. Well, N729A1. Oh, that's not what we're finding then. No. Oh, okay. Here we go. No, but this is coming up with a Cessna. Huh. Okay, never mind. Yeah, okay, never mind. Okay, we got the right one this time, I think. This is a Cessna 172. Let's look that up. Cessna 172. No, what the fuck? That's not it. What the fuck? You think it's a T? You think it's a T? Somebody says a 7 or a T. Okay, let's go. Let's go T. Okay, this kind of looks about more like it. N729 AT, right? AT. Okay, let's see. Where's this plane at? It was in Palm Beach. Yup, it is. Look, Opalaka Executive on Monday. That's when the feds got it, right? There we go. Okay. Cool. Before, by the way, this looks like this is not Diddy's jet actually, too, right? You can see the owner is Florida Express LLC. I'm going to show you the difference between, give me 1 second. I'm going to show you the difference between the other plane that we found that we know is Diddy's. Can we see the tail number on this? I like black planes, but like it's hard to see shit. This is the one that they said is for Diddy. Actually, we know it's for Diddy, low key. It was actually seen grounded somewhere. It's in Antigua. Let's go find that plane. Diddy plane Antigua. Right here. We're going to try to find it. Okay, this is it right here. Wow, it's hard to... Okay, here we go. This is it in Antigua. Cool. Do we got this? Okay, this is... Here we go. We're going to get the number. Oh, come on. Get out of here, bitch. Sorry, Chad. What's this? N1969C? Okay, cool. N1969C. And then we're going to look up the flight tracker for that. So this one is actually registered to N1969C. It's a Gulfstream, blah, blah, blah. It's a G550, which I think that's actually nicer than the one Diddy was taking. Yo, Diddy's a good guy. Like, well, come on. You know what I mean? Like, this plane is his plane, and you could tell it's his plane because the owner is Love Air. You know, his name is Brother Love. Love Air LLC is his jet company that owns it, that he probably does a lot of write-offs on it to, you know, try to get off with taxes, right? So this is his. But I think the G550 is better than this other plane that he was about to get on, which is a Cessna 172. Now, the reason why I say that is like the people who are getting on the G550, which he owns, is actually his girlfriend's friends. Like, imagine giving like your good card to like your girlfriend's friends and you taking the Honda, right? Kind of, if that makes sense. Anyway, okay, here we go. We're gonna look up this flight path, but really it's only gonna show the thoughts that Diddy fucks and where they fly to. But let's look at his plane, the one that they intercepted. Is this plane that they were in front of and they ran down on him? Okay, where was that plane going? Let's see if we can find the schedule. So now apparently is it in Teterboro? It's saying it's in Teterboro. It's in Teterboro right now. Okay, yeah, it's in Teterboro right now. This is interesting. Look, it says this plane was diverted. Interesting. What the fuck? Do you see this? Look. This is interesting. These are all flight times. You see durations. Let me make this a little bit smaller. You guys can see it. Now, this might tell us certain things we don't know, right? Like, for example, okay, so we do know that the raid happened on Monday, right? The raid happened here, right? The raid happened here, and apparently the plane flew back. So it flew back to Palm Beach, right? Palm Beach International. I would think that's maybe a bigger warehouse or a bigger place that it either stays, or maybe had to do another trip with someone else. Diddy clearly was either taken into custody, well, actually not taken into custody, was detained. But usually, if a police officer or like the feds, if they're gonna fucking approach you at that point, they're probably gonna try to get you, question you while they're searching your crib, right? They want to do everything at that time. Diddy's obviously has a team of lawyers. He probably has to do whatever. And I'm wondering, right? Because so it goes from Opalaka executive back to Palm Beach, which by the way is very short. Look, 23 minutes. But then it says it goes from Palm Beach to Teterboro, which I think diverted. Can I click on it and see what? Why does it say diverted? Now, we don't know if Diddy, like, you're not going to find the manifest here. Like, the manifest is for the FAA. Like, I think that's private, but you can see the flight path. So, the only thing about this, and we don't know if he was on this other flight, right? Maybe this is after he was, released. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe somehow they say, hey, listen, we want to question you, but we want to question you in New York. I don't know. I'm assuming here, and the only reason why is Teterboro would be the airport for New York, like the private airport that everybody lands in. Jay-Z and everybody is Teterboro, right? That Clearport. That's anytime you hear Jay-Z raps about the Clearport, he's talking about Teterboro. So randomly, this plane goes from Palm Beach, which again that's just a bigger airport than this private plane airport, which is Opalaka, where Diddy got stopped. It goes from there, and it says diverted, which almost means the flight, whatever was scheduled, it was divert. I got to think diverted means either the fucking towers tell them to divert the flight path, or I don't know, maybe the feds. So I might be reaching a little bit, but it says diverted. It's interesting enough. It says Teterboro. Also, here's the thing too. It's scheduled, or it was scheduled today, to go back from Teterboro back to Palm Beach. So it looked like it wasn't going to Teterboro, but somehow it went to Teterboro. Keep in mind, HSI New York is the source of all of this investigation into Diddy. Now, it's a good possibility that Diddy flies to New York, goes to meet with HSI agents, but brings all his lawyers. That's what I'm thinking. You get what I'm saying? Today would probably be the meeting day, and they probably plan to go back today. Okay? It was scheduled to go back at 6, or no, 3 p.m. actually. Well, these are schedules. We don't know if they actually took off. We'd have to do another search for that. Yeah. So these are just all possibilities right now. It's possible that he did eventually get on the plane, but eventually came to New York. Maybe had to meet with the feds, whatever. But anyway, what we do know for sure, for certain, is that the feds stopped this plane. Okay? We're trying to figure out where that plane was going, and that's kind of the interesting thing, because it does say that, shout out to my man Myron. Here we go. Yo, Myron, what's good, brother?
Yo, what up, man? Call me on Discord.
Okay, good. Perfect. Here we go. All right, I'm calling my man Myron. If you don't know, former,
Yo, what up, Ak?
Yeah, we're on stream. By the way, guys, we're here with Byron Gaines. If you guys don't know, former federal.
Hold on one sec. I don't know why.
Is it echoing a little bit or what?
Hold on. Fix this.
Yeah, I'm over here looking at flight paths and shit, man. Like, I'm over here
I'll figure this out.
trying to get into it.
Give me one sec. You go ahead, talk to your people. I'm gonna figure this out real quick.
Okay, yeah. So chat. I'm looking at these, and by the way, for the people, this is why I think TMZ was a little bit misleading. It would like I'm almost certain because I've been on a private jet where people tried to
All right,
finesse.
you can hear me, but I can't hear you. All right, let me figure this out.
Yeah, just go to the settings and see if you can change the voice stuff. Now, so
Okay,
that's
I think I got you now, bro. Sorry, I
you
had
got
to
me.
switch headphones.
Okay, perfect.
I got you now. My bad.
Okay, yeah. So we're over here just kind of figuring out how probably all of this happened because we're getting a lot of information now, right?
Yeah.
We're getting a body cam that we're about to look at. We're getting videos from inside the actual property and how the feds kind of like really went through all safes are open, which I'm wondering if they got the codes for them or they just like fuck it, just broke them all open. But before we even get to that, we're looking at the flight pass because what was known and everyone, I hate that TMZ even did that because they're way too smart, and I think they did that for a narrative. They were almost acting like, oh, Diddy is trying to leave the country, which makes for a great headline. Like, you know what I mean? Like, brings you back OJ, right? But in reality, no, the feds knew exactly what, like, the feds aren't dumb, and you could speak to this. Don't you think they get a search warrant and they know exactly where this guy is? And they probably, because I was listening to Uncle Luke, he said the feds usually come at nighttime. And I'm like, well, they probably just scheduled the time they were going to hit the house with the time they felt he was boarding a plane, and they were probably tracking him locally already. So they're like, hey, it's time to detain him, hit the houses, let's go. Do you get what I mean? Does that make sense, or let me know?
Yeah. No. A couple things I just want to address there. Typically, the feds hit in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, because that's when you have the legal authority to hit a house. You can obviously, between 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. is typically what most judges will sign off on. But you can ask for a no-knock warrant. You can ask for, outside of hours if you got to do it late at night or even earlier in the morning. But typically between 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., most judges are comfortable with signing in that range, depending on the jurisdiction, etc. So that's number one. Number two, by the way, is audio coming in good for the chat?
No, it sounded good this time. Yep.
Sounds good. All right, perfect. Because I know last time they were mad. But yeah, the other thing I want to address. So when it comes to people being foreign, right? When you come to the airport, customs owns you, right? And so the people understand, right? So you got Customs and Border Protection, right? Office of Field Operations, right? Those are the guys that are in the blue uniforms. So when you come in, those are the guys that are in uniform, etc., checking you in, checking your passport, doing the searches, everything. If you come into the United States with drugs or anything else like that, or there's a further investigation required, that's when they call HSI. So think of CBP as the police officers and HSI as the detectives, if we're going to say Homeland Security is a police department, right?
Yeah.
Just so people, the audience can understand. So when you have, and I know this because, obviously I was HSI agent for years. If I know I'm about to do a search warrant on somebody, right? I know exactly where they are. I know when they're in the country, when they're out the country, because they get notified whenever you come in and out because they have customs and immigration authority. When HSI has the broadest legal jurisdiction out of any federal law enforcement agency. They actually have more authority than the FBI even, because you got customs, which is Title 19, and you got immigration, which is Title 8. That's a huge amount of statutes that they enforce. So when you come into the country, customs owns you. Like, even the FBI can't get a crack at you unless HSI allows it. So as soon as you go foreign and you come in, they got you. Now, here's the other thing, too, that a lot of people don't know. There's a border search authority, right? When you come into the United States, you have zero Fourth Amendment rights. There's no expectation of privacy when you come in. They can search everything.
Until you leave the airport? Until you leave, like how long does that last?
What specifically it lasts?
You're pretty much describing like a suspension of the Fourth Amendment rights, which is a right.
Yes, when you're leaving or entering the United States, you have no Fourth Amendment privilege at a POE or a port of entry or a functional equivalent. Like you don't have any, you don't have any Fourth Amendment rights there, because when you're coming, and that's due to Title 19 Customs Authority. I mean, hell, bro, on my credentials when I was an agent, it said that I can do warrantless searches at the border.
Really?
Like, it's literally on their credentials. So, and HSI agents can do it, and so can CBP officers, right? Not to be confused with Border Patrol agents. Border Patrol agents are in the green uniforms. Okay. So think of it this way. Green uniform means you shouldn't be coming into the United States this way. Blue uniform means it's a valid point of entry. And then obviously HSI enforces for both of those interdictory type agencies.
Okay, but let me piggyback off something you just said.
Yeah,
so would this, like an airport, even if you're flying domestically, is still considered as a port of entry, correct?
No. So when you're flying domestically, you haven't touched foreign, it's different. So that's not going to be monitored by customs. But if you go foreign, yes, it will be.
Well, I guess I'm asking. So say Diddy, because I think people are trying to understand how this went down and probably what happened. We haven't seen any trace of Diddy, but I got to imagine he's with a team of lawyers. He probably got maybe interrogated, but he probably definitely are with his people. Do you think that they search his entire plane and everybody? Do they have that jurisdiction, or they have to ground a plane, go get another warrant for the plane, right? And then search the plane, because obviously,
So it depends. It depends. And please let me know if I'm wrong here. So did the plane come from foreign?
The plane was not coming from.
That was in Antigua, right? Wasn't it in
No,
Antigua?
no.
If I'm not mistaken?
No, that's his other plane. That's the plane he owns. This was just a chartered plane. So pretty much what happened, he gave the plane he owns to his side bitches to go party. I guess it was someone's birthday. They went, so they were flying all over the Caribbean partying. That's not the plane. That's a black plane that's still in the Caribbean. So while he gave them his plane, he had to go somewhere else. So he booked and chartered a regular plane. And I'm looking at the past flights for this plane because we checked the tail number. Everything is everything is pretty much, well, actually it looked like, it was in international or in another country, but it was over a week ago, damn near. So pretty much, this is not his plane. He's just taking one trip.
All right. So if he didn't go foreign, then it's then they don't have, there's no customs authority.
Okay.
But if he goes foreign, that's when they can search everything, bro. They could search your phone, they could search your your tablets, everything you come in with under Border Search Authority. They could search everything.
Really?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember when I was an agent, if I knew someone was coming in, and I knew they would have phones and tablets and all that stuff, I was prepared at the airport with a whole team, and he'd come in and we detain him. We would take all this stuff, we dump it, right? And dumping is a slang term for basically is jargon for extracting all the data out, right? And if I couldn't extract all the data out, I would do a border detention, and then we send him on his way. But yeah, man, you could search all that stuff, because remember, when you have customs authority, right? Mm-hmm. You're looking for contraband. Child pornography counts as contraband, and that can be found on a phone, or on a tablet, or on a digital device. Okay. So you can take all that stuff. Matter of fact, the FBI does this all the time, where they have someone that they suspect is involved in some terrorist activities, whether it's domestic or foreign, and they have an inkling, or they have some information. What'll happen is that person will come to the United States. HSI will detain him on behalf of the FBI, right? Or customs will detain him. He'll be put in a room. His stuff will be separated in another room, and then they'll go ahead and they'll extract all the shit.
Wow. Okay, so being someone who has the experience of doing some of these raids or hits, where it's I think everyone's really shocked by a few things, his lawyers even Chad, I don't know if I read his lawyer's statement, and I was listening to some other experts talk about it, and they're like, this is pretty much how every defense attorney tries to make it look like it's a crazy way that the feds is going, but it's kind of standard. Anyway, I'll read it and then you can react to it. It says, Diddy team emailed this to Megan Cunningham, and it was yesterday there was a gross overuse of military force as search warrants were executed at his residence. There is no excuse for the excessive show of force and hostility exhibited by authorities, or the way his children and employees are treated. Mr. Combs was never detained, but was spoken to and cooperated with the authorities. Actually, I'll just stop there. That looks like a detainment to me. If your plane is being grounded, you're talking to them, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't hey, you want to talk to us. Pretty sure it was hey, you can't leave right now, which would constitute a detainment. But his lawyers say he wasn't detained. They say he just spoke to them, right? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell because, again, the plane didn't come from foreign, right? It was domestic the whole time?
Yes.
If it was domestic the whole time, then I really don't see a way that they can hold him, unless maybe they had some state authority there that has some kind of jurisdiction to hold him for some state crime or something else like that. But from a federal perspective with HSI authority, I can't think of anything where they would be able to hold him for coming in while traveling domestically, unless he had a piece of evidence on him and they need to get it or something like that. And maybe they're looking to try to get his personal laptop that might have not been at the house, and they know that he has it. or maybe they got a search warrant for his phone.
Yeah,
That's
they
another
gotta
one.
take his phone, right? You don't
They
think?
could take his phone. Yeah, they could take his phone. Yeah,
Now,
yeah, they absolutely could take his phone. They could get a search warrant for it and take his phone. Yeah.
now the rest of the statement says that this unprecedented ambush paired with an advanced coordinated media presence leads to a premature rush to judgment of Mr. Combs and is nothing but a witch hunt based on meritless accusations made in civil lawsuits. There's been no finding of criminal or civil liability with any of these allegations. Mr. Combs is innocent and will continue to fight every single day to clear his name. Now, interestingly enough, the guy who was arrested, so there was someone arrested, he had cocaine and let me see what else he had on him, Chad. He had cocaine and something else, which they're calling him a drug mule. Could that tie back to Diddy at all or no?
They would have to establish that Diddy was a part of the conspiracy. He directed him to do it. He was involved in a drug trafficking organization. Like they would have to come with some evidence to be able to tie him to that.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I mean, as far as like domestic, they can't do nothing. But yeah, you can see right there. You guys see CBP officers there at the airport. Because if you scroll up a little bit, you can see like it says CBP on the back.
I'm also sharing my screen, by the way, so you can watch it in Discord rather than watch it on the
oh
stream.
shit! Oh my bad. I'm looking at it on YouTube. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I have this on the screen now. Which officers are which?
Go back. Was on. Scroll through that thing real quick. Keep going.
I was about to play the body cam. That's what I wanted you to see.
Oh sure. Yeah, we could look at that.
Okay, so this is the body cam of the arrest. Which, by the way, how the fuck did they get the body cam? Like that's odd to me. Like
it was probably. I mean, if it was a local. Here, let's see here. I'm watching. So she looks like a state officer.
Say
I
again?
was just taking it. To me, it looks like that's a state authority. If you look at her, I was trying to look at her badge. I don't know if you could blow it up on your end for us, Ak, so I can tell you who she works for more than likely. Because that's yeah. So let's see here. I can see the badge on the right. Let's see who she works for. Okay, that looks like a state type badge. That doesn't look like a Fed badge to me. It's not very clear, but okay. So we keep going. Probably a small amount.
Yeah, no, put them in the car.
And that's why you have body cam footage, because it looks like it's going to be a state case.
Okay.
So you can see Miami-Dade Police Department there, which is our
for
version
this
of
guy.
county police.
Okay, for this guy's a state case, so I get
Yeah,
it.
for this guy. I'm talking about this dude. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. So I'm guessing this is Miami-Dade police car?
Yeah, so that's Miami-Dade. So it's kind of weird. They're called Miami-Dade Police Department, but they're actually they function more like county police.
Yeah.
So so that's our county police.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm down here in Miami. They're putting him in a patrol car. They're probably going to be close to. It might have been too little drugs to make sense for a federal arrest. And then they were traveling domestically too. So, all right.
Yeah, but we don't have anything about Diddy. This is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it looks like maybe it was someone traveling with him.
Yeah. They're calling this guy a drug mule. He supposedly was a basketball player. Like, he used to play college basketball for, they said he was a former basketball player, played at Syracuse from 2018 to 2020. They say he didn't contribute much, but, I'm wondering if Diddy was like, I need like a white guy to like bring my drugs and guns around. That'd be a smart thing. Well, the smart thing would not do it, but it's like,
There's also a possibility like this guy could be,
he's a plug.
I mean, did he get booked and everything?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could try to find. Yeah, he has a mugshot. He has a mugshot. Brendan Paul. I'm pretty sure if I look at I don't know, would they bring him to Broward or no?
No, they're gonna probably take him to. I know there's a big booking station in Kendall. They'll probably book him over there. Because it happened. Opelika is Miami-Dade County.
Okay.
So he's gonna get processed here.
Okay, I'm hitting the search to see Brendan Paul to see if maybe I can find him.
Yep.
Let's see if you find him, Chet.
I got to take off in a little bit, but
Yeah, it's all good.
no worries. I could jump back on later, but yeah, no, that I just want to give your audience insight as to like when people are traveling.
Yeah.
That they're gonna definitely know where they are, bro. Like I guarantee you, when the feds they probably purposely didn't want him in any of the residences,
Yeah, that's what I was
so
thinking,
that
right?
when they did their search warrant, like you know when you're doing a search warrant on somebody, bro, you know exactly where he's at when you're hitting the house.
Yeah, like, bro, no, I'll use myself as an example. Like, bro, I was in the house with, like, they knew I was traveling to the house. Once I got in the house, they gave me like 20 minutes grace period, my nigga. Like
Yeah.
it was clear that they wanted to get in the house and detain me in case they wanted to grab my phone, right?
Oh yeah,
Because
they're gonna before you do a search warrant, bro, you're gonna have a surveillance team out there.
yeah,
You know what I
right?
mean? It's just
Exactly.
standard practice. Like, and the other thing too. So, it's definitely I confirmed right that HSI New York is the lead office in this situation, and I'm pretty confident that more than likely the AUSA's office is the Southern District of New York, which I ain't gonna lie, that's not good. The Southern District of New York is
They're
probably
the
one of the most
toughest, aren't
aggressive
they?
U.S. attorneys' offices in the country.
They did 6ix9ine. They did Casanova. They do the majority of the rap. This is why rap crews in New York could never, have any type of ties to
Oh
criminal
yeah,
gangs. The Southern District, they're super active. I
bro.
think they give K Flock a Fed charge as well.
Yeah, they pretty much are bro. They took down the mafia. They do all the biggest cases. Like Southern District of New York is by far the most aggressive U.S. attorney's office in the country, and yeah, it's not looking good, man. I mean, both of them are fantastic. The Eastern District of New York too is very good. Out in Brooklyn, they're very aggressive too because they compete with the Southern District of New York. So regardless, and HSI New York is one of the better offices. So, bro, it's not a good look, man. There's a very good chance that he's going to face charges with this. They wouldn't pursue this if they didn't. It would have been a waste of time. And I think Southern District of New York got R. Kelly too, if I'm not mistaken, bro.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna play
yeah,
this clip later, but the former prosecutor in the R. Kelly case for the feds, I guess they're retired or some of the sort now. They actually did an interview with the press, and they said, "Hey, listen, they're actually this case seems to be going by the R. Kelly playbook, that's a scary thing to say. That's the prosecutor." Or the former prosecutor that was on that case, and we've seen what happened to R.
yeah.
Kelly. But they're saying these things that are happening are going pretty much in line with how R. Kelly. By the way, R. Kelly spoke about this today too, right?
Oh, I didn't. What do you say?
Ooh, hey, chat, we have exclusive audio. Whack 100. Whack always gonna get into some shit. He has contact with R. Kelly. R. Kelly called from jail. He asked R. Kelly about it, and R. Kelly briefly shared some thoughts. So, it's kind of like a jail call type of thing. But we do have that audio for you guys. But it's kind of alarming that, hey, if this is going down the R. Kelly route, this is kind of crazy. Hey, by the way, while you're here,
Yeah.
so CPB, I'm looking with the back of this guy's shirt. What's
Yep.
that?
So that is Customs and Border Protection. That's the guys in a blue uniform.
Yeah.
That are at the airport when checking your passport when you come in or when you leave. They're officers. This guy's in plain clothes, as you can see with his shirt. He might be a task force officer more than likely, which is why he's there. And he's wearing plain clothes. But yeah, and yeah, you can see a guy with a raid jacket as well. The white dude, that guy looks like an HSI agent from the badge I can see on the left hand side on his chest. So yeah, bro. I mean, they know they knew when he was coming. They obviously have a manifest so they can see domestic and international flights. They don't have the border search authority though because he's obviously traveling domestically.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, the Southern District of New York, HSI New York, it's not looking good, bro. I like I said before, I predict that there will be charges sometime in the year 2024 at this point because the fact that they were able to do a simultaneous search warrant on multiple residences in different districts, by the way, and LA, it's hard to get a search warrant in LA. The fact that they're able to get one over there tells me they have more than enough probable cause. So for them to have that much probable cause to get search warrants tells me they probably have almost enough to indict, and if not, they probably got enough to indict off of what they found in the houses. And then, they broke into the safes, etc. They probably put that all in there. They probably had prior information that hey, there's going to be safes in here.
Yeah.
He keeps XYZ here, etc. They probably detained him here at the airport to get access to his phones. I wouldn't be surprised if that's why they actually detained him at the airport. It was to grab his electronic stuff on his person. And they probably have search warrants ready to go for that. So, yeah, bro. The AUSA's office and the
They're licking their
AUSA's
chops,
office
man.
and the HI office doing this are some of the best.
They're licking their chops. I can tell. Hey, by the way, these three guys who are kind of like blocking the door to the plane, they look serious as fuck. The guys with the shades right here. Man, I can imagine how many agencies are tied into this. Also, local police. By the way, chat. I also want to point this out. We're gonna do some research. We got to find everybody. Listen, we ain't got no more news than hip hop boring anyway, except the Drake beef. We're gonna find everybody. Look, remember I said Diddy was going somewhere. Look how slick the diddler is, right? So he gives this actual plane. It's like giving your girl your car, but getting a rental car to go cheat. Look, Young Miami and her friends, the Act Bad crew, they were taking that plane. I'm telling you, I could go back and find all their stories. They're all in Jamaica, pouring shots, driving a boat, doing all that shit. And he probably's like, all right, y'all go get out of my hair. Y'all got my jet. He books another jet. You see these two people right here? Two girls. Look like two baddies, right? Diddy was probably going to another fucking freak off. This nigga Diddy don't stop, bro. Take that. Look, there's two girls right here. Chat, y'all see them? Two girls, one right here. Shit, the diddler was already on the way to another freak off. My boy, do not stop. Holy shit.
Hey, man, you got to do what you got to do, man. But yo, I'm gonna take off, bro.
Yeah.
But just want to give your audience a little bit of insight when it comes to like traveling internationally, planes, how that works, and everything else like that. But yeah, bro, they probably did. I'm gonna assume, just given my opinion, professional opinion on this, and etc. There's no point to stop a domestic flight like that unless you had a purpose. And the only purpose in my head that I could think is they want to get access to his personal devices on his person, because that's probably going to have some important information on it. So that's what I think. They probably got search warrants written up, because keep in mind, once they found the information in the house, once they started seizing evidence in the house, that gives them even more probable cause to want to search other stuff. So while they're there at the house, because I've done this before, while they're there at the house, there's another agent writing an affidavit on other stuff that they need to search right then and there. So I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't get a search warrant signed that day saying, yo, we need his phone too, and we need his tablets, etc.
Hey, okay.
So that's what I'm thinking is why they stopped him on a domestic flight like this.
Hey, by the way, chat, Myron, in a lot of these cases that have a lot of criminal elements, so to speak, he's almost like a partner in crime. He gives me a lot of information that, obviously we would love to know, and we do deep dives. What I was trying to say.
Yeah, I see some haters in the chat saying Myron was a desk agent. Fuck off. I did OCDF cases. I did some of the biggest cases for HSI. At one time, I had one of the biggest cases in the agency, man. So these people that are saying I was desk agent, etc., fuck out of here. I did real cases. I've ran hundreds of reports, hundreds of affidavits. I've arrested hundreds of people. I had the #1 arrest for 2016 fiscal year in Laredo, Texas, one of the busiest offices. I got a director's award. Like, all this shit is behind me in my wall. Like, people talking all this shit. It's like, no, I was really out here doing it. So for the haters, fuck you.
Hey, and so I really say that to say I kind of want to, I want you to be a part of all my streams as much as you can. I know you have a lot of shit to do, so we could collaborate.
Absolutely, bro. Because there's no one else really that's like breaking this shit down like this, and there's no YouTubers that actually used to do these kinds of cases. And I know how DEA works, ATF works, FBI works. Every agency has their little perks, etc., shit like that. But it is what it is. But yeah, I'd be happy to give my my take on it and let you know what was going on.
Before you go, because we're about to play a video, and I'm not too sure where this video came from, but it looks like a video of the aftermath of after the feds ransacked the house. I want you to explain, because you've written search warrants, you've executed them, you've done a lot of this.
Yeah.
What is the mode? Because sometimes I lose my keys and I feel like, man, I can't find it. Look like if there's a search warrant, they're going to find what they're coming for. What is the strategic way and the method of, okay, we're going into a place, we're going for, let's say, electronics, blah, 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 but also you don't know if there's hidden compartments, hidden doors. They talked about there was a underground grotto, which some people are calling a tunnel. There's a lot of things to search at such a large estate. There's two of them. What would be the method or the mode of doing the search? And then secondly, we all got to know that there's safes. Do you have an informant that's going to give you the safe codes, or you're going to say, we're breaking every safe? Fuck it.
Yeah. So you would need again, it depends on the warrant, right? So remember how I was explaining last time, if you got a drug warrant, right? You can justify searching in nooks and crannies because drugs can be hidden anywhere, right? So in their warrant, depending on what they're looking for, let's say they're looking for a thumb drive that might have some questionable information on it. Well, that pretty much gives them authority to look all through the house and be as invasive as they need to, because a thumb drive can be extremely small, right? Then if they know that there's safes in there, they could say, yeah, we have reason to believe or probable cause to believe that there's going to be safes on the location. We want to just break the safes, right? And that's when you kind of tell the person that's there, hey, look, bro, it's up to you what you want to do. You can either give me the code or I'm going to break this safe. And then it's up to the person, that has the property being searched to decide what they're going to do. But I've done it before where like they'll be like, no, I'm not giving it. And I'm like, okay, cool. I just take the safe and I break into it, because the search warrant, basically the feds own the house while they're in the house, while they got that search warrant.
Okay. So do you think they gave him the option of, hey, listen, we have a search warrant to get up in there anyway, but give us the code to the safe, we won't break it, right? Because they probably has a bunch of safes. Do you think they give him that option, or by the time they're in there?
Yeah. The nice thing to do is always give that option, right? So like if I have a search warrant for someone's phone, I'll tell them, look, man, I got a search warrant for your phone. You have two options. You can give me the code and I'll get in there and I'll get you your phone back today. Or if you don't want to give me the code, I'm gonna have to take your phone. And I'm gonna get into it anyway with my, because obviously you have like data, you have technology that can help you break jailbreak the phone and get in there. So, me personally, I always used to be nice to them and like tell them, hey man, these are two options. I'd rather give your phone back, or I'd rather not break your property. But it's always up to them. Sometimes they try to play hardball, like no, fuck you, and like okay, cool, and you just take it and then you break into it.
I can tell you in my situation, you know what they did? So I'm down. So they bring me down and they're talking to me, and they basically say, "Hey, listen, you have a bunch of safes. We have to look through them." And I tell them like it's all weapons in there. Like there's just guns, and they're like, it doesn't matter. They're like, hey, listen, what's the codes? Write it down, whatever the case is. I was trying to finesse away. I was like, oh, they're fingerprinted. They're like, all right, cool. We're gonna bring you back there. Don't play with us. Open everything, and it's good. Otherwise, we're gonna break the shit. We don't give a fuck. Like they were pretty clear on, hey, listen, we're playing ball with not having to break your expensive safes, but we got no problem doing it.
Yeah.
And it's gonna take longer too.
Yeah, like I always, I kind of had this mantra, like, you're there to take people's freedom away, but you're not there to take their dignity away, right? So like I never really was one of these guys that like would talk shit to a suspect or fuck you or in this other stuff. Like I always noticed like being nicer to them, and it was always worked better to get them to cooperate, to get them to get you what you need, etc. So yeah, man, like you don't need to shit on them and take their dignity away too. Like that's never a good look. And whenever guys would do that shit, I'd be like, bro, chill. So
when do we see maybe a copy of the, well, two things. Obviously, Diddy and his lawyers would have it, but a copy of the affidavit of the search warrant and possibly a report of what they took.
I went on Southern District of New York, right, the Pacer, to try to find it. Bro, that shit is sealed, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to keep it sealed until the case is over. You got to be like a Trump to be able to get a search warrant unsealed like he was able to do.
Oh, you could find search warrants?
Yeah. When Trump got his house searched, that search warrant, like his lawyers pushed to get that shit unsealed, and they were able to get it unsealed, but it took like a lot to get it unsealed. So Diddy's warrant, guarantee it's sealed, and the reason why they're gonna say we have to seal it because we have informants in play, people's livelihood, people's lives are in danger, etc. Diddy's a dangerous person. They're gonna say, all this shit to make sure that it stays sealed. I mean, Trump was able to get his shit unsealed, but bro, that's former president of the United States.
Well, I'm looking at these images here. So, is there any place that's kind of like usually off limits when you're like if you're checking for electronic, electronic devices? Are you fucking going through the medicine cabinet? Are you going through? You know what I mean? You're checking under the toilet, but like how crazy is this search? Let's just imagine they're looking for, because this is what's now being rumored. The reason why they hit these cribs is because what's constantly alleged in about three or so civil lawsuits is that Diddy has these cameras that have been recording all that's been going on. Okay, and they believe if if they have any video that corroborates any activity that either the civil suits or maybe they're getting as a complaint, that's going to help the case tremendously. But also you have to believe that, also here's the thing too. It was also said in the Little Rod's lawsuit, or was it Little Rod or was it Cassie? Diddy has like a technician guy, and that's the only guy that really knows the ins and outs. So there was a room that looked like it looked like it's a college campus, because it looks like it was actually a what do you call it again? A room where like it's like a switch, like a bunch of switches, and yeah, right here, like you're seeing a lot of networking stuff. I was in IT for a bit, so I know that a house that's this big, especially if you want Wi-Fi everywhere, you want rooms everywhere to get all this type of, and you want to be able to monitor it, and you have probably a million, everything's on Wi-Fi, probably the thermostat, probably the cameras, the heat in the garage. You have to wire this place up, and you probably have some switches, which also probably then route to like maybe some type of cloud storage for all this information. So it looked like they ransacked this too. They probably had some tech guys do this. Anyway, I'm talking too much. Myron, what would be probably the places? Name the top 3 places you want to hit in a house like this, given the fact that they're trying to get electronic data that could help prove this.
Yeah, I mean, you would obviously try to see if you can get the if the CCTVs have like a cloud or whatever, you would obviously want to get that. You'd want to go in the bedroom and get all tablets, all phones. You want to get any type of cameras that might be covert. You definitely want those. And then the biggest thing is the informants are going to tell you where a lot of the good shit is, right? Because the fact that they are in the house in the first place tells me that they got informants. So the informants are the ones that told them, hey, there's this info here, etc. So they're able to go ahead and collect from there. But typically, depending on what type of warrant you're trying to do, that will dictate where you're trying to search, right? So if you're trying to do if you're doing a drug warrant, obviously you're going to search certain places, nooks and crannies where the drugs are going to be held. Typically, your informants are going to tell you where it's at. So it depends. But with something like this, where it's sex trafficking, and they're looking at digital evidence mostly, you want to take all tablets, all computers, all thumb drives, all phones, everything. And I think that's a big reason why they probably stopped him at the airport, was to take his personal phone that's on his person. So that's what you would want when you're there. I mean, you got a forensic agent right there on scene with you. You're extracting everything there on scene while you can, before he can wipe anything. That's probably another reason too why they made sure he wasn't in the house, so that he wouldn't be able to remotely wipe anything. So, yeah, man, that's what I would do. Depending on, I wish I could read the affidavit, because that will give you even more insight. But yeah, I got to take off right now, brother.
Definitely.
But obviously, as you do coverage on this, I'll jump in and make sure that I can, add any insight I can to, help your audience understand the stuff more.
Nah, thank you, man. Thank you tremendously. People, go check out my man Myron. Feds Reacted, of course, the biggest male self-improvement podcast in the world with Fresh and Fit. They do shows Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Please go check them out.
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. And I got awards behind me here. I'm not on camera right now, but if I was, I would show y'all. But yeah, man, let the haters hate. It is what it is. But no, man, I'll jump back on with you another time when you need me.
All right, definitely, brother.
All right, brother. Peace.
All right, peace. Okay, we got Whack 100. Whack 100 just hit me. He said, "Ack, he got the play. He knows the play." By the way, we also have the interview from R. Kelly. We got to play. Shit, we got a lot to do. Here we go. Whack.
Yo, what up, Ack?
What's going on, man? You said
I don't like all these white people on your platform, bro.
No, that's not a white guy.
Who's that guy, Myron, bro? Who's that guy?
He's a Sudanese guy. He's black.
Okay, well, okay.
He just speaks
My
proper.
Bad. My bad. There's nothing wrong with speaking proper. I was just making sure, bro.
He was actually.
I'm about to make sure they don't come for you.
No, he was actually he was a federal. He used to work for HSI. He used to do.
Bro, they finna hit Puffy with the kingpin. They lining him up. I see the play.
No
now.
way.
They gonna hit him with. They finna hit that fool with the rape. They gonna hit him with drug trafficking and sex trafficking. They lining him up, bro. That white dude is gonna be the key. They've been at their eyes on that dude. They gonna get that dude to confirm that yes, I have given him this. Yes, I've given it to people to fly. They got a motherfucker on the other end confirming Virginia. The call came in. They finna hit that nigga with the kingpin. He don't even see it coming, bro.
You think so?
Remember, I told you this. They're about to hit his ass. They got trafficking, sex trafficking. They got fucking drug trafficking with this white dude. He's going to line it up. And then they got the rape over there in New York, which is she was under the age of 18.
Now,
They about the kingpin puff, bro.
Wack, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this white dude is thorough. I think he gonna hold it down. He not telling. He not flipping.
You crazy in a
He
motherfucker.
not flipping. No way.
Nigga, that white boy is finna tail. Let me tell you something. Fuck Puffy. Before they came and get him, they already flipped 2-3 other people. They didn't flip 2-3 other people already. Right before they came and got him, you notice they got him right at the motherfucking plane. They could have really been fucked up letting him get on that plane. You see, he had the dope in the bag at the plane.
By the way, I don't think people peep. There was a couple nice looking females with him, which I see the play. You give your girl your real plane, and then you get the rental and go with your other girls. So look like you might have been trying to head to another freak off.
I mean, listen, there's nothing wrong with a freak out, bro. Let's get that right.
Yo, like,
there's nothing wrong. No, listen,
stop
bro.
it.
Bro. Look, I'm going to tell you one thing I don't like, especially with motherfuckers like Cassie and the rest of them. Listen, man. If you are with and agreeing to whatever lifestyle it is a motherfucker living and you're living it with him, cool. Don't get mad later on and all of a sudden, it's a fucking problem. Let's just be real. A lot of street niggas need to hear me. A lot of motherfuckers that go to the chick house, lay their little burner on the fucking table, get the shower, come out, fuck they bitch, right? That same bitch can get mad and be then took a picture of your burner on the table and said, oh my God, he raped me. I did it because he had a gun. He's been to prison. I was scared of him. And then what? Act. Motherfucker, it's dangerous out here. Nigga better find his woman, let his woman find a woman if that's what it is, right? And motherfuckers sit back because it's getting dangerous. Their word is going to be Trump. It's going to trump everything. Even if you beat it in the long run, your name is going to be so fucked up by the time they done dragging it ain't going to be worth nothing. Ain't nobody going to fuck with it.
Hey, Wax, so the prosecutor that worked in the case federally for R. Kelly did an interview and said, hey, they're doing the same thing we did with R. Kelly. Basically, that they're following the same playbook.
Wait, Act. What the fuck did I tell you the other day, bro?
No, you might have been right with that one. Might have been right with that one.
No. What'd I tell you? See, you think because your fucking head is bigger than mine, you know more than me, Act.
Now, sometimes I'll be wondering if you be making stuff up. I ain't gonna lie, because I'll be like, yo, there's no way Wack.
Okay, have I made anything? I think what it is, I'm so straightforward, and I don't give a fuck about how I put it, right? You be thinking I'm on some bullshit. I talked to R. Kelly. I've asked him, how did they get you? He's educated me, bro.
What did he say? You sent me the clip. We're gonna play it on here.
Well, bro, that's the clip from today, right?
Yeah.
But R. Kelly, I've been talking to R. Kelly for like a little over a year now. He's been calling me. I helped him out with the whole Tasha K play so he can get his appeal going. All that was part of that. I did him a solid, right?
Yeah.
But he educated me. He said, Wack, listen, the reason why they dropped the state shit is because the state shit says 17. The law of the land federally is 18. Anytime the feds want to step in and say, we don't give a fuck that it's 17 or 16 in Nevada or Jersey, our law is 18. They can charge you.
That is some weird shit because it doesn't only apply to deal with women underage. It applies to weed. Like weed is legal in Jersey, but weed is illegal federally.
I told you this the other day. I said, bro, all these dispensaries in California that's legal in the state, if the feds want to come right now today and take all of them to jail and charge them with the distribution of marijuana, they can under federal statute because it's not legal. This is why I don't fuck with it. Remember I told you? You like, bro, I don't fuck with that, bro. The feds say it's illegal. I'm not fucking with it. Because the minute I take $10 million and go buy a fucking apartment building or a strip mall, boom, it's money laundering.
Might be right with that one.
The bank won't bank the money. If you walk that money in there and you tell the bank, this came from my marijuana dispensary, they're not banking the money because a bank is a federal building.
Wait, banks don't take money from like
Fuck no.
dispensaries?
Why you think niggas be laying on dispensaries watching the money pick up so they can rob them?
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't bank that shit.
Hey, it is, everybody's having this conversation now. I see everybody finally bold enough to, like, me and you have been talking about this from day one. But there's a lot of people quiet. Everybody's speaking out now. We see Joe even saying, Joe said he's done. Do you think Diddy is done? Is Diddy done?
Yeah, he done. He done. When they put them cuffs on him, it's fucked up. They gonna hit him with the kingpin. Do I think Diddy gonna do a lot of time? No. Because Diddy's gonna kill himself. He ain't doing no time.
Whoa,
but
whoa,
I think he's
no. Hey,
Diddy can't handle that shit. He been up there too long.
No,
bro.
stop it.
Diddy been up there too long.
No, I seen somebody say that. Why the hell, like, would y'all even
Okay, let's be real. Diddy didn't be 24. Fuck it, let's round it off to 30 years. Diddy been up in the sky 30 years or better, right? He has never been subject, right, to the ways of prison, of a motherfucker telling him what to do, him having to be in the cell, shit in front of a motherfucker, showering a motherfucking thing of 15 men. He ain't had to deal with none of this shit. All the shit that come with this shit. He's not at his age. He ain't fucking with that, bro. I don't think he mentally strong enough to fuck with it.
Yeah, but if I'm hearing the stories right about Diddy and that he was moving like a gangster, he been
Diddy is not a gangster. Diddy is a motherfucker with money, with people up under him. He's a boss. He's a boss, and he got some money, so he got people up under that's gonna do what he say do. Get your bitch ass over there. They gonna go over there. Not because they scared of him. They scared of losing their job or their position. Diddy is not a gangster at all. You do not label him a gangster.
Hey,
that ain't gonna be fair to Diddy.
So that associate that got arrested, the white boy, right? I gotta imagine he know Diddy gonna hold him down. You gotta take that drugs. You can't say none of the other shit. You can't say, oh yeah.
Man, that nigga finna tell on Diddy, Itty, Witty, and Lil Itty Bitty. Everybody finna get told on. A few of these other niggas finna get told on. Nigga, what? That's a white boy. That's the risk you take. It's all cool, but nigga, like, that's a white boy up in that motherfucker. That ain't no street nigga up in there. That's a white boy. Fuck you mean? They gonna put, you looking at 15 to 20 unless.
Hey.
What you think you gonna do?
Hey, Wack, could I get my apology? They got it on here. They said that Young Miami she was bringing some pink cocaine on the damn plane, and they even said that Diddy had somebody named Jade, Daphne Joy, which is 50 Cent's baby mama. They were paid a monthly fee to work for Mr. Combs as sex workers.
Okay, now.
You can't spin this one. It's over.
Bringing the drugs is alleged. Now, my thing is this.
Yo, Wack, you tried. I know you tried.
My thing is this. Are you telling me the tax return, the check, the money wire note said sex workers, or did it say another position?
Oh, you gonna do that, Wack? You gonna do that?
Act. Listen, bro.
I know legally it's not gonna say sex worker.
Your platform is one of the most respectable platforms, right, in our country. So we don't spin fake narratives. We got to put it down the way we got to see it. I do come from the 100 side of the trenches, bro. We keep our shit 100. So what I'm saying is, are people saying, well, this is what we assume or think, or is it documented?
So
me and you.
It's alleged in the amended Lil Rod lawsuit that through conversations and otherwise they could verify that Young Miami and two other women were getting paid or were on payroll for their sex work. Now, granted, Diddy is smart. Of course, it's not gonna you're not getting a paycheck that says this is your $20,000 for sex work.
So now the only other way of proving that is if Young Miami and these other 2 or 3 women say, yes, we got paid as sex workers. And the chance of that happening is slim to none.
Right? Are
That's
you
slim to none, bro.
are you surprised that nobody even?
I'm gonna be real, Ad. I'm gonna ask you to keep it gangster. You my brother, right?
Okay, well,
You my brother.
I
We
know.
gonna both keep it real. No,
I know it's a
fuck
reverse
that. This
spin.
for the people. This is for the people, Ad.
Watch this reverse
Me
spin.
and you both. I'm gonna go first.
What?
I'm gonna go first to see if you're gonna keep it 100.
Okay.
You mean to tell me you ain't had a woman in your life that you was fucking, that was your bitch, that you ain't spent 50 on? See, I have.
No, I'll spend money on girlfriends, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, so what the fuck are we talking about? Can your employee still not be one of your significant others?
But if you
He's not married.
but what we don't know Carisha to do any work for Diddy other than sex work.
You're lying. She has a podcast.
Okay, that's true.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yo, you thought about this, didn't you? Yo, whack, whack.
One up for Young Miami.
Yo, whack.
Uh-oh.
Yo, whack. P better be giving you. Yo, P.
First of all, P is my brother.
I know, he my brother too. P.
I'm going to let the world, that's my brother.
Yo.
I'm going to let the world know this. And every Crip, Blood, Russian, Asian, Persian, I don't give a fuck what's going on with P. I'm standing in front of you. I'm going to be that wall. That's a fact. Nigga, his wrong is right, and his right gonna be right. So at the end of the day, when he right, it's gonna be right. So I already know when you come out that man right there, know how I'm coming.
No. I love P.
You know. I don't play that shit with bro.
I love P, but I don't know if P's standing. Like, first of all, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think P might think a little different. Like, I don't think he's not in tune with what's going on here, because I could make a case that maybe Carisha's relationship with Diddy helped mess up the group, because the group got on focus. It got on focus.
No, you can't say that.
You got to say that.
Oh, no.
She was worried about smuggling pink cocaine for Diddy rather than making a song.
The first bump in the road came is when her partner had to turn herself in. Okay? Then the next bump came. It really wasn't a bump, because it was kind of like, she was doing time. Young Miami got pregnant by the homie,
Southside,
right? 808 Mafia guys, right? Got pregnant, right? So then once all that happened, sis come home, they back together as a group. You got some motherly shit going on. I believe kind of like Lil Uzi came into the picture. They have a right to have a personal life, right? Shit happens.
Yo, Wack, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. You know how to spin a motherfucking
This is the fact,
story.
bro. But what I will say is this.
Wack, let me ask you straight up. Wack, let me ask you straight up.
What's up?
The feds is investigating the damn freak offs. They searching this nigga's crib, breaking into safes, looking for evidence for the damn freak off. You don't believe that Young Miami? Don't you believe that she was?
A lot of R&B in this bitch.
Hold on.
Boy, if they gonna see some freak offs going on, I'm listening.
Don't you think that Young Miami, who really I call her Carisha Maxwell, she's the Ghislaine Maxwell of the Diddy Epstein files. She was help orchestrating.
Wait, bro.
What?
There's no Diddy Epstein files. Epstein is already dead already.
No, but it's looking like that.
No, this is a Diddy situation. Was Young Miami?
I don't like that. I don't like everybody abandoning Diddy. You see, you contradicting yourself. Earlier you said everybody was with it, and then now you're saying this is only Diddy. If everybody was with it, everybody was with the program. But what I'm saying is everybody betrayed.
Young Miami was around during the Epstein era, bro.
What I'm saying is that she was doing the same.
Stuttering?
No, she's doing the same thing.
Brother.
She was recruiting girls. Hold on. Wait, no, I got you. You can't spin me.
We clear that up.
Hey,
Mr. Jack.
No. You are not at no jumper. This is not the Adam and Wax show. You cannot spin me like how you
Shout
spinning.
out to the Adam and Wax show too.
Shout out to my man Adam.
Every Sunday at 12 noon.
But here's the thing. You have to remember, one day on Twitter, Young Miami said to another woman, if I wanted you to eat my pussy, I would have told Diddy to make you do it. That don't sound like consensual. That sound like... Does that sound consensual to you, Wax?
Yo, bro, that sounds like simple role play.
What?
Okay? I learned about these things from one of my admins. Her name is Drea. She was breaking down BDSM and leashes and shit like that. It's role play, brother.
Wax. She said... You
Just
got to
because you have
realize.
born sex academics
Hey.
doesn't mean everybody
No,
else
no, no,
has to.
no. They're investigating Diddy for human trafficking and sex trafficking. By the very definition
Having
of
somebody perform oral sex on somebody else willingly is not human trafficking.
no, that's not what you're saying willingly. But when Carisha said it, she said, "If I wanted you to eat my pussy, I would have told Diddy to make you do it." That don't seem like
Can I be real?
what.
I think all this shit is sparked by one dude. I think T.I. didn't put him on Diddy to get him off him.
Wait,
what
what?
happened to the military lady that said he stuck his whole foot in her fucking vajayjay?
Nah, nobody said that. Wait, no, you make this shit up.
I think T.I. didn't put him on Diddy, bro.
Wait. A woman said T.I. stuck his whole foot.
She said she was drugged. She woke up in the bathtub. T.I. stuck his whole foot in her vagina. A military lady. That's a fact. Google it. It's up there. It's a fact.
Nah, he just put a couple toes in there. He ain't put a whole foot.
She said a whole foot, bro.
Why are you trying to divert
Any
this to
nigga
T.I.?
did 12 months in a day
Stop
needs to
it.
go away. But let's get back to it.
Stop it. So
Shout out to my homies from Devil Lane. They laced me on the whole federal
I'm gonna
statute.
see if you're gonna be honest about this because
I'm gonna be honest.
And again, I talked to the guy who thought was white. He's not white, but he was a former Fed.
Tell him my apologies. My apologies.
And he had told me when the first day this happened, he said anybody who got put in cuffs, even if they're not involved or they're not the subject of the investigation, they probably should seek out the help of an attorney. Do you think Young Miami should get an attorney? Because her name is coming up.
Definitely.
Mm.
But her as well as the children as well.
You think Justin Combs needs an attorney? Him and King.
He definitely need one.
Why would you?
He need 2 of them, maybe 3.
What?
That's a fact.
They do it. I'm wondering if there's. Diddy got to feel guilty if say this is some kinky shit he's into. Maybe them freak.
Come on, bro. They fuck the same women sometimes. You know that Diddy and the son. Diddy fuck.
That's
the
a
son.
legend. That's a legend. We don't know that's true.
Ain't no legend. That's a fact.
No, we don't know that's true. Who? No.
That's a fact.
They said Lori Harvey. Lori Harvey said no.
Bro, we gonna show y'all what time it is. We listening.
No. But I'm wondering if Diddy takes a little bit of blame for now. The sons are they're getting looked at crazy now.
Of course he does, bro, because that you got to lead by example. That's example you said. That's what it is.
Man, yo, Wack, I ain't gonna lie, you on some Hannibal Buress shit, man. You just brought this shit up. I don't even remember this happening. I just Googled it. It says later, she said she went back to T.I. and Tiny's hotel room without her friend, who was not allowed to join. She said she showered with T.I. and Tiny, and they and gave each other massage while naked. She said she felt sick, and T.I. put his toes in her vagina. She told him to. Oh man, Wack,
you got athlete's feet too, bro. Cold nigga, man.
Stop, he don't got no athlete's feet, man. Stop it, Wack.
Got athlete's feet, yeah.
Wack, stop it, man. He don't got no goddamn
athlete's feet. Got athlete's feet, bro.
Wack, you gotta stop it, bro.
Yeah, for real. I remember Big Q sent the runner to the store when T.I. was coming in town to record to get some spray or something for his athlete's feet. That's a fact.
Hey, you know when it's gonna get interesting? Listen, if Diddy's doing all this fucking and there's all these men in this and third.
There's nothing wrong with a lot of fucking act.
No. But hear what I'm saying. You know when Usher chilled out? When they start coming out with that herpes shit. And it was like, oh, Usher gave this person gave a man. Usher been chilling. You realize after the Super Bowl where he went.
Why are you throwing Usher?
No. I'm gonna tell you why. Because Usher went to Bali. You know who's in Bali? Like, they're getting out of Dodge. And I'm not saying he went there to run, but he's laying low. Diddy, I think one of the biggest problems with him is that because he's such a identifiable face, and his promo is always by showing his face, he's never laid low. He never laid low. He should have been in Bali doing yoga too.
Have a reason to lay low. First of all, you get to a point with this shit, right? He's been up there 30-some years, right? Okay, now let's be real. The total opposite of Diddy, but in the same lane as Diddy, meaning his face is his promo, is who act? Birdman, right? Now, when you look in the media, right? Birdman, if he's in a relationship, he's always in a long-term relationship. Am I right?
Yeah, from what I've known, yo.
He conducts himself, right? But, the man of the age he is. Diddy, right, is still having fun. He ain't set out yet, bro. He wants to be the man. Diddy want to be the man, and a motherfucker like Birdman know he is the man. And Diddy is the man, but he don't act like it. So he still does all the shit that he does because he feels he's bigger than the program. You got one motherfucker that's mature. Stunner is his own promo. The biggest marketing tool for Stunner is Stunner's face and his voice when he shows up, just like Diddy. But you don't hear Stunner having all these wild ass parties and every fucking 3 months is this shit, that shit, that shit. He carries himself like the man he's supposed to, right? Diddy is still running around here, nigga, like he 19.
Well, okay. So, by the way, did you see that video with him walking around at the airport at Opalaka executive?
Opalaka, I seen that.
Man,
I seen that.
you had to feel bad for him. Like I felt bad for him. It felt like a man.
The only thing I feel bad for is everybody that was with the program, and all of a sudden you wasn't with the program. The producer, sorry to say, all he wanted was his money. I believe if he had been paid, none of this shit.
But ain't that a sucker move though? If you basically turn, if you turn on a nigga just because you ain't get paid some bread when you could sue him for the money, don't.
Is that a sucker move or is that a dumb move on Diddy? Shit, Diddy had just gave the man his little money he owed him because look what it's costing him now. You got to stop trying to bully everybody. Everybody ain't going to fight back the same. Everybody just ain't going to go away, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of motherfuckers that got bullied and they just went away or they just tried to file a lawsuit and they end up having to settle, right? But people work, people shut down and do things, right, for pay. Motherfucker that took 6 months of his life. If you go look at that dude's Instagram, his last 6 months is everything Diddy. Traveling here, there, working out, studio, here, working on that project. It come time to get paid, and a motherfucker dragging his feet, and you know he got paid, motherfucker get mad. Now, depending on who you dealing with, depending on what the reaction of that anger is going to be. Motherfucker like me, I'm going to lay in his bushes.
Hey.
Right?
Everybody keep asking about Fonzworth Bentley. You know who that is, right?
What about Fonzworth Bentley?
He just kind of faded away. He just never, he got know all the secrets.
I mean, who's to know? Who's to know he ain't already talking to the people? That fadeaway shit, hey, that means something. Most people fade away because they boxed in or they forced to.
Hey, serious question. I've explained to my audience before that the behavior of Diddy, even though some people want to act like it's so new or taboo, is that when you get people who they have unlimited access to sex, they might get a little kinkier and kinkier because they trying to get that dopamine rush or whatever.
Nah, fuck all that. When you just on some, Diddy's bisexual. Let's just lay it out there. Right? He bisexual. He
sure?
has a... Bro, I'm listening to too many men. You rubbing niggas' shoulders and grabbing niggas' crotches. I don't give a fuck. Which you bisexual, bro. You like both sexes, right? I've had people over the years come tell me shit, bro, like stylists and gay stylists. Yo, man, dude was aggressive and shit. I was styling this, and then this happened. I had to fucking get out of there. So he's bisexual. That's his thing. I think his problem is he just don't come out the closet. If he'd came out the closet day one, it'd probably be a different story, but he's still trying to hide it. He needs to own his truth, bro.
Hey, somebody actually said that all of this is caused because of homophobia in hip-hop, and if Diddy could have lived his honest truth, he would have never got in trouble.
Bro, if Cassie came at him, he would have stepped out and said, listen, I'm bisexual, I'm being extorted because they know I didn't want it out here, but I'm tired of hiding for my truth. I'm tired of it. That's it. And boom, 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 the community would have stood up with him and would have drowned all that other shit out.
That is true.
I'm telling you, bro.
But I want advice from a manager. You know, and you've managed Game, Blueface. I don't want to put that on no artist you've ever been with, but I'll just make up an artist, right? Say you're dealing with an artist. That artist is lit, one of the hottest rappers in the game. But you notice, you're starting to notice a few things. That artist seems to always, it's not just about like having sex. They're doing a little bit much. You know what I mean? They're starting doing some Diddy shit. You get what I mean? They're having some parties, and then now you're the manager. So they start looking at you and they might say, "Hey, I need you to facilitate this. I need you to go get A, B, and C. I need you to holler at some escorts because we're gonna need some escorts for tonight. We need you to put them on a private jet, fly them over here. Blah 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 blah." How much as a manager do you or where do you draw the line and say that ain't got nothing to do with music and you need an assistant to go do that bullshit or go do it yourself because that ain't got nothing to do with
You
me.
talking about me, Whack 100 as
Yeah.
I am?
Yes, yeah. Your artist is telling you
that ain't got nothing to do with me. That show. Listen, no studio time. You don't need no transportation nowhere. I'm out. Never gonna happen.
so
That's conspiracy.
so that person say, "Yo, I need a mansion because I want to have like a big ass orgy. I'm
I
flying
will provide the mansion.
I'm flying women from all over the place.
I will provide the airline. I will book all their flights.
Okay.
I will provide the catering. I will provide the security at the front gates.
Okay.
I will provide the liquor and make sure that's there. I will provide the DJ. If you want dance, I'll provide all that. Once it's all set up, I'm going to appoint a few people to make sure the house is managed. When it comes to those things, make sure the liquor don't run out, food don't run out, security doing what they're supposed to do, and Whack is out. I'm never going to be around for any signs of anybody getting naked unless we're in booby trap in the motherfucking strip club.
I'm wondering who was that person for Diddy to say, "Yo, Diddy, nah, man, we're not doing this shit tonight."
Yo, Diddy didn't try a few people. You heard when he tried Chris Brown manager, right? What happened, right?
He tried Chris Brown, man. Like, what do you mean? Oh, he tried to fight him?
No, he tried him.
Tried to fuck him?
No. I ain't gonna say that because Ant wasn't going for that. He just told Ant why you don't take your shirt off, man, and get in the pool.
What? No, he didn't.
And told him, man, I'll beat your motherfucking ass playing with me like that. Yeah, showed him that. Yes, he did. Ant wasn't going for none of that shit.
So you don't believe that Diddy is a Jeffrey Epstein of hip hop?
No, I believe Diddy is Diddy. Let Jeffrey be Jeffrey. I believe, Jeffrey was doing some other shit. Not to say we know everything Diddy was doing. And I'm going to keep it real. Like, I don't disagree. Anything involving adults making their own decision, I don't disagree with what he was doing.
Hey, at what point, if you're Diddy, you start to hit the blackmail button, which means like, yo, hey, like, and I don't want to mention no names, but let's say, by the way, this is hypothetical. Be like, hey, yo, Jay, remember when you came to the party and I let you fuck them 5 bitches? You better speak up for me, nigga. Like, he probably has some info on other people that been to the parties. Everybody's quiet. At what point do you use that information to be like, yo, y'all know if I go down, all y'all niggas go down too, right? Y'all niggas better start.
Let me explain something to you, bro. Jay-Z ain't fucked no bitch at no Diddy party, bro. There's nothing dumb about that man. That man know who his wife is. He know he know how media work. He know how niggas work. Jay-Z ain't fucked damn bitch. Ain't did nothing wrong at no Diddy party. I'm willing, out of everybody, right, I can give you 2 people I know for a fact that did nothing wrong at Diddy parties.
Who?
That's motherfucking Jay-Z and that's QCP. I bet everything on it. They went, handled their business, did what they had to do, and got on.
What about Carisha?
Ain't gonna happen. Well, Carisha, bro, him and Carisha were an item, bro. They've been intimate with one another. Of course, you might have went to one of the rooms that's her fucking room where her fucking clothes is at and did whatever with her man, bro. I'm sure. I mean, you telling me, Yak, you never had a threesome with your woman? With another chick?
Yeah, but what's being described here ain't a regular threesome. They talking about drugging people.
What do you mean a regular threesome? What do you mean? Some people, Yak, Listen, a lot of people, I don't. A lot of people get high, bro. A lot of people do cocaine, pills, fucking ecstasy, fucking Molly. Let's fucking be real. A lot of people do these drugs. Some of these drugs are considered sex drugs. They gonna mix it with alcohol. You know this shit. Act like stop capping.
Well, hold on, but again, who knows if that little Rod guy telling the truth? But you know what he also alleged, and we've heard this from Mark Curry and even Gene Deal. They said everybody know at a Diddy party, you got two type of liquor: the liquor that's laced and the liquor that ain't laced. That's already a problem.
Well, I don't know about that, and until they
Hold on,
find
all right, let's go back to your example.
Bottle, until they find a lace bottle, we can't speak on that. Now, this is what we do know, right? We do know from let's say Club Live. Do you need a lace bottle in Club Live as long as the bottles are there and they drink it? Do you need to lace them for a female to feel good by the time you get up to your fucking suite in the Sorrento Tower? Fuck no. It's just liquor. Come on, bro. Let's be real. Listen, 3-4 shots of Don Julio. All right? Some motherfucking 2-3 glasses of fucking champagne. Right? Like, what the fuck we talking about, bro?
Hey,
I mean, let's not put anything else on it. They feeling good, are they not?
If your artist either told you, they instructed you to either lace liquor, or they instructed you to go get like illicit drugs, like for example, in there they said
happen.
like your artist said, yo, I need
happen.
some cocaine laced with a little bit of fentanyl because we
Not
finna
gonna
have
happen.
a good night tonight.
None of my artists do drugs. I ain't never had to deal with that, but it ain't gonna happen. Not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. Even if they need that, they're never gonna bring that to me. Not gonna happen. Too much respect. But my artists don't fuck around like that. Gang don't fuck around like that. Gang may have a drink every now and then or some shit. He might smoke weed occasionally. Blueface the same way. It's not gonna happen.
Hey, what do you think Mace is sitting on? No Diddy, like he seemed like he's sitting on No Diddy with that, but he feels somewhere about it. He hasn't said it, but on his show, every time
Mace needs to get out his feelings. I've talked to Mace about this shit on Clubhouse, right? Because I don't feel Diddy did nothing wrong to Mace. Mace, you read the contract, signed the contract. When you got the millions of dollars, you wasn't complaining. Shit happened how it happened. Maybe you learned the game and realized you could have did a better deal, but you didn't. That's your decision. He didn't put a gun to your head. So, I be telling Mace, like, come on, bro. You, like, my nigga, that's the case. You did the same contract with Fabio, right? He was a stand-up brother. He retracted some of the terms of that contract later on, but that's not to stop it to say you didn't give Fabio $5,000. Right? Now, when you did the contract with the major, he did right by Fabio. But that initial contract, people could read that initial contract and say, mate, what kind of shit is this? He made it right. He did eventually make it right.
Now, well, I think we talking beyond contracts. So you got to think about it. It's like Mace left
everything's about the contract with them, bro.
Mace left that situation and became a pastor. He must have seen some shit.
That's his personal business.
He must have seen some shit over there. He said, like, I need to get closer to God. Because what the hell y'all got going? What type of freak off was this?
Mason got closer to God, left God, came back to him, left him again halfway back in the suit on the podcast. But fucking Cameron, let's keep it real. Cameron is a wolf. He a renegade. Nigga, he gonna beat Cameron. You know that. Right? So, in the day, what I'm saying is I don't think Diddy did anything wrong to Mace. I think Mace just feels like Diddy could have been more fair to him. But business is business. If Mace would have negotiated what was in front of him, then I think Diddy would have negotiated and probably gave him a better deal.
Okay. All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm about to play this R. Kelly audio real quick, and I'm gonna call you back.
All right, for sure. All right.
Because people gotta hear it. All right, people. My bad. I know we had 2 calls back to back. I'm sorry. We're still getting into this, a lot of stuff, and I'm kind of like glossing over certain things because I'm on the phone and things like that. But I do want to show y'all. There's some more footage and like pictures of like how major the raid was. So they blocked off entrance apparently to the island, right? Or they were either monitoring a possible exit. Remember I told you about Star Island. There's only one way in, one way out, right? Star Island, you look at it here. This is the road that connects it right here. I'm sorry. This road right here connects it. So they blocked it off over here to make sure that, say, people were trying to flee, you couldn't really do that, right? There's some more shit here. Give me a second. So that's where they blocked off. And then now it's saying Uncle Sam sent the cavalry for the operation because not only were the boots on the ground, but there was a chopper as well. So they had it wasn't only media in the sky. Apparently this was a airplane that belonged to the feds or probably some type of local government helping. Then they said when any army of law enforcement, when an army of law enforcement swarmed Diddy's house, the Miami grounds were just as infiltrated, although it looks like the raid was a little bit more low-key, as Star Island is quite literally sectioned off from the public, so less gawkers. So it looked like they showed up on boats too. Yes. Here we go. Holy shit. You know there's something going on. They just they rushed this nigga's house by sea, land, and air. Like, God damn it. If they're running down on you by sea, land, and air, you're fucked.
Guilty by association.
But is that like Coast Guard right here? I see like a little siren. You see that? Right here?
Guilty by association.
But over here, you can see people in bulletproof vests. These look like agents. Holy shit. Wow. Crazy operation. I had said this operation cost at least $100,000. I think I severely underscored it. I think this operation cost at least like $500,000. There's so many things, so many people to mobilize. They stayed there so long. They brought out like a mobile headquarters to set up shop outside the house for quicker processing. I think this is a huge fucking deal. And that's just the raid. Now we're going to have to deal with, they're going to get information from the house and they're going to have to watch hours, if not days full of footage to see if anything would probably help. And who knows how long the footage that was recorded at the house lasts for. Maybe it lasts for only like 3 days, a week, 2 weeks. Maybe it lasts for a month, or maybe it lasts for years, which obviously that's what they would want, right? Let me see what it says.
Diddy a lot. It was Puff Daddy was like, yeah, we want you to come and be in this video. I ain't on every scene. You feel me?
Right.
I just vibe with my folks. So when people call up all the time, like, yo, come be in the video and all that, I don't just be.
You don't be pulling up unless you
like
want.
that.
Yeah.
Nah,
Did you party with Diddy a lot?
Oh no, not really. I would go to the party and leave early.
Why wouldn't you stay late?
I go to the party and leave early. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't invited to too many of those parties.
Why didn't you stay late, like after hours? Did it get crazy after that, or what?
I don't know what goes on after hours, but
He wasn't trying to find out.
I wasn't trying to find out. I know my place. You feel? I know my place.
Yeah.
So I went to a couple. New Year's Eve parties.
Right.
I mean, I know Puff before Puff became super big like that. He a cool dude. I mean, all the shit going on with him. I feel sorry for him and his family, more so his kids.
His kids, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
People got
Facts.
kids.
Okay. Going back to what he said, and then we'll get to what May said afterwards. But this is the ending of Uncle Luke speaking about, and he said this today, about nobody really saying shit.
When you sleep and shit. And then, don't they raid your house? And they have a search warrant and they have something, they want to lock you up? That's kind of interesting to me. They all the guns and the tanks and shit for some cell phones. I know I'm from the hood. And I know, boy, back in the days, you were doing some wild shit, then you had to worry about them people coming at night, at early in the morning. You know what I'm saying? They come while your ass sleep, and then they come and get you. Because they want to have a conversation with you. Even in the movies. Even in the fucking movies they raid at night. Broad daylight, 12 o'clock in the daytime. I'm going through a lot of documents in this garage. See, I keep all the documents. All the documents. You never know when you need them. Especially the release forms. See the difference?
Wow. You see how serious this situation is, like, and I'm pretty sure he's not gonna say it, but I think Uncle Luke, he's kind of realizing, a lot of the fun. Keep in mind, all of this shit is happening while recently Hulu just released a Freaknik documentary. You get what I mean? Which is kind of like, glorifying and but kind of showing some of the problematic, maybe behavior of what was considered fun in the 90s or 80s, going forward. But it looked like now, when it comes to like Diddy, people are saying, oh, well, some of the fun or what y'all were doing in freak offs, hey, the police gonna look at that. And I think this is one of the reasons why Uncle Luke is like, shit, you was the wild guy. He's like, shit, I got my releases. Let me make sure I still got them bitches in case they try to come for me.
Is I used to let me just say this, right? If there was anybody hurt or anybody violated or anybody treated any type of way or by anybody in any of them situations, that shit go to court and it comes out. And if your ass did something wrong, then your ass need to go to jail. Right? I'm a firm believer of that because, everybody got daughters. Ain't nobody want nobody violating their daughter. But at the same time, we have to understand that.
Okay, I'm gonna go briefly to so the prosecutor that operated on the R. Kelly case. We're gonna play the R. Kelly audio with Wack shortly, but the prosecutor that operated on that case, they actually did an interview and they're comparing what's going on with Diddy to R. Kelly. Look,
is being modeled on the investigation that brought down music superstar R. Kelly almost 2 years ago. And in that case, the federal government used allegations that were made in civil lawsuits against R. Kelly to bring criminal charges. Nadia Shihata was one of the prosecutors who got R. Kelly convicted of sex trafficking. She's now a defense attorney and happens to be here with me live. Nadia, thank you so much for stepping in. So first of all, your reaction to the news you're seeing, to the two raids, all of the material that I've just provided prior to you coming on, and the news that the feds are modeling this case after your case.
Yeah, I mean, it's big news. Obviously, taking an overt step in an investigation of searching two homes means the investigation is well underway here. They've clearly have probable cause to believe a federal crime has been committed and that evidence of that crime or multiple crimes would be found in the two locations that they searched. So this is big news. And if I'm P. Diddy or his lawyers, I'd be very concerned at this point.
The biggest concern, as I understand it, and check me if I'm wrong here, is that when people sign non-disclosure agreements, as may have happened in P. Diddy's world, in big celebrities' world, it happens all the time. That's that, right? Doesn't matter if you file a civil lawsuit. But when the feds come knocking, NDAs mean nothing. Is that what you found in the prosecution of R. Kelly? All of these lawsuits and these accusers or people who may have been covered by NDAs, the floodgates were open and they could tell you everything, AKA, is that possibly happening here?
That may well be happening here. An NDA, when push comes to shove, is not going to trump a grand jury subpoena or a federal agent.
and by the way, usually most NDAs actually say you can't tell your friend what happens here, but if you are instructed legally and lawfully by a court, you can. So most NDAs will actually tell if they want to inform the person signing of their rights. They're going to tell them, yeah, this NDA means nothing once the cops come. Like, yeah, this only means you can't tell your friend and go gossip on social media, talk a bunch of shit. But otherwise, yeah.
Or prosecutor asking you questions, but I wouldn't say that they have no effect. NDAs can make people very reluctant and hesitant to speak to law enforcement. So if it's someone that law enforcement is not already aware of. They may be wary to, themselves contact law enforcement to provide information. And so they can still deter people in that sense.
But once they know they're safe, they can speak, which I think is always, well, it's a concern if you're the target. And we are told that Diddy is indeed the target of this investigation. Nadia Shihada, thank you so much for being on. I'll call you again.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Let me go through two things really quickly. So,
Thank you for watching.
Sorry.
Go to news.
So let me kind of look at what the law is. So essentially, and again, we're kind of assuming here, but we're trying to like play this out and trying to get as much information as possible. If we're going to think about what Diddy is probably facing, the most applicable laws that would probably come into play that federally they would be looking at him for is either sex trafficking or human trafficking, right? So we're going to look at what legally that's defined as. Obviously, they're going to probably try to trump it up with some additional charges of if they found drug possession, and maybe like weapons possession. But those things, even though those are still serious, because we do know like if you get caught with a gun, an illegal gun, or if you're a felon, which I don't know if that he is, but those could have years in jail consequences too. But the main thing that would be it's over. It would be clearly human trafficking or sex trafficking. Actually, let's actually even look up the R. Kelly case real quick. R. Kelly found guilty. What exactly did he get found guilty of? He faced allegations of sexual abuse. The accounts went back to his start of career, blah, blah. He was jailed for 30 years after being found guilty of 8 counts of sex trafficking. Okay. So it's sex trafficking and 1 count of racketeering. Was that in a federal court? Was that in a federal court? I know he was actually charged. Look, in Chicago.
After sentencing, supporters of R. Kelly shot.
Okay. A judge sentenced him to yeah, a 20-year. Okay, yeah. So the Northern District of Illinois actually did this one, and then there was a state case, I believe, in New York, consecutive to his New York sentence. They say he's a sexual predator who uses fame and wealth to abuse victims and show no remorse. Oh, wow. Okay. This was a very interesting thing. What was the racketeering? So if we're just going, like, we're just trying to be smart with this, like, it looks like they're looking at him for sex trafficking. We're going to look up the law for that in a second. Racketeering. Why was it racketeering though? Well, I guess they're saying he created a criminal enterprise of how he was procuring these women and moving them around. That's the enterprise. Actually, I just kind of like fucking answered my own question, which that's good. Let me just watch a little thing of this.
Trafficking, and you might hear racketeering and think, isn't that for mafia bosses?
Okay.
But this was part of a unique strategy on the part of federal prosecutors.
Yeah, see, that's what the federal prosecutors do something different. That's why they get all the gangs, because once they say you have built an organization, which means you have a systematic way of doing a crime, and you have people, places, and money involved. As long as there's a crime being committed, that is kind of racketeering, right? Now, obviously, you use it at the highest level. Well, let me not say the highest level. You use it at levels for like a mafia or like the mob, right? When they have an organization of moving drugs and punishing people or killing people or ordering murders, but you can't get the guys who's pulling the trigger when they're the power players. So you get them with a RICO charge because they're making they're calling the shots. They're just not pulling the trigger, right? But they use a racketeering charge to get Kelly. Damn.
To introduce sexual assault allegations that were well outside the statute of limitations. And at the center of this case, Lester, was the story of Aaliyah, a pop singer who many people know died tragically in a plane crash in 2001. According to testimony, she met R. Kelly when she was just 12 years old. A witness, a compelling witness for the prosecution, said that she actually walked in on R. Kelly performing a sex act with Aaliyah when she was either 13 or 14 years old. We then heard from one of his employees that at the age of 15, he bribed an official in Illinois to get a...
Okay, all right. Wow, okay, so let's look at the federal law when it comes to sex trafficking. It says sex trafficking is recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, obtaining, patronizing, or soliciting of a person for the purposes of a commercial sex act, in which the commercial sex act is induced by force, fraud, coercion, or in which the person is induced to perform such an act that has not attained 18 years of age. Okay, so the first part is clearly sex trafficking would occur if, or you would imagine that it would apply here if they're searching two different places in two different states, right? And Diddy constantly moves between both. For example, with Cassie had stories about New York, also LA, right? So you know he was flying her all over the place. That would be transportation. So we check this box. The next box is where the Commercial Sex Act, and we probably got to get a definition of what Commercial Sex Act means. But anyway, it says in which the Commercial Sex Act is induced by force. Now, according to Cassie, she felt, she was forced, maybe not physically, but she was under force and under duress to basically do these things to please him, and just by nature of the fact that he controlled not only all her finances, he controlled her life. Like, I mean, even her medical records was going to him before she could get access to it. And then apparently when she tried to leave, he would send people around her to kind of induce or like kind of put some fear in her that she could kind of act right. So this would kind of come down to sex trafficking. You get what I mean? Now, here's the thing about it. The sex trafficking is going to, I would imagine they were trying to get, like, if they do bring charges against Diddy, they want it to be so overwhelming, he's fucked. So they're going to say, okay, we're going to bring multiple counts. Cassie, that's one count against Mrs. Ventura. The 17-year-old at the time, I don't know her name now, she would be one count. Lil Rod, if that was a thing, that would be a count. Other people, and I got to imagine that they've done their due diligence and interviewed people. You know what struck me, which I didn't talk about last time, right? So Cassie lawyer spoke, and I got to think that the lawyer spoke with the permission of Cassie, right? It says Cassie's lawyer called out Sean Diddy Combs depraved conduct after Homeland Security raided two of his homes. This is what Cassie's lawyer said. We will always support, and notice it says we will always support law enforcement when it seeks to prosecute those that have violated the law. Now, what this tells me is that this lawyer probably walked Cassie into some type of meeting with the feds, and Cassie probably is going to be testifying against Diddy. Or Cassie has provided information that could help this investigation, maybe trying to verify what does she have, what she left out of the lawsuit, maybe tapes that, remember she constantly said Diddy would show her tapes to embarrass her, to be like, hey, remember you fucking all these niggas? You get what I'm saying? So, who knows? Perhaps, it's not even perhaps, Cassie's going to be cooperating, clearly. Like, if they're commented on this, who the hell would the cops want to talk to and get as a witness more than Cassie? Which, by the way, Cassie has literally taken down Diddy. And again, I'm not saying it's not Diddy's fault or whatever, but still, imagine this finesse. You get paid by the motherfucker, and you probably signed NDAs, right? Remember, she signed NDAs back in the day, probably. But then she sued, right? And Diddy paid her off and probably had her sign new NDAs that she can't file again, she can't write a book, she can't do this, she can't do that. And now she gets to legally break the NDA once again by cooperating with the government to get Diddy locked up. Cassie, I don't know what did. Well, obviously, I was going to say I don't know what Diddy did to Cassie, but clearly we know. But Cassie is the person who's going to sink Diddy. Imagine getting paid $50 million or $30 million, whatever that number is, and then working with the cops to send that nigga to jail. Cassie won. Got paid and still gonna get quote-unquote justice, right? Damn, that's crazy. So Cassie's lawyer celebrated Diddy's homes being raided. Yeah, that sounds like a lawyer who's been working with her client beyond the settlement that Diddy gave, working with her client to deal with the feds in making sure, because here's the thing too, and there's a lot of muddy waters. When you're dealing with the federal authorities, especially in a situation like this, remember, according to Cassie was helping to procure these escorts. She was the one searching for, hey, I'm looking for the nigga with the biggest dick in town, big black dick or whatever Diddy told her to do. I could imagine maybe she has signed some type of proffer agreement, signed some type of immunity agreement that she doesn't get charged, right? Now, granted, she's a victim of some sorts, but if there are other victims, they might have felt that Cassie facilitated them being victimized. Do you get what I'm saying? So Cassie, I do believe, probably spoke to the feds. Probably, with their lawyer, says, hey, we'll cooperate whatever you need. We probably got some extra shit we could give you and you could lock up Diddy, but we got to make sure that Cassie is number one, always seen as a victim, because she is a victim. And the understanding of law enforcement is that anything that you're talking about with her that she might have admitted that she done was done under duress and done at the force, right? Or the fear of threat from Sean Puffy Combs. Do you get what I'm saying? Wow. That's some shit. Okay, so actually I got some new documents here. And by the way, it's getting interesting because there's so many moving parts, and I think some people just don't want to be involved. And you're getting to realize that, number one, this ain't the streets. A lot of these people have either careers or families. There's nobody trying to stand with a fucking sexual deviant. Everybody's quickly trying to say, hey, get me out of the lawsuit, get me out of this. And they're down to put out statements, or they're down to just say, man, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I don't know too much, but I'll tell you whatever you want to know about Diddy. I'll tell you about someone who's doing that shortly. But before we get to that, this is a sample of Diddy's. Hold on, give me 1 second. Is it this? Okay, this is a sample of Diddy's NDA. This is a standard NDA for Diddy. Okay, so it's a standard Combs NDA. Check this out. The confidentiality agreement is made effective Friday, blah, 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 on behalf of you. The term you shall include you, your estate, each corporation, and or business entity in which you have ownership or beneficial interest, and any and all persons or entities owned and controlled by you or such businesses. Example, affiliates, officers, directors, managers, accountants, and agents, and all of your respective heirs, executors, representatives, administrators, employees, licensees, successors, and assigns. Okay, all right. Now it says Sean Diddy Combs' privacy is highly valued, and all efforts will be made to maintain confidentiality with respect to all information and all material of any kind, and other material of any kind, including without limitation the terms, conditions, and existence of this agreement. So basically, the first thing they want you to know is even this agreement is going to be protected. So this agreement is, you shouldn't let people know you signed the NDA, right? So this should be secret. Concerning or related to directly to blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm not trying to read every single thing. I'm trying to get to the meat and potatoes. Okay, so it says, so pretty much it says this NDA also protects anyone related or affiliated and or indirectly the artist or any person, corporation, associated with the artist, personally or professionally, including without limitation, family members, relatives, past or present, fiancés, husbands, wives, boyfriends, girlfriends. Now we know Diddy's never been married to a man, but I think they're just putting everything. Boyfriends, girlfriends, friends, and business associates. Oh, and I guess it means husbands of people associated with Diddy. So it's covering everybody who Diddy knows, okay? All right. You shall not put a time disclose directly or indirectly to anyone the following information, any information acquired to you by the manner or medium or by any means whatsoever in a time, Okay. You can't talk about the financial affairs or personal life and all such artist business activities, entertainment activities, financial affairs, or personal life, and all such information shall be deemed confidential, private, secret, and sensitive, and kept by you as confidential information. Wait, I keep reading the same line. I'm sorry. Unless artist otherwise advises you in writing, in artist's soul's discretion. So Diddy could give you permission, but he has to give you permission in writing, not verbally, because people could be like, "Oh no, Diddy had told me I could say this." No. You need it in writing, or else you could be sued. B, any and all information described in paragraph 1A, include without limitation pictures, recordings, records, documents, property, merchandise, and other information related to artists and their personal, professional, or any other activities. Okay. C, without limited foregoing, without artists prior, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Any sound, lightness, activities. Okay. So pretty much this is like an ironclad, like, NDA, which means, you come to his house, you go to his office, you go around him. Please do not say nothing about nothing. You know what I mean? Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Chad. Okay, look. All right. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, this is so long and boring. I'm not gonna read through it. But basically, this is like an ironclad NDA, which means you can't talk about anything. Let me see if it in some NDAs it might tell you what the penalties are if you do break it. The agreement of this term to keep all information confidential and not use prohibited material shall commence on the first date above and continue for the life of the artist. So it lasts until Diddy's dead, plus 20 years, or 70 years from now, whichever is longer, right? Damn, okay. I see something about videotapes. You can't distribute photographs, videotapes, film, audio tapes, nothing. Okay. You sign that, you're not being forced to sign it, which I think anytime someone's trying to break an NDA, they usually make the point that I wasn't signing it like willingly. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily say. Sometimes it'll have like penalties if you do break it. But anyway, okay. That's just a Diddy NDA right there, okay? I don't want to get into the minute details of it, but it's clearly long, boring, and pretty much makes that nobody could ever say nothing about Diddy, period. Anyway, Mace has spoken about, this whole situation. And if you don't know, Mace was a Bad Boy artist for a long time, and he worked close with Diddy, and then they kind of fell out. He went to the church, and, obviously his opinion about this whole thing was obviously wanted or needed by the fans who are interested in people who used to be around Diddy and what they know or what they think. This is how he spoke about it.
Hey, how you doing?
Killer, I'm doing good, man. Reparations is getting closer and closer. I'll be sure to give you your percentage.
I ain't had nothing to do with that money. That's all yours, man. I was on the next boat. Yeah, man.
Oh, man.
Closer and closer.
Closer and closer. Okay. The big payback.
This has been the last year. Has really kind of been the big payback for you, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay. You kind of last week. You went Destiny.
Yeah.
You went Destiny. You know what happened yesterday, right?
Yeah, man. That's what I'm trying to say. It's going crazy.
What happened?
I'm gonna let you start. What did you see that happen?
What's up, man? How you doing? Man. I was on the next boat. Yeah, man.
Oh, man.
Closer and closer.
Closer and closer. Okay. The big payback.
This has been the last year. Has really kind of been the big payback for you, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, Gina, thank you. I did turn the mic up.
You kind of last week, you went Destiny Life After Death. And it was also the Diplomat Immunity album, 21st anniversary. Shit going on. Shit's going on.
Reparation.
Yeah, man. I was just saying this. Yesterday was kind of.
That's eerie, man.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. It was just
that was crazy.
That's kind of crazy, man. I had no idea that, the internet lets you know, because I don't be knowing these dates for my albums or other people's albums, but They will remind you, man.
Yeah.
That's all you seen?
In a lot.
Well, that's what I seen. That's what I
I
always
seen helicopters, all kind of stuff.
Okay.
It's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Life after death.
Yeah. Anyway, I definitely want to say, and by the way, so we're gonna pull up some of the information about, and all this. There hasn't been any affidavits filed, criminally yet. Once it'll be publicly unless it's sealed, which I can imagine certain things, for example, like the search warrant is sealed right now. But when actual criminal affidavits are filed, we will definitely pull those. What did happen in the last couple of days is that there's been an amendment to the affidavit, or actually the civil lawsuit that was filed by Lil Rod. And this amendment gives more details to what's being alleged, that how Diddy operates, how other people facilitate. And again, if I could imagine the feds are probably trying to talk to Lil Rod, it also then says that there is somebody cooperating, but it's not cooperating on a criminal level. And because I've seen people incorrectly speak about that, there is nobody officially cooperating on a criminal level. We could assume Cassie. We don't have confirmations, Cassie. But what happened is that in this criminal lawsuit, no, not criminal, I mean civil lawsuit that Lil Rod filed, you had an executive who essentially gave a statement to get her name out of the lawsuit. So there's someone named Ethiopia who used to run, what's the name of that? Used to run Motown. I think they probably still do run Motown. Like, they were very helpful with QC, becoming what it was. And they were under the Capitol umbrella. They were included in this lawsuit, and they got actually taken out. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm going to bring the lawsuit up. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. So, once again, it's just a Lil Rod lawsuit. Pretty much most of the same stuff is there. Oh, actually, is this a front page? Where is the full thing? Oh, my bad. I had the full thing here, chat. Give me a second. Is it this? Yeah, this is it. Sorry. Okay, sorry. So here's a lawsuit, and you're gonna notice that there's one person missing, and the person missing. So all these people are being sued: Sean Combs, Justin Combs, Cuba Gooding Jr., Lucian Grange, Kristen Coram, Love Records, Motown Records, Universal Music Group, Combs Global, whatever. One person is actually missing from the lawsuit, and the person that's missing is actually this person named Ethiopia. And give me 1 second that I want to kind of explain to you, because people are, they're doing this lady kind of wrong. They're saying like she's cooperating, which, by the way, if you're in the music industry, granted, if the government forces you to cooperate, you got to do what you got to do. But if you're cooperating with a fucking civil lawsuit, like, bro, you're done. Like, you know what I mean? Like, your career is done, which that's not what she's doing. But I'll explain to you what's happening. Here we go. Is it this? Okay. Copy link. All right. So they filed something in court, which is this. It's a notice of voluntary dismissal, which basically said, hey, the plaintiff, Rodney Jones, Lil Rod, is going to give notice that the above caption action is voluntarily dismissed with prejudice against defendant Ethiopia Habertamuriam. And the reason why they said, I have another document that actually say what's going to happen. They said they did it because she's going to provide a, okay, actually I have it right here. I have that right here. Sorry. Right here. So this is a lawyer for Lil Rod. It says, hey, dear judge, I'm writing your honor with an update regarding the above referenced matter on behalf of the plaintiff. On March 21st, the plaintiff entered an agreement with defendant Ethiopia. Under this agreement, in exchange for a declaration that would be appended to the forthcoming amended complaint, the plaintiff has agreed to dismiss all claims against Ethiopia with prejudice. Furthermore, the plaintiff has elected to dismiss claims against Chalice Records, but they plan to keep suing just separately in state court. The decision enables the plaintiff to refile in Los Angeles, exactly as I said. Also, there's been constant contact, blah, blah, blah. They're talking about how hard it is, or they're saying defendant Sean Combs is like bullying people. That's what they're saying. So, anyway. Okay. All right. Now, let me bring up this amended lawsuit, and we're going to talk about some of the... Where is it? Is this the amended one? Yeah, cool. So this is the amended one. And this is where we find the information about Carisha, right? Okay. So here's the amended lawsuit. If you're talking about the declaration should be an attached. Let me see. Attachment B. Attachment. Can we just find the attachments? Attachment B, which is... Okay, this is the declaration of Ethiopia. So essentially, she wasn't into none of the freaky weird shit. So like her name being on this lawsuit, she probably just wanted to get her name off. She's like, yo, I'll give a declaration of exactly what jobs I did for all of these people that you're claiming did something to. I'll just tell you what my involvement was, which I never did nothing freaky and unsexual. I'll do that, but take me off of this fucking lawsuit. I guess they agreed, and this is her declaration. I, Ethiopia, declare according to this the following. I have personal knowledge of the facts set forth herein, which are known to me to be true and correct, and if called upon to testify, I could completely testify to these things. Okay? She says, I began my employment with Universal Music Publishing Group in January 2003. Around 2014, I got promoted to president of urban music and co-head of creative at UMPG. Around 2014, I was given the president of Motown. Hold on, my bad. I can't see much. Motown Records and executive of vice president of Capitol Music Group, and I reported directly to Steve Barnett. In and around 2021, I became chairman of Motown Records, Love Records. She says, in around 2022, I entered an agreement with Love Records, obtained the right to distribute one album being produced by them, the Love album. They were aware, UMG was aware, and authorized Motown to enter into this license agreement with Love Records. To the best of my recollection on the agreement, Motown Records agreed to pay or reimburse Love Records for certain invoice recording costs incurred by Love Records for the making of the Love album. I'm not personally aware of any financial sponsorship by Motown or UMG of any Love Records listening parties or writing camps. By the way, this is where they said the freak offs originated. So she's given the statement by saying, yo, hey, I worked for this. I did work on this album, or like we signed them for this album, but I wasn't into no freaky shit. To my knowledge, neither Motown Records nor UMG would have organized or ran any listening parties or writers' camps. By the way, this is where Lil Rod claimed that the freak shit started. For the Love album, okay, I am not personally aware of any cash payments made from Motown's or UMG to Love Records or Mr. Combs. Instead, as I said, to my best of my recollection, under the license agreement, Motown would have paid or reimbursed Love Records for only certain invoice recording costs. Since leaving Motown Records in 2022, I have no involvement with Love Records. She signed her name, and that's what it is. Okay, we got the NDA from here as well, and okay, so let's actually go up, and we're gonna find some new information. By the way, there's also some text messages. I think they've now populated in here. Okay. All right. I actually wrote down. I wrote down some time. Okay, I got the times. Here we go. or I wrote down the pages, I mean. So one amended thing that I didn't see before is this, okay? And this is where it basically terms Carisha Brownlee as exactly what she is, a fucking sex worker. I'm sorry to tell y'all, okay? I know y'all like to, we could call them a singer, but clearly this is all cosplaying. When you're selling like 30 records, you're performing at Olive Garden, like you're not really making money off music. You get to realize that the money and the millions that you do have came from you sucking Diddy's dick. I'm sorry to say. And again, this is an assumption, but still, this is the thoughts of only academics. All right, I got to say that not to get sued. Anyway, this was added to the case. It says, upon information and beliefs that defendant Lucian Grange, in his capacity as CEO of UMG, authorized Motown and Universal Music Group to provide financial resources to defendants Sean Combs and Love Records through wire transfer to the defendants Sean Combs and Love Records accountant Robert Greenhill. Upon information and belief, Ms. Greenhill ensured the wiring, funds transfer, and cash payments to sex workers were completed. Now, this is where he's alleging that, these are actually, sex workers that Diddy was paying. It says defendant Christina Coram, through her direct reports, Frankie Santella, Moy Bond, and Brendan Paul, who we now see, right? See Brendan Paul, just got arrested, would negotiate the fees of the sex workers received and would ensure that the workers are paid in one of the manners detailed above. According to the plaintiff Jones, defendant Sean Combs bragged about having several women on a monthly stipend. According to plaintiff Jones, the women who receive these payments are Carisha Romika Brownlee, aka Young Miami, Jade Ramey, aka Jade, and Daphne Joy Cervantes Navarez. What the fuck is a long ass name? Aka Daphne Joy. They were paid a monthly fee to work as Mr. Combs' sex workers. Based on the information and belief, they received payment via wire transfer. Now, this is actually a pretty interesting accusation here because, without some type of proof or a recording of Diddy saying it, you see how Wack was spinning? They're going to be able to go to court, or a prosecutor got to think, well, yeah, Diddy was paying Carisha, but how do we know what part of the payment was for pussy, and how do we know what part of the payment was for the podcast? Or maybe he hired her to do a show, or maybe he was supplementing her record deal. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be hard to prove that if there was money transfer, especially wire. It's gonna be easy to prove if there were wire transfer because the bank's gonna give a history when subpoenaed, but it's going to be hard to prove if it was for sex work unless it's explicitly said that it was a sex work, unless if you're the feds, you need one of these people to turn, right? Look, it says Frankie Santella, Moy Bond, and Brendan Paul. They would negotiate the fees for the sex workers. If one of them turns and says, yes, Diddy did give me money to pay his sex workers, it was my job to find a common ground of what I could get them paid, and I would take some money off the top. If one of those guys say that, whoa, Diddy's in cuffs. So if Brendan Paul says that he was being paid to negotiate fees for sex workers for Diddy, that is something where Diddy would undoubtedly get indicted. That's the definition of sex trafficking. That's the definition of, again, that just shows a pattern of behavior, and we already have victims, right? Wow. During the 10-year preceding the filings of this action, all defendants did cooperate jointly. Okay, cool. It's so interesting because I feel like this lawyer even took they looked at the R. Kelly criminal, and they probably looked at the R. Kelly civil cases, and they wrote there's kind of just alike because they're bringing up even racketeering acts and shit. These acts aren't charged, and Diddy hasn't gotten hit with anything, but they're mentioning a particular type of act that would be only I guess you're being held liable for it in the civil proceeding, but that's a term you would normally hear in a criminal proceeding, racketeering. Like, holy shit. Let me see if I can find some more information. See, and by the way, this is why it fulfills that sex trafficking thing I was saying. Through the relevant periods, defendants Sean Combs and Love Records use their financial resources and their general business partners to provide to solicit potential artists, creators, musicians, and producers, and they did it and relied on mail, email, social media, text, WhatsApp to disseminate misleading information to profit from free label of these artists. In addition to being forced to work for free, they use their power and influence to force these creatives to solicit sex workers and engage in unwanted sexual encounters with sex workers. They also use power and influence to purchase and distribute illegal firearms and drugs. And as a general business partner of Sean Combs, blah blah, in a defendant Lucian Charles Grange in his capacity of whatever, they should be equally held liable for the commission of these acts. Wow. Okay. You see? Now they're detailing threats. Defendants Sean Combs, Love Records, Justin Combs, and Christine Coram didn't disclose to the individual they were solicited the fact that they would be drugged, required to sleep with sex workers, and forced to work for days at a time without compensation. As it relates to Plaintiff Jones, defendant Sean Combs, Love Records, and Christine Coram controlled his ability to travel. See, that's another thing. You see, when we talk about sex trafficking, human trafficking, that is like a textbook definition of what qualifies for sex trafficking and human trafficking. And even think about how they're looking at, and this is another country. Romania is investigating Tristan Tate and Andrew Tate for human trafficking. And one of the things that makes something human trafficking is if you limit their ability to travel. For example, you take their passport, you have people watching them, you limit or remove their financial capability of leaving. So limiting their ability to travel actually goes into kind of establishing that sex trafficking thing. They said they did not provide him with full compensation for the work he provided. As a result, he did not have the finances, as I said, to return home. Without defendants Sean Combs, Love Records, and Christina Coram paying for it on several occasions in Miami. He asked him for permission to visit his family for their birthdays. He would say no. They went as far as threatening him by saying if he left, he would not be paid for work he had done, would not be allowed to return, and would not be receive the promised Grammy, expensive property, and participation in other projects. Wow. Okay, we read some of this. Remember, there's pictures here. Ooh, so now they're talking about Brendan Paul, which is the guy who got arrested. As part of the scheme, defendants required their artists, creators, musicians, and producers to visit strip clubs wearing whatever and solicit. Oh, they're saying that they would wear this hat, the bad boy hat. Wow. Wow. Talking about Rico here. Okay. The other part that I found interesting was hold on. Okay. Let me go to what is this? Oh, they're saying people were trying to bribe others to give information about this dude. Okay, here's a little bit more about Brendan Paul. So they're saying a part of this RICO, it says Stevie J, he's a recruiter. Combe solicits prostitutes, underage girls, and sex workers, and he would engage in freak offs. Brendan Paul works as Mr. Combs' mule. Wow. Acquires and distributes Mr. Combs' drugs and guns. Frankie Santella works alongside Brendan, While Brendan acquires and distributes his guns and drugs, Frankie carries the money and pays for the drugs and guns. Moy Bond hires sex workers and participates in there. Wow. So we have a video of Mr. Combs, Stevie J, and the plaintiff at a strip club. Mr. Combs is recording the video while coaching and training Mr. Jones how to recruit sex workers. Wow, where's that video at? Holy shit. Now, this is the part that you probably seen online. He said defending Christina Corham is Ghislaine Maxwell to Sean Combs and Jeffrey Epstein. So they're saying that this is really the Carisha Maxwell, as we were speaking, this white lady here. They're saying, according to Mr. Jones, during the 13 months he lived and traveled with Mr. Combs, he witnessed, according to Mr. Jones, according to the during the 13 months he lived and traveled with Mr. Combs, he witnessed Mr. Combs display and distribute guns around his bedroom closets in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles. Questionable individuals dressed in all black. According to Mr. Jones, during 13 months he lived and traveled with the Combs, he witnessed defendant Coram openly order his assistant to keep Mr. Combs high off gummies and pills. They required all employees from the butler to the chef to walk around with a Prada pouch, blah, blah, blah. And then I think this is where is this where they mentioned Young Miami? Hold on, I'll just go up here. I'm going to use the search function now because this is a lot. Okay. Okay. All right. Here we go. Good. So it says Brendan and Christina brought the drugs. Plaintiff Combs' Rico Enterprise were rehearsing for Something in the Water Festival in Virginia. Plaintiff Jones personally witnessed Mr. Combs do a few lines of coke in his dressing room. Defendant Sean Combs wanted to see, but Brendan forgot it. So defendant Christina Coram called Young Miami, who then brought it on the private jet from Miami. Packed cocaine in his carry-on luggage on the evening in the garage on the evening of 11/3/2023. Defendant Combs and Giggs reunited in London, England for a sold-out show. Okay. Why is there so much videos of all this shit? This is the following is a screenshot of a video taken on Mr. Combs' yacht. On or about December 25th, 2022, Brendan Paul is videotaped with one of the black pouches the defendant Combs and Christina Coram required all the members of the Rico Enterprise to carry. The pouch was filled with ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, mushroom, and I guess this means Tusi. Wow. They do have pictures of this pink cocaine shit that they're saying they brought. And I'm going to be honest with you, again, maybe all this is just a huge stretch, but we do have to be we got to hold some accountability for even like Young Miami. Young Miami's been making prostitute sex worker rap for the last 3 years. It's now listed in the document that you're a sex worker. Now, granted, you're not getting in trouble or probably not going to get in trouble, but Diddy's going to get in trouble for doing all of this shit. So when she eventually comes out, if she does give a statement and says, oh, no, I was never a sex worker, like, it's like a guy who's been rapping about killing everybody and anybody for the last 10 years. And then when they get to court finally on someone say, oh, we got you on charges of killing someone, you're like, I never killed nobody. What the hell? I was just rapping. Well, if we're to believe anything that Young Miami says, she was rapping like a prostitute, and now it's being said that she was, she was allegedly a sex worker. Am I saying that? No. Is that what the paper says? Abso-fucking-lutely, okay? All right. Holy shit. It's interesting because you know where I think Diddy is right now? Diddy... No, what is it? What am I looking up? I'm looking up R. Kelly. This is where I think Diddy is at in his life. I don't think he'll do an interview.
I am surprised that you agreed to do it. Why are you sitting down with us today?
I'm very tired of all of the lies. I've been hearing things and, and seeing things on the blogs and, I'm just tired.
What are the lies that you're hearing that disturb you most?
Oh my God. All of them. That little girl's trapped in the basement, helicopters over my house, trying to rescue someone that doesn't need rescuing because they're not in my house, handcuffing people, starving people. I have a harem, a cult. I don't even really know what a cult is, but I know I don't have one,
Have you done anything that you regret? Have you done anything wrong?
Lots of things wrong when it comes to women that I apologize, but I apologize in those relationships at the time I was in the relationships.
Have you broken any laws when it comes to women?
Absolutely not.
The 6-part series interviewed 50 people, family members, your former tour manager, numerous women.
This was after, I believe, Surviving R. Kelly came out.
Who all claim that you abused them. Yeah. Are you saying everybody in that documentary was not telling the truth about you? Everybody?
If you really look at that documentary, which I'm sure you have,
I have.
Everybody said something bad about me. Nobody said nothing good. They was describing Lucifer. I'm not Lucifer. I'm a man. I make mistakes, but I'm not a devil. And by no means am I a monster.
I'm going to name the names. Andrea Kelly, your ex-wife. Kitty Jones. Lisa Van Allen. Lisette Martinez. Jerronda Pace. Faith Rogers. Asante McGee. You're saying everything they said in that documentary about you is not true.
They are lying on me.
Why would these women say the same thing about you, that you are controlling, that you are abusive, that you tell women when to eat, when to go to the bathroom, when they can sleep, where they can dress? Why would all these women tell these different stories about you if they were not true? And they don't know each other. That defies logic to me.
Right. Until you hear the explanation. You can start a rumor on a guy like me or a celebrity just like that. All you have to do is push a button on your phone and say, so-and-so did this to me. R. Kelly did this to me. And if you get any traction from that, if you're able to write a book from that, if you're able to get a reality show, then any girl that I had a relationship in the past that it just didn't work out, she can come and say the same exact thing.
What's your thoughts about that? Maybe it's just disgruntled chicks who, again, if we hear the story about Cassie went broke. Or Cassie, went from living a life with Diddy, now it was fucking a trainer, starts dating him and marries to him. Yeah, she's happy, but financially she don't got nothing, so she gotta go back in, to the same ATM she been fucking with, who's now not fucking with her. So she comes up with some allegations. That's what some people say.
Are you blaming this on social media?
I'm talking about the power of social media.
In 2008, R. Kelly was found not guilty on 14 counts of child pornography after prosecutors in Chicago failed to convince a jury that he was a man seen in a sex tape with a girl as young as 13.
What do you want to say to your fans?
Last month, Kelly was indicted again, this time charged with aggravated criminal sexual abuse of 4 women, including 3 who the charges say were minors at the time. Have you ever had sex with anyone under the age of 17?
No.
Never?
No.
I have to tell you, it's so hard to believe that based on all that we've read
I'm gonna tell you something, Gail. There's one thing.
What the women said about you.
What women said about me. So nobody's allowed to be mad at me and be scorned and lie on me.
So they're lying on you. That's your explanation. They're lying on you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You feel that people have maligned your character?
I have been assassinated. I have been buried alive. But I'm alive.
So I think the point you're making is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you have never held anybody against their will.
I don't need to. Why would I?
Well,
how stupid would it be for R. Kelly, with all I've been through in my way, way past, to hold somebody, let alone 4, 5, 6, 50, you said. How stupid would I be to do that?
I didn't say you
That's stupid, guys. Is this camera on me?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
That's stupid. What? Use your common sense. Don't forget the blogs. Forget how you feel about me. Hate me if you want to. Love me if you want. But just
this is Diddy, I think, man.
Use your common sense. How stupid would it be for me to, with my crazy past and what I've been through? Oh, right now I just think I need to be a monster and hold girls against their will, chain them up in my basement, and don't let them eat and don't let them out unless they need some shoes down the street from their uncle.
Robert,
stop it. Y'all quit playing. Quit playing.
Robert.
I didn't do this stuff. This is not me. I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my
Robert.
What would it be for me to, with my crazy past and what I've been through. Oh, right now I just think I need to be a monster and hold girls against their will, chain them up in my basement, and don't let them eat and don't let them out unless they need some shoes down the street from their uncle. Stop it. Y'all quit playing. Quit playing. I didn't do this stuff. This is not me. I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my career.
Robert.
30 years of my career. Y'all trying to kill me. You're killing me, man. This is not about music. I'm trying to have a relationship with my kids, and I can't do it. Y'all just don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it.
At this point, we briefly pause the interview to give Kelly a moment. His publicist helped calm him down.
I hope this camera keep going.
No, we're going to
This
let
is
the
not
camera keep
true.
rolling.
This is not, doesn't even make sense. Why would I hold all these women? Their mothers and fathers told me, we're going to destroy your career.
But Kelly's emotions remained raw.
It's real girls out there missing. It's real young girls out there being abducted, being raped, okay? They really are on chains. They really do have chains on their wrists, and they can't get out.
Robert,
and they're ending up buried in deep.
Robert, we have to have a conversation. Really, I don't want you just ranting at the camera.
I came here for them to hear me talk.
But
I need help.
What kind of help?
This is the kind of help I need.
Yes, what kind of help?
I need somebody to help me not have a big heart, because my heart is so big. People betray me, and I keep forgiving them.
You sound like you're playing the victim here. You sound like R. Kelly. You do. When I listen to you, it does sound like you're playing the victim
I'm just telling the truth. And the reason I'm emotional,
Robert,
and I apologize for that, is because this is the first time I was able to say something. Yeah. I've said nothing.
Well, we're also hearing from the family of a woman who lives with R. Kelly at his home. The parents of Joycelyn Savage say that the singer not only abused but brainwashed their daughter. R. Kelly denies that and claims it was Savage's father who gave his daughter to him at a concert.
I didn't go looking for a Joycelyn Savage. I was doing my show. He brought her and asked a friend of mine to put her on the stage with R. Kelly. Make sure she's on the stage.
But in a news conference this morning, the Savage family says they have no doubt that Joycelyn is being held by the singer against her will.
I think she's still rocking with him, low key. That Joycelyn Savage girl. I think she's never turned her back on. I don't think she's ever turned her back on him. But obviously, yeah, the Azriel girl, she got out. But the Joycelyn one, who they accuse of being the madame, so to speak, the Ghislaine Maxwell, so to speak, the Carisha Brownlee, so to speak, she been fucking
Savage
with.
is taking her story to Patreon with allegations too graphic to repeat here that'll ring familiar to anyone who's followed Kelly's legal.
Wait, she turned her back on him too? Oh, never mind.
Troubles. Her Instagram page now linking to a blog in which the 24-year-old said,
Mainly want to say that I'm in a happy place with my life and I'm not being brainwashed.
You know, my clients have been saying for 2.5 years that their daughter was being held against her will, that she had been victimized by Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly, and the details is being put out there by this account that are coming up, then having their big sister home.
Makes you wonder too.
Okay. Anyway, so Wack actually got a hold of R. Kelly today, and I'm gonna play R. Kelly talking about Diddy. Hear this.
Got this nigga. Y'all don't watch the news in there? They don't got the news on the TV in there?
Oh, you talking about PD?
Yeah, it's in the fan,
Yeah,
bro.
man, yeah, that's all over the news. We see that. We watch that.
And what's crazy is, I know, because we just been in this area forever, is once they, and I hope they don't, but if they detain him, that's when all niggas, motherfuckers gonna be lining up with their hand in there. So I'm saying, man, see, the bad part about him, this is what I don't understand about all this shit. Motherfucker, if there was a time, right, where this was a play, this was y'all party, this was y'all, nigga, like, if you was a participant, right, and you're of legal age, I don't understand what all the hoorah all of a sudden is against the will. It's against the will. Man, so you done came back to 300 parties, motherfucker, against the will. All this shit, you got to damn near turn on your camera, let a motherfucker tell you who they is, put their ID up, let a motherfucker tell you where they at, because any given Sunday, right, when a motherfucker want to go bad, they can extort you or come with the accusations.
That shit is crazy, man.
It's
That's why
crazy.
I say motherfuckers gonna be out there laughing and making comedian jokes and doing all that other shit on the radio and everything else, but they ass could be next. You know what I'm saying? That's what's so fucked up about it. It's so stupid. they so stupid they don't even realize the move that's going on. I mean, it's crazy,
Yeah,
man.
real
I mean,
shit.
that's why I don't believe none of the shit. I mean,
No, I
you can tell me
told him
about
straight
Puffy.
up, bro.
You can tell me about anybody now. You can tell me on the news the weather is the sky's blue. I'm not gonna believe.
Oh, sorry. Fuck.
Got this. Yeah, like, listen, I told when it first started with Cassie, I said, "Yo, we'll come with the accusations." Shit
Man, that shit is crazy, man.
It's
That's why I
crazy.
say motherfuckers gonna be out there laughing and making comedian jokes and doing all that other shit on the radio and everything else, but they ass could be next. You know what I'm saying? That's what's so fucked up about it. They so stupid. They so stupid they don't even realize the move that's going on. I mean, it's crazy, man.
Real
I mean,
shit.
that's why I don't believe none of the shit. I mean,
No, I
you can tell
told
me
him
about
straight
Puffy.
up, bro.
You can tell me about anybody now. You can tell me on the news the weather is the sky's blue. I'm not gonna believe the shit, no, because I'm in it now. I know what they did.
Yeah, like, listen, I told when it first started with Cassie, I said, "Yo, nigga, this is stick-up move. Oh, if I was that nigga, I'd have just came out and said, hey, listen, these are my sexual preferences. Yes, I'm bi or whatever the fuck, and these motherfuckers been trying to extort me, and I'm tired of it. They know that I'm in the music industry, and boom, boom, boom. Nigga, they would have ate her up and still, but now they using that. They're using that against him. But now it's getting to a point to where, it's getting to a point to where it's like, nigga, you gonna have to say something.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But
He
they
not,
take the
but
motherfuckers down.
he ain't fleed though.
Nah, he ain't. He ain't. They didn't raid it. They ran up in his cribs, but
Yeah, I saw that.
This how you know it's weak. Usually when they run up in a nigga house, they coming to get you too.
Yeah.
They looking, they still searching and looking. Like that nigga ain't on the run or that. They ain't telling him to come turn himself in and no shit like that. They grounded his plane because they seen him moving. He wasn't even on the plane. They wanted to make sure he wasn't because they probably didn't restricted his passport and shit as of now. But yeah, this shit is crazy.
Yeah, but that's how it all started though, Wack. You understand? It started.
No, I know.
No, I know. It's all that because they don't. It's crazy, man.
I know, but see, they know fucking with him. He got some money, so they know they got to come right. They know if they come half-stepping, he do got the money to fight. So they ain't gonna. I do know this: if they do put him in cuffs, they only put him in cuffs because they got a definite. They got something at that point. So sit back and watch.
That ain't even necessarily true right there.
Well, they feel like they got enough.
This call is from
a
federal prison.
They want you if they want to plan to get you, or if it's a conspiracy, anything, they put you in cuffs, bro.
No, that's real. And I've been telling people, I've been preaching. I said, yo, one thing Arnie taught me, what I didn't know, is we going off this state shit. Nigga, the law of the land when it comes to the feds is 18 across the board. You niggas in Jersey with the 16, Nevada and Atlanta, that's the state. But if the feds want to come in and pick it up, ain't nothing the state could do to help you or save you. You can't say what the state. Yep, the law of the land federally is 18. I said, I didn't even know that until, I thought, whatever the state said, that's what it was. Shit. Which is crazy. Like, it's crazy. I don't know why the federal law don't force state law to be 18 across the board. It's crazy.
Crazy.
But shit, your shit been in the headlines saying you got action at getting back in on the appeal.
Yep.
Yeah. So
there was a lot of stuff going on in my area, man, that, this got to be addressed, whether it's appeal or whatever.
Man, listen, y'all will, man, I don't want to get into what R. Kelly was accused of doing, and not saying he no saint, but y'all will never make me forgive y'all for the R. Kelly singing for a honey bun in jail. I will never forgive y'all for this.
R. Kelly singing for a honey bun.
Interrupt me when I'm finna sing, nigga. My mind's telling me no.
Oh my God, that guy's good for a concert. Yo, he giving a bunch of sweaty niggas. I'll never forgive y'all for this, man. I ain't never gonna forgive y'all for this, man.
But my body's telling me yes, baby. And the wild style. I don't wanna hurt nobody, but
yo, his voice is still just as perfect.
there is something that I must confess.
did. Nah, he's the GOAT. Nah, he's the GOAT, bruh. He's the GOAT, bruh. He's the GOAT, bruh. He the GOAT.
R. Kelly singing for a honeybed.
Okay. Somebody said this is before he went to jail. Actually, I mean, this might be because he has a hat on. But there's one of him actually being in jail. I kid you not. It was over a phone, though. He was singing to somebody's daughter. Let's see. Oh, right here. Yeah, this is it.
I wanted to ask you something. Can you sing a song for me?
Which one?
Love Letter? Did you get
Oh my God, they got my boy singing for Honey Buns.
my call?
Did you get my call?
Woo!
Love letter. When you read my love letter.
Yes, sir!
Thank you. I wanted to ask you something. Can you sing a song for me?
Which one?
Love Letter? Did you get my call?
Damn.
Did you get my call? Love letter. When you read my love letter.
Yes, sir!
Thank you. I wanted to ask you something. Can you sing a song for me?
Okay. All right, man. A little bit more information that's coming down, people. Remember that jet that we were tracking? It's landed back. So it's officially landed. It came from Teterboro. I surmise that Diddy, since he wasn't taken into custody, was probably allowed to leave on his own free will. Probably met with his lawyers in New York and probably met with HSI agents in New York. That's why that jet was diverted, went to Teterboro. Anyway, that jet is now back. And I have to imagine that Diddy hasn't been arrested still. You get what I mean? This is going to be a long process. They got to fucking try to grand jury him, and none of that's going to happen quickly, right? It was scheduled to go from Teterboro to Palm Beach. And let's see. Can we get an update on it? Look like it hasn't fully updated yet. But it did say takeoff. Okay. Oh, it's going somewhere else. All right. Anyway. Real quick, though. Let me see. Okay, so now it's coming out saying breaking news: Sean Diddy Combs' private jet has landed in Opelika, Florida. Private guards with umbrellas have left Puffy's property shortly before the plane landed. Okay, so maybe they're going to go get him at the airport. Details are currently developing on the sex trafficking investigation. There's also new confirmation that the search was for cell phones, cameras, laptop, and also electronic devices that recorded the alleged freak-offs and the blackmail tapes that is mentioned with the names of Stevie J, who was mentioned as a victim of the gay blackmail sex tape in addition to Cuban Gooding Jr. Let's hear from here we go.
The umbrellas there have been shielding the entrance to his home. He has stayed out of sight since Homeland Security agents were here on Monday doing that search warrant, doing that raid, and since headlines after that have gone global about a sex trafficking investigation. The private guards at Two Star Island spent hours fussing with umbrellas to shield the car. If there were decoys to throw off onlookers there to track Sean Diddy Combs, it worked. Those vehicles left the house shortly before we learned Combs' private plane had landed at Opelika Airport just after 1. Since federal agents served one of 2 search warrants here Monday, a celebrity-soaked narrative exploded into the headlines about a sex trafficking investigation headed by federal prosecutors in New York City. That criminal case may draw witnesses and probable cause from the series of civil lawsuits from prior girlfriends and a producer with stories, photos, and as documented video of underage sex trafficking, drug-fueled sex abuse, intimidation, and violence. Notice the investigators are from Homeland Security, not the FBI. That might indicate the alleged crimes happened not only across the country, but in other countries' jurisdictions too. In the allegations, Combs' Miami base plays a prominent role.
That's
an
an interesting
example,
thing.
this strip club on the Miami River where the producer claims he was sent to hire sex workers to bring to the house. This video shows Combs' LA home in the aftermath of the raid there Monday. At his Star Island address, agents seized Combs' electronics, including a silver MacBook Air.
So those electronics, computers, phones, that seems to be what the intent was of the search warrants both here and in LA. I confirmed with the Southern District in New York today, the prosecutors, those search warrants are not yet public record, and so we don't know exactly what they were looking for. And worth it to say again, Sean Diddy Combs has denied wrongdoing for months, denied it again through his attorney last night, is not charged with anything. We understand he does have his passport intact and he is living his celeb-style life.
So the passport has not been suspended yet. Interesting.
It's dead. It's a
Okay, so this is a throwback to remember when Diddy and Jermaine Dupri was going back and forth on the verses. R. Kelly, his name came up and Diddy spoke on R. Kelly then.
big hole, and the hole is 25% of that is locked up right now.
Yeah.
Even when big cots have a party, you as you a DJ, you can play all the R&B records you want, but then you start getting to a space where you like, God damn, I can't play this. People, you know what I mean? It feel a little uneasy, right? So all I'm saying is that space is there, and it's time for us to fill that space.
Yeah. All I want to say is, I ain't gonna lie. I listen to some R. Kelly, like
you have to. There's no way you can't. That's what I'm saying. There's no way you can't.
I listened to it and I was like, yo, I gotta separate it, because I was just like, man,
the boy, man.
I was like, man, I was like, that's a big part of R&B. You know what I'm saying? And that baby making music. And yeah, everybody's gonna be like, anything's controversial, but y'all fronting. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't listen to some R. Kelly or something. You know what I'm saying? but that my people behind me are like, no.
That's what I'm saying. I know. I get it. Listen, I understand.
You can't even listen to it.
I understand.
I know how to separate the two. I don't condone anything, but hey, I'm still, you may come in my crib and hear R. Kelly record. Hey, I said it, y'all. I said it. I'm sorry, but I gotta tell you the truth, though. You know what I'm saying? And I don't condone nothing else. It's still like, no, what are you doing? Nah, so
listen, every time we have a conversation, it's like that. But I thank you for letting us come on here and say what we gotta say. But it's a real R&B is about musicality and you saying emotions. I saw you saying that yesterday about what it really pull out, right? And I just want to say this before we get off. We have the most emotional record, R&B record out right now with Division, and it's making girls pull their hair out. It's making guys scared to even sing the song.
This shit is so no Diddy. Even Vlad TV is on Piers Morgan talking about this.
Field day, they're calling him the diddler, and
hell no.
Is indicative of a sea change moment for rap and hip hop.
Well, I don't think hip hop has gone unscathed. I mean, R. Kelly is essentially hip hop. I mean, although he sings, but he is overlapping with hip hop. So this has been happening in hip hop for a while. You're seeing it happening with Russell Simmons. So yeah, hip hop has not been free and clear of this. Something that everyone's had to deal with.
What do you make of what's happening with Diddy?
I mean, it's hard to say. He hasn't been charged with anything. I mean, it looks bad. I mean, social media is having a field day. They're calling him the diddler, and they're saying no Diddy whenever they say something questionable. But at the end of the day, it's not really up to social media or the public. It's really up to the authorities. And unlike an R. Kelly, Puffy has hundreds of millions of dollars, and he's going to be able to get the absolute best defense. And ultimately, we'll see what happens in the courtroom.
Mark Curry, you worked at Bad Boy Records. You know Diddy well, worked with him, for him. Are you surprised by the revelations and by the FBI involvement?
To me, it took me by shock because it's almost like karma. It's almost like what he's been doing. A lot of people accuse him of putting them through in life is actually it's his time to honestly have to go through the same things. So during those tribulations, what we had to learn was to just stay and fight and just do what you got to do. And so if he has the fight in him, like Velaz says, then, we're going to say that he's guilty until he's proven guilty. I mean, he's innocent until proven guilty.
Hey, I'm going to be honest with you. I've been covering this from day one. Again, I don't want people to think I'm anti-Diddy and nothing of the sort, but I will just say, we've been analyzing and talking about these obvious allegations and saying, damn, some of this kind of sounds like some of the taboo talk that people have been hearing throughout this whole time in the industry. I'm someone who, as much as you might think I'm super industry, I don't have that many friends in the industry. And if I'm hearing these stories, these niggas must have heard it. I think today was a big stamp, or like the last few days was a big stamp on, I think everybody's like coming to terms that, yeah, it's over. I was listening to the Joe Budden podcast. I was surprised Joe just finally said it. Did y'all see this?
Man, what's up? What's up? Anywhere y'all want to go? The Puff Raid?
Yeah, fuck it.
All right.
Story of the week.
All right.
The Puff Raid.
They raided the shit out of him.
What?
We're puffing.
And it was the Homeland Security.
Yeah, Homeland Security.
That's some terrorist shit. Like
New York Homeland.
You see how they went awkward.
Man, Homeland don't care about that shit. Nope. And they put out a report saying we were not.
That is true. They did.
New York.
We're Puff at.
I don't know.
Like the kids was Puff knew they was coming.
Run over here real quick.
Gonna get some Kool-Aid. I think Puff knew they was coming.
Of course. Yeah. They had a video from the night before that he was at a party and he was looking around, looking nervous. I don't know if anybody saw that video.
I didn't see it.
I saw that.
Yeah.
He was at a party the night before?
The night before at a party.
We know that to be a current vid.
We know
for
a fact that was the night before.
I'm partying before I go down too.
Fuck it. But he didn't look like he was having fun. He didn't look like he was having fun at all. He was like this.
He was like very
jittery.
Yeah, jittery's the word.
Then there was one point he was sitting alone, just tapping his foot, looking lost. Damn, so I felt bad. I felt bad watching that.
Walls closing in. So
Yeah.
it's like ain't nothing.
They still have not disclosed what they case.
Something like. So the last thing I would want is for my jet to be in the air, moving around without me in it.
Why?
Because it begs the question. Oh, well, who's in there?
Keep going.
Where they going?
Keep going.
What they doing?
Keep going.
This says that your jet moves around freely without you.
Which gives you what?
It gives suspicion to me.
It gives me plausible deniability.
You don't have no plausible deniability with Homeland at your house. You did something.
And with your private jet?
Dog. It's over for that best case scenario shit you talking about.
Yeah.
It's over for that. What you talking about?
And plausible
There's no plausible deniability.
With a private jet, I don't think you get really too much plausible deniability. It's not like, yo, here, take the keys to my private jet and do what you do. Like, people don't just borrow the jet and go do some wild shit.
Now, I saw an ACT report that was Carisha's best friend in there, and, the whereabouts of the jet, I agree. There's nothing to say that he's on the run. So the TMZ report that alludes to that, even the way that the jet story is being reported, like there is nothing to say that Puff is on the run, nor has he been charged with anything. So we want to be very clear in that.
True.
But we niggas. So, and we from where we from.
Mm-hmm.
So we look at this through that lens. And this is a wrap.
Yeah.
Not only is this a wrap, this is about to get much worse.
I agree.
It is.
This is about to get bad, 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 bad. I can't imagine what people out there. Even the silence is eerie.
That's true.
Facts.
Niggas afraid.
Even the silence is eerie. It's a lot of you internet idiots out there that like I know the narrative. Joe ain't gonna talk about Puff. I got that.
You weren't.
But when you get to the
Love
real
you.
life meat and potatoes of it, there's a long list of people silent.
Yeah. But
I'm not even just hold up for a minute. I'm not just talking about whoever you can attach to people through Instagram pictures. I'm talking about A-list of the A-list. Them last 2 or 3 Puffy parties I've been to, A-list of the A-list. All sectors crossing, mingling, interjecting. So the silence of it is just riveting.
You really find it? I think that.
Yes, nigga. If I
so.
see all of these people raiding all 3 homes, now I'm watching the news, and those are beautiful homes.
Yes, they are.
So, boy, nice to have a shot of the home look like that when the drones is up there. So my first thought was, man, good times on some of them properties. That was my first thought. Because boy, was this some great parties.
And then, what's the next one?
Damn, you made me forget.
Oh, you said good times on some of them properties.
What was the next one? Like, could I have missed something while being there?
Oh, no, because I thought the same thing. A lot of people had some good times on them properties. And then a lot of people had some good times on them properties.
Which lends to the silence from the people.
That's what I'm saying. They afraid.
That's my point.
Now it's like, what the fuck could have been recorded? What could be there?
Oh, yeah.
Shit.
That was my second thought. Yes, thank you very much. My second thought was, because I had some good times on those premises and got the fuck out of there and went on about my business. There's no footage of me anywhere. There's no pictures. So, wow, what a relief. If you've been to some of these functions and just know that to be true. But if you're on the other side of that.
You shitting bricks right now.
And you see all of them people raiding all 3 homes. Yeah, I would be pretty nervous.
And quiet.
My heart would drop to the floor if that were the case.
Joe giving it up.
And me and since we just talking, or speculating in some of this for me. But do I think that you rappers out there can't be seduced? No, I don't think that. I think most of you niggas be drunk and pilled up. I think most of you niggas be leaned up. I think most of you niggas in this industry probably don't advance without putting yourselves in compromising situations. Is what I'll say. And some of y'all are bad drunks. Some of y'all are 5'3". Some of y'all like that touchy, feely shit. Yeah. Some of y'all like that big bro, little bro, real close, a nigga too close in your proximity.
Twinning them.
Do a lot for a hit. Take the hit part in that however which way you want. And what I will say about Puff, again, one of the best party throwers in the generation, is everything about him is intoxicating, euphoric, and seductive. So me, Mr. Independent, know when to leave the fucking party. But do I think that to be true for all of you rappers, all of you executives, all of you showrunners, all of you network people, all of the higher up people, actors? Hell no.
Hey, salute to my man Joe, man. Finally start calling a spade. I guess it took for the raids, I think he was trying to it's just some lawsuits. You never know. That nigga seen that goddamn raid. He's like, yeah, that shit's over. I think Joe was holding out like, yo, I might bring back State of the Culture on Revolt. I'm not going to say nothing too crazy. That nigga seen the police run up in them house. He said, oh, yeah, that's just done. Diddy sells shares of Revolt. So Diddy supposedly has and I'll just read it. It says months after the hip hop music executive Sean Diddy Combs announced that he was stepping down as chairman from Revolt TV, a music oriented digital Cablevision TV network, which Revolt is. The company has been sold to an anonymous buyer. According to TMZ, the hip hop mogul sold all his shares in the company founded in 2013 alongside Andy Schwann. However, the person who made the purchase, as well as the transaction amount, remains unknown. The outlet's sources reveals that the purchase is said to share a deep passion for black culture. Moreover, a formal introduction of the television's network's new owner is set to be revealed in the next week. Who do y'all think bought Revolt? Who do y'all think bought Revolt, y'all? So while Diddy's last order of business with the company is selling it, sources says that it's an amicable deal and that everybody's happy per the outlet. As reported previously by Variety, the rapper and record producer launched Revolt TV from the childhood home of his friend and former Bad Boy artist, the late, great Notorious B.I.G., or simply Biggie. The revolution will be televised, Diddy announced from the stoop of Brooklyn, New York, where Biggie was raised. And that's how it was started, right? I don't think it ever went to be a publicly traded company, but Diddy has sold the company. I'm wondering to who. And I'm wondering how much he probably got for it. Let me see if I can find like some sources. How much I think Diddy sold? I've always heard that owning Revolt has always been a loss for Diddy. Like Diddy spends tens of millions subsidizing the budget of Revolt because Revolt at this point isn't that profitable as a television network given the shows that they're trying to do, this and third, but it was always a long-term play for Diddy. A play that obviously once it really fully worked was going to put him up like mad billions. By the way, you know who I think probably bought it? Let's think about who bought it, right? Or who could have bought it. Well, Tyler Perry was trying to buy BT, right? Tyler Perry reportedly described the BT purchase as disrespectful. He felt like, Paramount Global or whatever that company that owns it now, he didn't feel like they respected him as a black man. Maybe he bought Revolt. He's a black man. I don't know how much heavy he is into hip hop, but he's produced a bunch of movies that has been, referenced in hip hop culture a lot. And shit, seems like he's hip hop, right? There was other people who were bidding to buy BT as well. Who was? Oh, Byron Allen. Yes, Byron Allen. I think he owns. Let me see. Don't he own like the Weather Channel or something like that? I can't remember what he owns. But media mogul Byron Allen was trying to buy BT from Paramount Global for $3.5 billion. Let's see if we could actually find Byron Allen. What does he own? Oh, yeah, I think he does own the Weather Channel, right? Yeah, he does own the Weather Channel. It's kind of crazy. He owns the Grill. Does he? Wow. Allen M Group, what do they do? Okay. And Local Now.
By federal agents late Monday.
So he owns a bunch of media companies already. I know he's really up. We do know that 50 Cent did basically, 50 Cent was talking about he would buy Revolt, but it looked like he was more joking than ever. Did y'all see him put up this deep fake YouTube video? Or it's AI generated. So warning, trigger warning, this is not real. This is AI. Well, watch this.
Puffy, you stupid ass nigga. I told you stop fucking with R. Kelly. I said grab them in the pussy. Don't kidnap the pussy. They raided your shit, I see. I got a courtesy call when they raided my house. You really fucked up, my nigga. Can I get a copy of the Meek Mill sex tape? Please, nigga. Puffy.
Damn, man. He's having a blast with it. He put up this guy and he said, what the fuck was he doing with this fool? It was a drug mule. Now he's trying to get it hot for Jay-Z. You see, Jay-Z's been quiet. Remember, they also canceled the Rock Nation brunch, right? Jay-Z ain't pop out for nothing. Jay-Z, Rock Nation, brunch. Hell nah. That nigga said, I am good. I'm gonna catch y'all niggas. Rock Nation will not host this annual pre-Grammy brunch this year. I think they just told everybody to go to the Clive Davis party. But here he puts up Jay-Z. And it was like, he said, yo, here's Jay-Z last reported seen waving at Puffy's jet. Then he puts him on a milk carton box saying missing. And then he says, anybody seen Jay? LOL. Puff said he ain't answering his phone. Oh my God, man. Then he also says, this is supposedly, he said, this is going to break records when it drops. I think this is an original documentary coming soon. Did he do it? Yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. It said Diddy before he got on the plane.
All in the house to say bye to Charlene and the kids.
Fuck them kids.
Fuck the kids? Now come on in the house to say bye to Charlene and the kids.
He acted like Diddy was really trying to run.
Yeah, tell him stop bringing all the minors over here late at night.
Supposedly one person was claiming that they were Diddy's neighbor. When everybody was crowded outside his house, they drove by, and this was what happened.
I live right next to him. He do too much. It be like buses, like big ass buses. You just see all type of shit hop out. Especially at nighttime, like around 3 o'clock in the morning. It gets wild. I'm his neighbor. When my basketball go over there, I just let it be because I don't want to knock on the door. Yeah, tell him stop bringing all the minors over here, baby.
That's the funniest part. Yo, my basketball go over there. Oh shit, you seen Swaggy P? In the comments? I don't mess with rats, that's that new type shit. Oh shit. Yo, the funniest thing is this nigga say, yo, my basketball go over there? I don't even bother knocking on the door.
At night. I live right next to him. He do too much. It be like buses, like big ass buses. You just see all type of shit hop out. Especially at nighttime, like around 3 o'clock in the morning. It gets wild. I'm his neighbor. When my basketball go over there, I just let it be because I don't want to knock on the door. Yeah, tell him stop bringing all the money.
Hilarious. Anyway, this guy is not really his neighbor, and actually that guy's like mom, Diddy neighbor. Yeah, his mom came out and was like, yo, bro. Let's see. His neighbor came out and said, yo, my son is trolling. So a guy who went viral for rolling up to Diddy raid in LA, claiming to be his next door neighbor while also alleging to have witnessed unseemly things, but his mom is clarifying, saying her son was just running his mouth. And by the way, the mom is smart. They realize, yo, Diddy might be down, but he's not out. Diddy will get you clapped out here, man. If he blew up Kid Cudi's car, you'll never know what he might do to you. On Monday, a car rolled up to Diddy's home in the middle of the raid and made a scene with two young guys rolling out their windows to talk to reporters while amplifying salacious allegations mentioned in recent Diddy lawsuits. The guy claimed he lives right next to Diddy and allegedly seen him with all sort of wild stuff at first. First, people didn't know what to believe, but some members of the media took their words as gospel and got duped. The mother of the driver is telling TMZ her son was completely BSing with the outlandish claims, although she does say the young man does live in the neighborhood. So I guess he does live in the neighborhood. It says, we've identified the guy driving the car as Khalik Thomas, who owns the Bentley. His mom, Holly, tells us that that's definitely her kid behind the wheel. She makes it clear that he is not Diddy's next door neighbor. She says that despite what Khalik and his buddy was yapping to the cameras, not a lick of it was true, no Diddy, and says the two dudes were simply trolling. He does live next to celebrities who populate Homely Hills, including okay. And he was blocked from going home as the feds were raiding the mansion. Okay. Torre. Randomly, Torre has came out with some, allegations himself. Here we go. This used to be a BT host back in the day.
I was personally disturbed many years ago. Okay, I know this man well enough to call him and say, "Hey, I need a favor."
Yeah.
And this might have been 10, 12 years ago that I called him and say, "Hey, I have a family member who I want you to hire them as an intern."
Yeah.
And I have never talked about this publicly. And he said yes. And they were flying around, one of the interns, Atlanta, Miami, whatever, on the jet, in the house, whatever. And then the internship stopped abruptly, like 3 or 4 months into it.
Yeah.
And I spoke to my family member, like, well, what happened? And they wouldn't say.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why did it end? He wouldn't say. And years later, they finally came out, and this a male, and said that Puff had said, "Come home, stay the night with me, or the internship is over." And they said, "Absolutely not." He said, "Absolutely not." And the internship ended. But from there, I was like, "Oh, like this is how it goes." Okay, okay. I was personally disturbed.
Okay, so he's saying that he had a relative that the fucking internship ended because Diddy gave the guy an ultimatum: "You got to stay the night in my crib," and the person said, "Nah." Holy shit! Looking back at this, man, we played that yesterday though. Speaking of which, in regards to the Drake beef, and everybody was saying that there was a woman that was at the center of the Drake and Future issues. The woman in question that everybody was posting around social media recently. Let's see, Future, Drake, woman. Everybody was pointing out one particular woman, and it was this woman right here. Right? They were saying she was the woman that everybody was mad at, or Drake and Future were beefing over. Anyway, she came out and she refuted this claim, and she said this.
Who the f*** said I was black? I'm very much not black. I'm very much Colombian. I don't want to be black, babe. Nobody's beefing over me. I'm not that important. I'm just a regular girl. I'm just a regular person. It ain't about me. I don't need to address or clear anything up because those who know, know, and that's all that matters. You know? So, and guess what? People are going to want to believe what they want to believe. So it doesn't matter what I clear up. Nigga doesn't care. He's laughing at this. He literally don't give a f***. He's not going nowhere. I don't know who thought he was going somewhere.
So she has a boyfriend too, so that's why she's talking about it. And it's interesting. She says she ain't black, but she keep using the N-word, right?
Comments off my life, so I could get on live like I used to, like a normal person. I don't work at the club. Who the f*** said I was black?
So it's just a show of booby trap anymore.
So, and no, my name is not Amber either. There's nobody named Amber. I'm a booby trap. Who the f*** said I was black? I'm very much not black. I'm very much Colombian.
Anyway, so that debunks that, I guess. Like, if Drake and Future are beefing over a girl, we can't find the girl. We were now at 2 incorrect women. We still hear talks of pillow talking. We still hear of, yo, how could you do this to me? Yo, I thought we shared the girls. I don't know if maybe it's a popular girl. Maybe it's not just some random stripper. Maybe it's like, a girl that, one of them either took serious for a minute. Like, surely not her. She seems like if you're going to mess with her, she's going to be a one-night hit and then just like leave it alone. But she's cleared it up. We're still trying to figure out who the hell is Future and Drake beefing with. Have y'all got any more information on that? Somebody said there are Afro Latinas, but she isn't one of them. Well, she definitely denied any type of blackness. Even though maybe she might just be saying that because sometimes people troll or people that are kind of like colored, but like they're not like black, and they'll be like, oh, you shouldn't do this. You're trying to be black. You're blah blah blah. So maybe that's why she said she don't want to be black. Somebody said, yo, Ace King says, yo, act that this is clearly a man. Like this is a man. Oh yeah, I think this is a man. This is the thing about some of these girls who probably get like a bunch of surgery and then they're like their body they look a little muscular already. They kind of come across mannish. I ain't gonna lie. All right. Anyway, back to the Freako. Back to the motherfucking Freako, man. Holy shit. Still here trying to decipher what's going on. We've literally scoured the social media for his sons, and none of them have said anything. They're all just kind of keeping it quiet. We're gonna see. Now, Tyrese actually shared some words about what's going on with Diddy, and he said this. He said, yo, what I can't do and what I won't do is to downplay the laughter, the fun, the energy, the inspiration of award shows, the studio session, the most legendary parties I've ever attended in my life. It's a bad time to mention parties, brother. And I also can't act as if my high school backyard parties throughout South Central LA wasn't the craziest parties ever because of Bad Boy on slew of hit record. What? Because of the Bad Boy on slew of hit record. I don't condone or support abuse, bullying, sexual assault, or anything that is being currently alleged. But what I can't do is turn the blinds on how much this means to me and all of us and what he's done for the community of music and culture. Don't worry, I'm the only one crazy enough to jump out there and say what most of you want to say, but don't have the balls to do. Because it's very normal for people to be going through a rough patch and we all sit back and make mockery of it. And I'm not going to do that. I'm praying for Diddy, his kids, his family, his mother, and all of the alleged victims that's in the middle of trying to simply have their voices be heard. I love this brother. He's been nothing but kind and generous to me. And that's the way I feel, praying for more of a better outcome for all of this is happening. God bless you, Diddy. If you ever need to call me and just need a listening ear, I'm right here, bro. With all due respect, Tyrese, the last time we heard you offered a listening ear, you was trying to fuck that nigga's wife, DJ Envy. Shit. You play around with Diddy and try to talk about you're down to listen to his problems and Carisha's problem and then try to fuck Carisha. Diddy will get you knocked the fuck off, nigga. Diddy's not playing that shit, nigga. Diddy is not playing no bullshit like that. Diddy will get you killed, nigga. So you better stop all that. Oh, if you need an ear, listening ear. Nah, nigga. Also, in his... by the way, here we go.
Now it seems like there's so much shit coming across our timelines that we just don't care anymore. We don't care. So I don't want anyone to confuse me last night before I went to sleep, I was praying. I found myself praying for Diddy's kids. I was thinking about Justin and Christian Combs and thinking about the twins who go to school with my daughter. My daughter and his twins have been at pretty much every birthday party. And then I'm just thinking to myself, see, a lot of people will go after Diddy, beat him down for whatever he's either did or being accused of, allegedly. And then it's all about him, right? And I was thinking about the family. I was thinking about the kids. I was thinking about the stress of yesterday. I went home and all of a sudden I'm in handcuffs at the house. It's just trying my best to see things through the lens of the kids, not just him specifically. And then I wanted him to know, irregardless of what he's being accused of and going through, as Minister Louis Farrakhan said, when a man is down, don't laugh at him. Don't make a mockery of him. Don't beat him down. Don't beat him down with your words. You don't have to agree with what somebody did. You don't have to even want to be associated with what somebody did. But everybody deserves prayer. now it seems like they're so...
Okay, the other person defending him is still Slim Thug. Here we go.
I don't want to see a black man who came so far, almost to $1 billion, fall down. That's our inspiration for it ain't too many of us. I don't want to see they took Kanye down. We forgot about Kanye. And the good thing he able to do his own man. That's how I look at it, man. We losing another billionaire over allegations at this point. Still ain't no criminal charges. You know what I'm saying? We only got about 1 billionaire left. Who? Jay-Z? That's the only motherfucker left. Everybody else. Let's take the off of it and who that person is, right? Man, listen. If look at who is wishing this dude fail. You know what I'm saying? It's his own people. It's his own people cheering him, laughing, and Diddy did it and coming up with new slogans for him. It's his own people, man. Like, so take note of this. Man, you would think the motherfucker, he thought a year or two ago when we was popping Ciroc, he thought that we would ride or die for him, man. Like, he thought that the motherfucking world of hip hop would stay down and over, you know, especially without him having a case. Like, especially without him having a case, he would think, hey, man, motherfucker, they gonna ride for me. I live for this hip hop shit. I lived and died this shit. The hip hop community is gonna ride for my innocence. He would assume, I'm sure. Say if he did that, then whatever he get. But so far, I haven't seen no criminal charges. So out for that, I'ma just sit back and hope for the best, you know? I don't want to see nobody go down, man. And for people to celebrate that, love that, want to see that, it's weird to me, man. So, like, it made me want to stay in the house. And people you would never knew they existed want to see this man, whatever. If you work for me, if I came up under you and you over me, fuck you. I don't want to do no business with you. Fuck you. I don't want to see you in the streets. But do I want to see you go to jail for life? Nigga, like, you help me be a part of my play, regardless if I like you or not. I don't want to see a black man who came so far, almost to $1 billion, fall down. That's our...
Okay.
Hey, they did the search.
Gene Deal, who's been talking about this, former bodyguard for Puffy, he actually did an interview, ironically, today, and he's reacting to the fact that Diddy's house got searched.
But the way they did the search warrant and how they did it, man, I thought he was El Chapo or somebody. You know, they took a tactical team in there, brother. They had tactical units. So for them to have a team in New York, because they didn't really mention too much about New York. They had property in New York, property in Miami, and a property in LA, all simultaneously hit. Those different agencies had to get together, plan that, and that's not no bull. You know, that's a lot of manpower, a lot of money. So they want to know how they spent the taxpayer. The taxpayer's gonna know why you spending my money on this to come up with nothing. So you best believe they had something in the first place to go up in there, because they didn't have a search warrant for bodies. They had a search warrant for, like, materials, laptops, telephones, logs, pictures, tapes. You know, that's what they search warrant is for. They didn't have a search warrant for bodies. The news about them arresting the mule, now, they're gonna have to prove that. Now, if that guy becomes a witness, and if they can track anything back to Puff with that, that's going to be one of their star witnesses.
I agree. I actually agree. I actually agree. Anyway, Suge Knight also commented on this. Let me see what
fake Evans, and this is how they pulling you over. Ain't no more sleepovers, ain't no more hangovers. Your kids can't have no friends at all. My God, that's embarrassing, yo. boy, because you don't know what. Listen, I don't know what dirt he has on other people, but what
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I think 100,000,000% there's some videotapes. Let me tell you this: when you into some extra freaky deaky shit, man, that type of shit you could only believe it if you record it. You know what I mean? I guarantee you Diddy has. I don't think Diddy, in my personal opinion, I don't think he has these things. Like, that makes the story more salacious. Yo, he's having these tapes to blackmail people with. I don't think that's what it is. He's a freaky nigga that likes to watch men have sex with his woman, and he can't order a freak off at 2 p.m. in the daytime in between meetings at the bad boy office. He might want to crank one out. He want to whack off real quick. You know what I mean? He want to choke the chicken. He want to just do what he got to do. You know what he going to do? He going to go to that little vault. He going to connect that hard drive. He going to go to his phone, and he going to watch the video of Cassie getting piped out by like 15 strange men. I do think there's videotapes. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't believe that he's using that to blackmail people, because at the end of the day, I do think we live in this era where if you're really blackmailing people with like shit like that, bro, it's probably more powerful for you to just come out and just admit it, and then just, it would make Diddy look crazier that he even has videos of that. Or now he got to answer more questions about why the fuck that shit even existed. So yeah, I think he got videotapes, right? Definitely think he got videotapes. Now, here's the thing, and this is why Vince McMahon got into some trouble. Vince was showing people. Sometimes some of these guys, right, like they'll and you got to imagine Diddy might be one of these people too. Like, for example, everybody in here, let's just get a one in the chat if you guys, have done this before. Everybody in here has recorded themselves having sex with their significant other. We're talking about a girlfriend or boyfriend or something like that. One in the chat, I think everybody's done it, right? Now, I'll just wait to see, y'all ones. Let me see. Okay, exactly. Now, here's the thing. Somebody said, "Just come out in a minute as well." There's no, yo. So here's the thing. Everybody probably has a video like that, but so I wouldn't say that's the weird behavior, because I think that a majority of people have recorded themselves. We live in a different era now. I think the weird thing is if you're showing it all your boys. Like, would you show your boys like, yo, this is me fucking my girl right here? Like, would you do that? Like, probably not, right? Like, it's probably for you to watch by yourself, for you to consume, for you to enjoy, you know what I mean? Not for you to, like, pass it around, you know what I mean? Like, pass it around the hood that everybody could watch your girls getting fucked, especially if it's a situation where you're not fucking her. So I think the normal person, you would just have a video, but you're not passing it around. Diddy, the mere fact that he already liked other men to fornicate with his woman, he probably would show videos to people. I'm making this up. I'm just assuming. I'm assuming he would show people videos just to kind of get them down with the program, and also probably try to turn them on, right? That's what I would think. Because normal people just wouldn't do that. But normal people wouldn't let other niggas fuck their chick.
whatever it is, they got that shit. You better hope that was in a safety deposit box. You better hope that was in a safety deposit box, because they took that. Videotapes. I hope you wasn't as stupid as R. Kelly was. I hope you wasn't that dumb. Got the shit on videotape. Now I hope. Come on, dog. Damn. This ain't Deshaun Combs. I invited to the party. This ain't Deshaun.
Yeah, I think it's there actually. All right.
And you see them put you up on a pedestal. That's because they put you up on a pedestal.
Now, Uncle Luke comes up with this theory, which I think is a kind of credible theory to a certain extent. He says, well, the reason why this is happening to Diddy is that Diddy bit the hand that fed him. And that's the liquor company Diageo, which essentially owns Ciroc and owns DeLeon. And once they separated, or once he started asking for too much money and wanted to do too much with them, and they decided to cut ties, that's when all of this bullshit happened. That's actually in line with the time, and I kid you not. Do you think he got sacrificed, and maybe the higher ups, like the people who would own these companies, these liquor brands, they said this nigga is getting out of line. Let's show him and put him back in his place.
They made you the guy. They place you.
By the way, is my volume low? Is my volume low?
Turn that be the Bugattis, they be the mansions on 2 different coasts. They put you up on a pedestal because they need you. It's like some pimp shit. When you got your main girl, you dress her up and she look like this and look like that and do this and you march her into the big room. I'm telling you. So when they put you on that motherfucking pedestal, and then you start thinking it's about you and you want to take over their shit, them people look back like this. Hold on, who the fuck they think he is? Oh, we'll show you better than we can tell you. Then they'll try to reason with you, and they'll talk to your manager, because your manager look like them. And they'll be like, hey, man, tell your man to chill out. You know, and then the manager come in, and he trying to keep his job. Hey, guy, calm down. And then you go walk around like it's all about you. You got all the cars and the mansions and the jets and all the yachts and all this and all the people running around. You talking about, yeah. And now you want to fight. Now you want to bite the hand that feeds you. Don't your mama ever always tell you that? Your mama say, never bite the hand that feeds you. And so this is how the major corporations work when you try to come after them. Now you put a law.
Chat. Isn't all this eerie, though?
Our first guest tonight is
I feel like Diddy knew right at this moment.
And I'm on there. Self, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. She just turned 1 year old, and I just released a new album, and it's called The Love Album. So love is really, could you trademark the word love and keep it for yourself? I mean, I am love. Hey, speaking of love. This is love. I saw a guy on the internet the other day who said he used to be your security guard, who said that when you were dating J-Lo, Will Smith and Jada tried to pick her up on a threesome and you were going to beat up Will Smith. Is that true? Yo, this show has gotten crazier since the last time No, it's all about love, though. That's not true. You really heard that? No. What? Yeah, I watched it on the internet. You're telling me I can't believe everything I read? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Jimmy, I thought we was friends. Where did this?
What the hell? Did you notice this
Love album. So love is really, could you trademark the word love and keep it for yourself? I mean, I am love. Hey, speaking of love. This is love. I saw a guy on the internet the other day who said he used to be your security guard, who said that when you were dating J-Lo, Will Smith and Jada tried to pick her up on a threesome and you were going to beat up Will Smith. Is that true? Yo, this show has gotten crazier since the last time it's all about love, though. That's not true. You really heard that? No. What? Yeah, I watched it on the internet. You're telling me I can't believe everything I read? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Jimmy, I thought we was friends. Where did this go? I also read in the New York Times that you tried toad poison or something like that. Eric Andre was here.
Lawsuit in. Bam! Lawsuit. Fuck that shit. I'm suing their ass. I'm take their company down. Fuck that shit. They taking my brand and my name and likeness and they making millions of dollars.
Interesting. Anyway, this is what Suge got to say.
Finally passed away. No big deal. When Jake finally passed away, we come back. We're in the office. Office is in Westwood. Interscope office is right across the hall. I walked in Jimmy's office. I didn't have to knock on the door or get somebody let Jimmy know Mr. Knight there. Walk right in. He do the same. Anyway, when he walked in my office, we was having a conversation. He overheard somebody say something he probably shouldn't have heard. He wanted to holler at me. So I tell the homies, give me a minute. Jimmy said, man, I'm here because Clyde Davis called me and him and Puffy is real tight and, he loved us. So I thought he was talking like they got love for each other. So all right. He said, yeah, they all love me. I said, well, why you keep saying that? I said, look, all these, you saying they lovers like they're sucking? He said, I don't want to say that, but that's what it means, right? I said, okay. He said, Clyde don't want them to happen to puss. He said, but this guy ain't going to be able to do his business because we know what he did, what they did. So I go to prison. Come back out from prison. Then later on to move ahead, Puffy did a deal with Universal.
Okay. Now, there's some more shit. Former extra host, Tanika Ray, was a former backup dancer or a dancer for Diddy, and has some stories about him. Here we go.
Yeah. You know, we all have stories. Seriously, we all have stories. Mine is horrific, and only 5 people know it. And I probably will never tell it. But since then, I've been like, yep. And I also am very intimately aware that you tell your truth and you become victimized over and over and over and over and over and over. And mind you, I then interviewed him many times. I have a lot of stories, y'all. I've been in Hollywood for 25 years, maybe longer, 30. I got a lot of stories. Unfortunately, maybe I'll write a book one day. But it just is so traumatizing that women just want to live every day and feel safe. And when we revisit, we live in a state of victimhood. And nobody wants to live there. So for those who are like, why didn't you say something then? Because we just want to live. We want to be happy. And we really want to forget the trauma. So there's that. Oh, yeah. You know, we all have stories. Seriously.
The caption says, oh, yeah, women hold in a lot to function every day in a man's world. Unfortunately, or something, we could compartmentalize our pain and carry on. We utilize the experience as a lesson and move differently. If I told my story in 96, then what? I just knew to avoid him at all costs. Yes, I danced for him and I kept my space. I was on Vote or Die Airplane and kept my space. I interviewed him for his project, kept my space. Nothing has happened and surprising. Ladies, keep space to heal and move on is key. Gathering to incriminate is goals. But in this wild world with a broke ass system, our healing is priority. Shame on all those men that let this continue. Shame on me for prioritizing my mental health, some would say. But after working in a place that snatches souls, minds intact, and off the light, I save myself. Now, if someone needs me to pile on my story, give me a call. But I think Cassie got it. What the fuck is this? Holy shit, man. It just doesn't stop. It's thing after thing after thing after thing. Somebody say, y'all call Kanye crazy, but he ain't never in these court documents. JT wants to let y'all know she don't do coke. Carisha's so silent. So first of all, I was in a halfway house being drug tested every night when I went in. I explained this years ago. I never did cocaine, never will. It actually destroyed my family. Y'all get on here and make jokes about shit for shits and giggles and don't know people post-trauma or past trauma. Y'all playing with me or stop playing with me, please. Holy shit. We played
deniability with Homeland.
Okay. Akbar wants to know why nobody cares about Diddy's kids. I don't know what Diddy did or what he didn't do. But what I find more disturbing is how the black community is the only community that had his throat not sparing his kids or nothing. Nobody's even trying to spare his motherfucking daughters on the internet. That's the fucked up part. Them babies. Once again, I don't know what's true, what's not, but this has always proved my point. When I say the only skin color that will publicly go against each other is black people. We don't stick together at all. Now, I'm not saying stick together with BS, but them kids are innocent and y'all get a thrill off laughing and joking about somebody else's pain. But what I find more disturbing is that you never catch them Caucasian going against each other on the internet. They gonna stand and stick together or don't open their mouth at all. Y'all may hate this messenger, but y'all know what I'm saying is true. His daughters are in school and I have a daughter. I don't wish that pain on nobody because kids are cruel sometimes. Let's start to do what the fuck? Huh. Okay. All right, people. All right. Let me make sure I definitely address all the things I need to address about this. This is like, okay. Now I'm hearing there's some Meek Mill snippet. What the fuck is... Yo, Meek, this is time you need to be quiet, bro. Please.
Nigga, I hope they forgive me for what I did with Diddy. Real street nigga forever. Bitch, I'm the king of Philly. Calm hearts all Dream chasers, nigga. I hope they forgive me for what I did with Diddy. Real street nigga forever. Bitch,
wait, what?
I'm the king of Philly. Dream chasers, nigga. I hope they forgive me for what I did with Diddy. Real street nigga forever. Bitch, I'm the king of Philly.
This gotta be a splice track or like some type of deep fake. Like, I no way Meek, like, Meek is dumb, but like, come on. Meek, come the fuck on, bro. Come on, my nigga. Is this a real snippet?
Dream chasers, nigga. I hope they forgive me for what I did with Diddy.
I hope they forgive me for what I did with Diddy.
Real street nigga forever. Bitch, I'm the king of Philly. Dream chasers, nigga. I hope they forgive me for what I did with Diddy. Real street nigga forever. Bitch, I'm the king of Philly.
Nah, this gotta be AI. I'm not believing it. It gotta be AI. Regardless, Meek Mill's silence on this, but his loudness with everything else kind of tells you, I'm not saying he's guilty of anything, but these guys, they were just as silent when all the alleged abuse was going on. And, you know, I'm hoping that this is false for everyone's sake, and even definitely Diddy's. But if it does come out that Diddy was actually doing all this crazy shit, like we are gonna have to start blaming some of these silent enablers, right? Y'all been to these parties, y'all have heard these rumors, y'all have heard about alleged victims, and y'all did nothing. And even when the accusations came around, y'all kept quiet. And if you were around him or, you know, involved in any of these scenarios, even if you weren't the culprit yourself, you enabled this type of bullshit. So like, so some of these people who are quiet, I know they want to be just kept out of the mess, but nah, some of y'all wasn't enabling this bullshit. Some of y'all was being used by Diddy to normalize this bullshit, right? Like, think about the Lil Rod lawsuit. Not saying this is true, but what he alleged was that Diddy would say, yo, you know I do this with these other niggas too. Like, we do these things, so why can't I do it with you? So again, I do think some of these rappers or whoever, when I see them complete silence, I'm like, something's up here. And also, you're kind of normalizing this. The fuck is this?
This message is for Meek Mill and Meek Mill only. Hi, handsome. Just want to say I'm here for moral support and physical support as well. My close group of friends know I've always found you very attractive. Although I'm not enjoying your latest look with the braids, maybe we can, you know, go to the barbershop and get a haircut. Just want to say I'm here for you. If you need support,
what the hell?
Support physically and emotionally, I'm here. Just book me a nice, one-way ticket. This message is for Meek Mill and Meek Mill only.
Okay. Okay, then. Homeland Security officer reportedly said Diddy's raid was based off concrete allegations collected from victims. When charges come down, we will get him wherever he is. What the fuck? In a statement to New York Post, an officer with the Department of Homeland Security says, we believe that there's a disturbing history of sex trafficking. The officer went on to say, we are responding to concrete, detailed, explicit allegations This is not random. We did not choose his name out of a hat. I'm gonna be honest with you. This statement seems a little funny. Like, why would a Homeland Security officer talk to the New York Post, even anonymously? Like, why would they be this in depth? Like, you don't got to convince somebody. Their PR is not gonna give a PR statement about them investigating Diddy. They'll might do a press conference when he gets arrested, if he does. But why are they giving so much detail? Anyway, it's not random. We didn't choose. Like, they feel like they're validating themselves. We didn't choose his name out of a hat. We had allegations that we're following up on. Feds collect the number of. Okay, let's see if we go to New York Post itself and find this. Okay, federal officials. Give me a second. Let me see. Pause on this site. Here we go. Federal officials were acting on specific allegations of sexual trafficking when they raided two of Diddy's homes on Monday. And they say his alleged victims have been not holding back during interviews. An officer with the Department of Homeland Security told the Post that the case has been active for several weeks as authorities investigate a range of allegations against the 54-year-old rapper and mogul. We believe that there's a disturbing history of sex trafficking, said the Miami-based officer who spoke under the condition of anonymity. We are responding to concrete, detailed, explicit allegations. This is not random. We did not choose his name out of a hat. We had allegations that we're following up on. The public first became aware of the allegations against Diddy when his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, filed a federal civil lawsuit against him in November last year. That case was settled out of court the next day, but has been followed by 3 lawsuits alleging sexual assault, all of which Diddy strongly denied. Okay? But this house is beautiful. Fuck. I think this is the one in Homely Hills. Yeah. He has also not been charged with any crime or wrongdoing at this stage. We became aware of certain allegations during the course of civil suits. Oh, wow. They're just admitting it. During the course of the civil suits against Mr. Combs, you have to understand we didn't just decide on a whim to search his house. Clearly, y'all can't. Y'all have to go get a search warrant. Federal judge has decided to sign off. This isn't a witch hunt. An attorney for Combs, Aaron Dyer, did not return the Post messages for comment. On Monday, when Homeland Security agents raided Mr. Combs' mansion both in LA and Miami, they confiscated hard drives, phones, and other evidence. The officer tells the Post that they're looking for photos, emails, texts, itineraries, hopefully names that are specific communications that we're aware of that we are aware. There are specific communications that we're aware of that we will be able to access on the electronics. The multi-agency investigation is being spearheaded by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. Monday's search was executed by the Homeland Security investigators. Okay, I believe this woman is probably talking. Cassie's probably talking. In a statement, Diddy's lawyer said it was a gross overuse of military force, and we read that statement before. They said DHS operative said those interviewed for the investigation have been thorough and detailed. Wow, why does I don't know why I can't see a DHS or somebody giving this interview and their superiors would approve. But I guess it's anonymous, but still, like, whatever. Anyway, that's funny about the victims. They might be reluctant to speak at first, but once they start talking, they talk. They talk a lot. We're getting a lot of cooperation from people who want to see him brought to justice. Why would a cop say that? Why would a Fed say that? Y'all don't have, this shit has not been grand juried. Why would you say that before then? Diddy was stopped boarding a private jet out of the U.S. on Monday and was believed to have remained in Florida since. However, despite the raids attracting a great deal of attention, he remains a free man. He's not under arrest. He's under investigation. The law enforcement source made clear. He is free, right enough to do what he wants, but he is aware that if charges come down, we will get him wherever he is. Fuck. If that's a real DHS source, real Homeland Security agent, seems to me they're gonna have no problem indicting him if they have this many victims, and if all they're looking for is things to corroborate sex trafficking, which is itineraries, moving people across the countries, maybe like, instructions to other people like, hey, yo, book her a plane here, this and third, or hey, yo, go get like this drug for the freak off tonight. Like, who knows? God damn. Holy crap. Chat, I see you guys, I see all your donations and stuff like that. I'm about to get through reading them now. Holy crap. All right. Where's the donations? Okay, cool. All right. Thank you guys for sending any donations that you did. I see some people. Jay Elixir, thank you for the 5. It says, love from Hudson County. Honestly, do you think Drake is going to respond to K-Dot soon? Plus, have you heard the AI Drake response? I have not heard the AI Drake response. I do think Drake absolutely 100% will respond to K-Dot soon. No. Jordan Esther, thank you for the 10. By the way, also, I think this Diddy situation happening is helping Drake create more space, because it's one thing when this is the biggest and only thing people are talking about in media. Oh, Drake just got dissed by Kendrick. It feels like a pressurized situation that he has to respond sooner than later. We are distracted by this. He could take his time, and I don't think he's going to drop a dedicated diss song. I think he's going to respond on a verse on somebody else's album. Jordan Nestor says, who's going to the freak off tonight? Series finale. Supercharged Tio, thank you for the 10. Says Tyrese is just a freaky pastor, bro. David 3707 says, yo, Meek's lawyer said something. Law and Crimes has it. Let's go there. Law and Crimes. Said everything we know. We should go there. Who's Meek's lawyer, by the way? Oh. Meek Mill's lawyer speaks on Diddy. What the fuck?
Who better to talk about the high-profile case of Sean Diddy Combs than the attorney who's represented some very high-profile celebrities like Bill Cosby and Meek Mill? Brian J. McMonigal gives his take and advice for Diddy. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Combs is the target. Potentially, Combs is happy to get your perspective on this. Brian, thanks so much for coming on. Pleasure to meet you. So I got to just get your overall take on what happened here. I will tell you, first of all, we've talked about before the air, we've done stories on Diddy. I was maybe not one of the people that was that shocked when this came down, because we were reporting on lawsuits where he was accused of sex trafficking and sexual assault. But to see what happened the other day, what was your reaction to it?
I was shocked. They didn't just come heavy; they came nuclear. Seeing the kind of federal response you saw at the execution of those warrants was stunning. It looked like they were hitting El Chapo's house when I saw it on the news, and I had the same reaction. I mean, I had been looking at it and hearing the allegations and studying some of the lawsuits, but I never thought it would rise to the level of federal intervention, particularly at that level. Stunned, and my initial thoughts were twofold. One is that they're very close to indicting somebody, or two, they had some really hard intel that told them they had to move quickly so they could discover evidence that their information was indicating was either located at one of these residents, but it was stunning in terms of the swiftness and the breadth of it, I must tell you.
Well, listen, I wanted your perspective too, because it's fresh off the presses late yesterday. Diddy's attorney, he's now being represented by Aaron Dyer, released a very long statement on the rapper's behalf. As a defense attorney,
By the way, Kelvin Haynes, thank you for the 50. He says, yo, people don't mention but Diddy's connected to the owner of Zeus, and they paid for his last party. There's rumors that all of the women there are escorts. Really? So are you tying Lemuel Plummer in this? And Smokey Boat with 5 says, yo, did you hear the leaked audio of Meek allegedly getting clapped? No Diddy, bro. Like, literally, no Diddy.
Curious your perspective on it. So it says, quote, yesterday, there was a gross overuse of military-level force as search warrants were executed at Mr. Combs' residences. There is no excuse for the excessive show of force and hostility exhibited by authorities or the way his children and employees were treated. Mr. Combs was never detained, but spoke to and cooperated with authorities. Despite media speculation, neither Mr. Combs nor any of his family members have been arrested, nor has their ability to travel been restricted in any way. This unprecedented ambush, paired with an advanced, coordinated media presence, leads to a premature rush to judgment of Mr. Combs and is nothing more
We're
than...
going to pause this to go to... so that's Meek's lawyer, and he's going to give some insight, but we have a former federal FBI agent who's going to comment as well, and apparently they say that no doubt Diddy's going to face charges. So it's not even like, oh, will there be charges?
More evidence may come out. Some I do, some I don't. But we do have an extradition treaty with them. Right now, though, because of the public nature of this, I have a very hard time believing that a country would allow his plane to land with him on it in their country. They don't have to let him land if they don't want to. And so I think that it would be very difficult for him to be able to land in an inhospitable country simply because they don't want him. We do have extradition treaties with more countries than I think people would think. And typically they will send folks back to us as long as we take the death penalty off of the table. And I don't believe that this is a death penalty case. It's Southern District of New York. And so I believe that whether we have an extradition treaty or not with whatever country he may or may not go to,
So she's initially talking. I believe at first the rumors were like he's in the plane somewhere in the air, and he might go to another country. That wasn't true. But let's go to her just kind of analyzing what she's seen and what she thinks gonna happen.
Imminent danger. And so part of me wonders if this was done to stop that, and that they will get to the arrest obviously at some point, because, you know, as you mentioned, typically these warrants are served and there's usually an indictment that goes, you know, hand in hand with that at the same time. So in my opinion, it's not unheard of. It's just a little bit unusual. We don't typically see this. Anytime we did raids at the FBI of this nature, we also had an arrest warrant for the individual as well. And so it is unusual, but I don't want to say it's unheard of. And again, I'm just speculating, but part of me wonders if this was still actively being distributed. And if it is, they need to shut that down immediately.
Were you surprised at the response that we saw from Douglas Wigdorf? This is a lawyer for Cassie Ventura and one of the Jane Does in response to reports of this search warrant that was issued on Sean Combs. Now, remember, Cassie Ventura settled with Sean Combs, but the statement says, quote, "We will always support law enforcement when it seeks to prosecute those that have violated the law. Hopefully, this is the beginning of a process that will hold Mr. Combs responsible for his depraved conduct." Now, again, in light of that settlement doesn't necessarily mean you're saying Combs is completely innocent. It's you've agreed to resolve the issue. Doesn't, you know, absolve him of wrongdoing. But to make that statement, I think that's something to be said. Now, again, of course, he's representing someone else that's continually suing Sean Combs. But again, that statement I thought was really interesting. What was your take on it?
Yeah, I thought that statement was interesting. My question about it, though, is did he tip them off? Did he provide them with information? You know, did Cassie Ventura or any of these individuals involved in these civil suits also provide evidence along with that to build this criminal case? Because obviously those two things are separate. So in my opinion, in listening to that statement, it actually sounds like maybe they did. And you know, that's incredible that they did that, because I believe that Cassie Ventura was absolutely a victim of pretty horrific things. And if she was able to document all of that and provide evidence, then that absolutely would go to building his criminal case.
It's so crazy to think about this. I mean, again, and I'm not surprised by that connection to New York, because I go back to Little Rod Jones, and he said he was assaulted at different places, including in New York. So again, what can we expect next to happen as this story develops? And I imagine it's going to develop quite rapidly.
I agree with you. I think it's going to develop quite rapidly as well. I think the next thing that will happen is an indictment of P. Diddy. That's what I think, and that he will be taken into custody hopefully soon at some point. But honestly, I'm not sure. This is, like I said, a little bit unusual, and that there isn't an indictment yet, although I think one may be forthcoming.
What about other individuals? Because remember, going back to one of the lawsuits, there was an allegation there were violations of the TVPA, the Trafficking and Victims Protection Act, big law aimed at fighting against domestic and international human slavery. And they were filing a civil action with respect to it. But you're basically saying these minors are engaging in commercial sex acts. I would imagine that if this is a really big operation, we could potentially see arrests of other individuals connected to the rapper, right?
I agree. I think we will probably see the arrest of one or both of his sons, because I believe that they, based on evidence and cases that we've seen in the past from a civil perspective, they have been allegedly involved in this. But at the same
What? I really think that his sons was going to escape by. But we keep seeing Justin Combs. His name is constantly mentioned. We don't see King Combs' name be mentioned.
Same time too, I think that there may be a lot of people who have associated with him in his circle that are probably scared right now, because they may have had some involvement in this as well. And so in my opinion, I think they will start at the top, obviously arresting Diddy or his sons. And from there, in my opinion, they may try to plea. I don't think he's going to completely avoid jail time or anything like that if he's indicted, but maybe they will try to plead to get names of other individuals that are associated with this. But again, completely my hypothesis, Jesse.
And I'll leave on this. There was reporting, there was an allegation that Combs may have been allegedly harassing Mr. Jones. Witch hunt based on meritless.
You know, with the strike force here, if you need information or if you need evidence, we've got it. And we look forward to cooperating with an investigation that'll clear my client's good name. And I think that's the only way you can read that.
Talk to me about, though, if this gives you any indication about where Diddy is. When I say that is, you know, there was a question of did he leave the country, right? It seems to me if he's somehow cooperating and maybe gave up electronic devices, that he would still be in the country. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
You know, it's hard to tell. I mean, if he had some pre-existing plans, you know, it wouldn't be surprising. You know, a guy with that lifestyle could be anywhere. But I would think it would make sense for everybody, if he's not in the country, for him to get back in the country quickly. Any important matter in your life deserves your attention. If I was advising him, I'd be advising him to come back home, to hold his chin up and to get ready to deal with what's coming. It's probably going to start raining soon for him, and he's going to want to make sure that he makes it clear to everybody he's got nothing to run from and that he won't run from anything. So if he's not in the country, I would expect in short order he will be back in the country without question.
Unless he went to a country that doesn't have an extradition policy. But let me ask you this.
That usually doesn't work out too well.
Oh, no? I mean, again, people were like, oh, my gosh, if he knew this, the heat was on him, he's just going to go somewhere where he doesn't have to come back. But you don't suspect that's what the case is.
Yeah, it's a small world. I've had some people try that. It doesn't usually work out too well.
Let me ask you this. The idea, and you are echoing, I think, what a lot of other attorneys, legal analysts have said, that it seems charges are about to come down. Now, I will tell you, a lot of people have said that they thought that with a raid, there would be an indictment in conjunction with it. People would be arrested. We haven't seen that. It's been, at the time of this recording, 2 days since the raid. Are you surprised we haven't seen arrests in connection with this, again, what is a purported sex trafficking investigation? And do you think charges are going to come?
On the first question, I'm not surprised. I mean, you know, they usually do it one of two ways. They'll either come heavy and indict immediately, or they're coming heavy to try and secure evidence so they can start a process of putting evidence before a grand jury. I mean, we don't even know if there has been any evidence presented to a grand jury yet. They're the feds. They're not the state courts, and they are not going to indict somebody or charge somebody on somebody's word alone, I can assure you. And so they want to try and develop as much evidence, forensic evidence. You know, they're going to be looking at phones. They're going to be looking at travel. They're going to be looking at corroborating every allegation that's been made in these lawsuits. I wouldn't be surprised if they took their time because they know that they're going to get the best representation in the world for the celebrity, and they're not going to look to want to lose. And so, you know, they're very interesting in how they operate.
Let me see how the Breakfast Club talk.
Worldwide Jess, worldwide mess.
It's
for me right here. That's right, the Jess with the mess.
Thank you.
Because it's real, allegedly.
Exactly. Now, sources didn't reveal how much Diddy sold his shares for, but I think we're going. All right. He also claimed that Paul acquires and distributes guns and drugs for Diddy and negotiates the fees sex workers receive while working for Diddy.
There's a picture?
Yeah, it was a picture. They was in a little red room, you know what I'm saying? And his hand was on his leg, and Lil Rob is looking like, okay, is this what we giving? You know, that's what I got from the photo, but that's all allegedly, okay? Moving a little bit further.
When Harvey Weinstein was going through the same thing, I don't remember them raiding his crib like that. I don't remember them pulling up on guns and military and helicopters and boats. I don't remember all that and the super big long rifles and pistols. I don't remember that for him when they arrested him. I just thought that was just a lot of power.
I'm not, here to compare anything. I'm not even going to do the whataboutism, but I don't like any of this. Like, if this stuff is true, then as you can see, Diddy will be held accountable. But to sit around and act like I enjoy hearing any of this, I don't. So when you hear, Jess with the mess talking about these stories and it sounds like I don't want to talk about it, it's because I don't like seeing people's legacies destroyed, especially if we find out it's self-inflicted. It makes me think about all types of things. Why can't people get out their way? Why do we always self-destruct? Why can't people just appreciate the blessings God gives them and do right by people? If y'all take pleasure in watching people crumble, God bless you. I don't.
No.
Charlamagne has definitely grown, because the Charlamagne I know was clowning the fuck out of R. Kelly. That nigga had every joke for R. Kelly, nigga. When R. Kelly was crashing and burning, it was laugh time. But Diddy, it's a little bit different. I think this is some growth by Charlamagne. Though. Some growth, you know what I mean? Like back in the day, he used to do mad fat jokes. He don't even do fat jokes anymore. So I think maybe it's growth.
I mean, either. But the sad thing is, if he's found innocent, his world is destroyed. Like he hasn't been charged. He hasn't been arrested All we heard is these civil cases,
But-
which is the crazy part. But these civil cases are, regardless if he's found innocent or guilty, if he's found innocent, his life is destroyed.
But that's the thing. Although he wasn't the focus of the raid and the investigation at that time, they had reason to come there for that, and his kids were in cuffs. You know, they just ain't gonna do that.
Okay.
The feds, you know, so I think trying to read too much into timing could be problematic, particularly if they didn't find anything. I mean, what did these searches yield? Did they get any evidence? Is there anything that they obtained that would make them run before a grand jury and bring charges? You know, I think they're going to take their time unless they've got it, and I'd be surprised if they had it yet.
Couple of things there, right? So we know that you would need probable cause for a search warrant. They did show quite the presence. Now, you could say...
Damn, this shit look like you are going after El Chapo. Like, I didn't even know police had... Yo, this is probably the only time a year they get to bring out this motherfucking truck. And they brought it out in Miami. Shit look clean, though. This is what the Cybertruck is supposed to look like. This is how I want my Cybertruck to look, just like this. Fuck that.
And I'm reading the lawsuits, right? And you read, if you take the allegations in the lawsuits, it's true that Diddy is surrounded by weapons, that he has quite the security presence, large properties. You don't know what you're entering into. I've spoken to law enforcement experts who say it's not surprising they came with that level of military reinforcements, or they talk about a military grade. But at the same time, the way that they did it.
By the way, Goddess Queen Just Me 23, thank you for the 5. She said, Diddy did this all wrong. Why didn't he just use the swinger clubs? They would have just had sex for free. Somebody said, what happened to the white girl that Diddy adopted? Somebody said, all this confusion is good for Drake because now he don't got to respond to K-Dot. He can let that blow over. Lucky Cloud says, what's actually outrageous is that all the artists that fell off or have bad projects over in the camp of Bad Boy literally chose homosexual hijinks over making music. Zero professionalism. Hemi says, Act, thank you for being a good journalist. Academics Gun Cleaner says, yo, Act, do you think Diddy's going to be charged? I think so. And we keep us making these assumptions, but I do believe that Diddy is going to be charged, and the reason why I believe he's going to be charged is the things that he is being accused of. It's so much allegations. Something is going to stick that they could probably get past the grand jury. Now, put it like this. I think if it was like just sexual assault, right? Say it was sexual assault of Cassie. That he might not get charged with that, right? Like, it's like, yo, that has a specific definition and you have to have certain proof to prove it. They're going to be thinking about a racketeering charge, which is very loosely defined. And you see, they could indict anybody with like a RICO or racketeering, as long as you have like some type of organization that was systematically doing the crime, right? And sex trafficking, if it's true about these freak offs and they're hiring escorts and people are feeling pressured, yeah. So I do think there's going to be charges brought, just because sex trafficking and racketeering, which is what they gave to R. Kelly, those things, I don't want to say the burden of proof is less, but all the rumors about Diddy kind of go into both. And it's different if it was like, okay, yo, did Diddy shoot somebody, right? You know, like you'd have to actually prove the logistics of that to get charges, or have some type of proof about the logistics of how that happened to get charges brought. With this, it's kind of like where there's smoke, there's fire. Look at how what's happening with Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug. We're just gonna tell you about every crime he's ever done, every time he threw up a fucking blood sign, and pretty much how he's like a gang member that's a criminal, and let's get this guy sent to jail. So if those are the charges, which is like almost like a racketeering charge in that sense for Jeffrey, racketeering charge I think it's easy to indict on, and then sex trafficking, I think it's going to be easy to indict because there's a bunch of victims and a bunch of people who keep saying freak offs, and there's the parties. Like Diddy single-handedly introduced us to a phrase, freak offs. You know what I mean?
was quite a statement, and to not have it be in conjunction with other charges at the moment, you say, it could have been that there's reporting that they had been speaking to certain individuals. Again, the belief is that this is emanating from the Southern District of New York, the U.S. attorneys for the Southern District.
Omega Drip says the reason why there are no charges is they're looking for evidence. Of course, they're looking for evidence, but here's the thing: I think they're looking for the cherry on top of the pie. They have witnesses. I believe they have people who are cooperating. So they have witnesses, cooperants, so people who have turned on Diddy. And now what they want is like something else to back it up, which is, oh, we have a tape, or we have, this electronic stuff of communication that actually corroborates what the witnesses and the cooperants are going to say.
District of New York. But it seems, do you feel that they had more than just statements from witnesses to go after these properties, to go into these properties like that?
Yeah, there's no doubt that they had something that kind of suggested a clear and present danger, or something that suggested to them that there was going to be real evidence there that could be destroyed. I don't think they would have came in the way they came without some hard intel. And so, I mean, that tells me one of two things. It tells me that they're getting real information about criminal activity, whether it's true or not, who the heck knows. The criminal activity is ongoing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have came the way they came without an indictment. But I just think it's always, you need to be cautious in terms of trying to understand their mindset. I don't know what drove those warrants. I don't know what that probable cause was. And I think that will tell us everything once those warrants get unsealed and charges emanate. But, they can always charge a couple of different ways in a federal case. You can charge by an information, or you can charge by a grand jury indictment. They've done neither here. And I think they were hoping to find something, and whether they found it or not, I don't know, but I didn't get a sense of that.
By the way, as I cover stories like this, I always think about what are some ways we can protect ourselves in this absolutely crazy world. Rape, really horrible, horrendous things, settles with him. She could be Jeffrey Epstein. But big question I keep getting asked is, if this is true, is this just what was going on and nobody spoke up and nobody said anything? Was this just like part of the hip hop world? I mean, because it's you read the allegations in these lawsuits, it is next level.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that this could be going on with the world not knowing. There's always too many people involved. There's a lot of money, and you can spend a lot of money keeping people quiet if there's criminal activity. But it would be stunning to me if all of these allegations are true, and everybody put their head in the sand. It's just unimaginable to me, quite frankly, because everybody's looking for an angle. Everybody's looking to make a buck. You've got people making accusations every day trying to derive some financial benefit from it. So it is shocking that it could have gone on that long, if it ever went on at all, without somebody knowing. But I think we're going to find out. I don't know if we're going to find out in a week or a month or 6 months, but I think something's going to come of this. It's the rarest of occasions where they execute warrants at this level and don't end up doing something about it. So I think that, Diddy's team is going to be poised for, charges to be leveled at some level at some point in time. Just how quickly, it's hard to tell.
Well, again, you represent high-profile people. What would you be advising Diddy right now if you were representing him?
Yeah, I'd be telling him, hey, listen, you're innocent. You haven't done anything wrong. So act like you haven't done anything wrong. Live your life. Keep your friends close and keep your enemies away from you. Walk like you're innocent. Talk like you're innocent. Continue to do the things that you do every day. Try to get yourself invested in some good things if you aren't already. I'm sure he's got a lot of charities, et cetera, that he's working on. Show yourself to be who we say you are. I think in that way, you don't make a bad situation, if it is a bad situation, even worse. So I think he's got to put a good face on and to make sure he lets the world know, and ultimately his jury know, that he's innocent. And I would take an aggressive approach if I was them. I really would, because this is a case that's going to garner an enormous amount of publicity. You're talking to jurors with your actions. And so he wants to make those actions real and right. And I'm sure that'll happen. I'm sure he's in the best of hands. And they'll make sure that he's sending a message loud and clear to any particular jury pool that he's innocent of these charges, and he looks forward to defending them.
Now, let's say he's not charged yet, right? Would you? I can't imagine. I'm not sure, but he's being attacked on the PR machine. I mean, everybody is saying things about him right now. And to give you an example, so 50 Cent came out, basically was trolling Diddy a lot. I know they have a feud. He posted on Instagram. Now it's not Diddy do it, it's Diddy done. They don't come like that unless they got a case. It just got real. The feds in all the cribs. Damn, they got the kids in cuffs. Aubrey O'Day, who was part of Danity Kane, that was a music group that was started, I believe, by Diddy. She came out and said, "What you sow, you shall reap. I pray this emboldens all of us victims to finally speak on what we have endured." Would you advise Diddy to make a statement personally, whether it's an interview in a media outlet or a statement of his own on social media, to respond to this?
Only if it's controlled. I've seen disaster after disaster. We saw it in the Penn State case where people went on Dateline, the defendant went on Dateline and got interviewed. It would have to be controlled. I think it would have to be brief. I think once you go down that road, you run into a lot of trouble. Keep in mind that the story here is a better story if he did it than if he didn't. And I've tried to be on the other side of that in cases, and you can see it go both ways. In our case with Meek, obviously the media was rooting for him because it was right, it was just. In other cases I've had, they didn't care what the accused had to say. That's not the story for them. The story is better if it's that he did it. And so I think if he's going to make any kind of a statement at all, it'd be a prepared statement, it'd be a quick statement, did he not take questions, and it'd be something probably as perfectly crafted as the response you saw from his lawyer. And that would be the end of it. Taking interviews, I think, can be a disaster. One misstep during an interview, and it's a news cycle for a month that you'll never be able to overcome. So very limited in terms of a response, but perhaps a response that's measured and brief.
And let's say Diddy is hit with these massive sex trafficking related charges, and you were to represent him. How do you defend him at trial? Again, you've represented very high-profile people. Cosby is a name that comes up in a very high-profile case. How would you represent him?
Well, I think it depends on what the evidence is. If the evidence is allegations being made by individuals, you do it the old-fashioned way. You develop an investigation. You find out everything that they've ever said about him, any motives they would have to lie about him, and one by one you try and dissect the allegations. I don't think there's another way to do it. Sometimes you get real lucky in these cases. Somebody makes an allegation that you were somewhere at some place at some time, and you weren't.
I think that's what Lil Rod was almost about to do, but now he amended his lawsuits, and his lawsuit seems more credible now. Because at first, Lil Rod's lawsuit looked like it was a piece of bullshit. They were incorrect about the woman being underage. Supposedly at some party. They were incorrect about it being Stevie J in that porn video. They made other accusations that later got easily debunked. That lawsuit looked like it was going good nowhere fast. I think it just got new legs after the Ethiopia declaration. Also, she's removed from the lawsuit, and there's much more new information that is also given more credence to what we're seeing now. Like, for example, Brendan Paul is sprinkled all over it, and I think they watched the news and seen Brendan Paul got locked up and be like, shit, we should put him in the lawsuit too. And it just looks more credible, but it might still not be credible. But again, at least for right now, in the eye of the public, the opinion of in public court, the court of public opinion, I mean, it looks more credible as we are looking at it now. So,
these other individuals, I'm sure, are being interviewed in the media. You want to get every single soundbite they've ever given, everything they've ever said about the case, and hold up those inconsistencies one against the other.
Sean Combs, the music mogul, recently inundated with a
urgency.
Nice little kissing or dancing almost face to face with a purported underage girl. So many times in this latest lawsuit, his son is implicated in this alleged wrongdoing.
I believe, just like I do believe that charges for Diddy are forthcoming, I believe that charges for his sons most likely are as well. Now, given the raid and when it occurred, if they were in illegal possession of firearms based on California gun laws, then they could have probably taken them into custody right then and there for obvious reasons. I don't think that that's what they're going to do. I suspect that they were simply detained for the duration of the search and then they were let go. But again, I'm simply hypothesizing here. But I do think at this point, if his sons had been arrested and formally booked, we would know probably at this point based on public access to those documents, and we don't know that information. And so I just assume that for the safety of everyone there, they were physically detained during the duration of the search, which again is very normal procedure in something like this.
There obviously been a lot of reaction and a lot of response to that, including in the celebrity route. I mean, 50 Cent posted on Instagram about the raids. Now it's not Diddy do it, it's Diddy done. They don't come like that unless they got a case. Speaking of that, so if we think about the possibility of a sex trafficking investigation, sex trafficking related charges. If we go to December 2023, there was a woman who accused Combs and former Bad Boy Entertainment president Harvey Pierre and another person of sex trafficking and gang raping her when she was 17 years old. There was a Jane Doe who says that she was flown from Michigan to New York City, supplied with drugs and alcohol, and then assaulted by all three men at Combs' recording studios. Now, Combs, by the way, has always denied the allegations. And in fact, in response to one lawsuit, had posted, I believe it was on Instagram, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I've sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been..."
All right. Anyway, I think we're diddied out for a little bit. By the way, chat, I'm not gonna lie. I have to run shortly. I can't tell you why, but I'm cooking up a new good interview for you. Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys seen.
Sean Combs, the music
Oh my God,
mogul, recently...
Stop. Did y'all see this? This is going to be dropping soon. Oh, fuck, it's going off my story. Anyway, Freddie Gibbs' baby mama came in and did an interview. She's now a prospective artist. She exposed the shit out of him, called him broke, bum-ass nigga. Told me he had erectile dysfunction. Basically said that he was a cuck. She would come home after fucking a bunch of other niggas, you know what I mean, for work. And he was cool with it until pretty much y'all bullied him into feeling that it wasn't cool for her to get fucked anymore by other guys. So who knows? Anyway, oh shit, I was trying to post this. Did I not post it yet? Did I post it? Oh shit, I didn't post yet. Okay. Rick Ross. Actually, let's go to his story. Instagram.com, Rich Forever. He's clearly not fucking with Drake. Other than the unfollow, apparently he's just openly bumping. He's bumping like the diss song from Kendrick to Drake. Here we go.
Every day hustle like Wayne.
No, it's not it.
Every day hustle like Wayne.
Right.
Drinking high, taking trench.
No, honestly, it's kind of like baffling to me why the hell Rick Ross is kind of involved in all this. But I guess he's Team Kendrick. Guess he's gonna be Team Kendrick.
Okay, Curly won the first year. Number one.
Yeah, he hasn't said much other than that. Okay. What's that say? Someone said Charlamagne admitted to watching the R. Kelly tape. Act, you think Floyd owns a strip club and Zoo sponsored all his events? They're all connected. You see, you got to think. Okay, so y'all trying to draw a parallel between Diddy, the guy who owns Zoos, which is Lemuel Plummer, and Floyd Mayweather. Floyd did say this about Diddy recently, though, didn't he? Floyd Mayweather, Diddy.
Even like P. Diddy. I'm not going to speak bad about P. Diddy because he's still a black man. Mistakes happen, and I can't say if it is or it's not a mistake, but things happen in life. And P. Diddy business is P. Diddy business. It's not my job or anyone else's job to go on the internet and stump him and kick a man while he's down. My take on it is it's not my business. I don't think it's right at all, and I don't condone it. Even if that happened to my daughter, I would be hurt. But that's the choice that my daughter made. Yeah. So I don't want to kick nobody while they're down.
I think the big thing, because I have girls too, is though.
No boys?
I have a boy too.
Okay.
Is one, if your son is in that position or your son is accused of those things that Diddy was accused of, like, I'm going to believe in my son and what he says, but I'm going to check him about that. I'm going to check him about whether or not these are things you've done. I'm also going to check him about putting himself in those positions. And on the other side that we have to be very careful of, especially when talking about women, is that if
Rolling Stone says, "What's Young Miami's in-call race?" I don't know, brother. You talking prostitute talk? I don't know that.
Right. That's something that was done to them. And I wasn't in those rooms, so I can't cast aspersions on Diddy and say that he did it or he did do it or he's an evil man or he is. What I am saying is if those things happen to those women, not only is it not right, it's also not their fault.
We was like 1 month old.
Money. So they want to know how they spent the taxpayer. The taxpayer's going to know why you spent illegal guns. The constitutional right goes the right to bear arms, but he had to have licenses for that. So if anybody got illegal guns up in there, if they find any kind of drugs to a high amount, cocaine and weed, I don't think Diddy gonna get charged because what he did. He put everything in his kid's name and his company.
Did you see the video of his kids in handcuffs?
Yeah, that's a tactical thing. The kids being in handcuffs is a tactical thing that law enforcement use, you understand, hoping that people who've never been in handcuffs before, that it either scares them or want to make them talk. There's no reason after they searched those kids because they didn't have a search warrant for bodies. They had a search warrant for like materials, laptops, telephones, law. Puff has been dodging the legal system for years. His affiliation with BMF, even though Meech has said that Puff never did anything, Puff never been around her, they still was partying together. So in the authorities' mind, they feel like Puff knew what Meech was doing. Then with the introduction to Jacob and different people, and a lot of people going to jail for money laundering and stuff like that, Puff being, and this is documented, Puff being a CI for an FBI agent. I said this years ago that Kim and Kirk Burrows took some paperwork. They was taking some papers up to the FBI stuff like when they was here in New York. They was taking paperwork up there and stuff like that. Don't know what it was, but later on found out that he was a CI. You understand? Now, what happens? He don't have that. The guy probably, that was 20, 30 years, 20 some years ago. The guy probably retired. Puff ain't dealing with him. No, he didn't pass Puff on or something like that. So now, Puff been dodging the legal system. With the people had it wrong. They think it was with the Black Mafia family. No, it was with Butt Naked. I said this years ago. The person that he said is a senior advisor, Corey Jacobs. Corey had 9 16-to-life sentences for drug trafficking. You make him your senior advisor, even though that was your man, he coming home. That's your man, pots and pans. But Wolf was the one who took care of them when they was away. You know what I'm saying? Wolf was the one who took care of them. So now, you got all these, these characters, around you. What they gonna think when they come to your house? They got the evidence or they had statements that you blew up Kid Cudi's car? You understand what I'm saying?
They're looking for bomb making shit, man. Yo, chat. Yo, I hate to actually leave y'all because we've been busting recently, and I hate to even get off stream, but I do gotta run, people. I'll be back tomorrow, probably around noon or so, and I'll give you guys a longer stream. But I gotta run to go do some some interview shit. Okay. Appreciate you guys for tuning in today. If you guys are new to the channel, you guys have to hit the subscribe button if you want to be able to talk in the chat. If you guys are on the King Akademiks channel, please, you got to hit the just become a member. It will allow you to get a couple extra perks and also you can watch all the full broadcasts in full. If you're on Rumble, appreciate you guys so much, and even on Twitch and even on Facebook. Again, I got to run. I know y'all wanted a little bit longer stream and a more in-depth breakdown, but we'll get to it tomorrow, okay? I'm super sorry. Please accept my apology, but I definitely got to run because I'm right up against the clock. I'm not going to lie to you, all right? Chat, love y'all. See y'all tomorrow. Yeah, we'll try to do another day and try to figure out what's going on, all right? Peace. Love y'all.